Hey guys, and welcome to a new fanfic from the channel. Welcome to the first chapter of What if Naruto was Madara's grandson and fell in love with Konan? As always, if you want more seasons or more seasons of other fanfics in the channel, just leave me a like, comment, and subscribe for more. So then, enjoy the fanfic.
Madara Uchiha. The world revolves around power and conflict. The most powerful people are usually the ones who cause the most conflict, but possessing greater power makes them admired by others. Peace, for many, seems unattainable in today's world. Everyone is selfish, and the world is governed by the principle that the strongest is above the weakest. This is how wars are decided. Everything is about power and the simple desire to be superior to others. Yes, human beings are so repugnant and so greedy at times, but what makes us witness two bodies lying in small puddles, one further away than the other, whose people were lying on the ground were Sasuke Uchiha, who had deserted Konoha in search of more power to achieve his goal. The other body belonged to Naruto Uzumaki, who had followed and fought against his friend to prevent him from making a grave mistake. The two were lying on the ground in a pool of water mixed with blood belonging to both of them. Both bodies appeared lifeless, neither was moving, and the rain only made the pool grow larger and push the bodies further. Far from the shore was a kind of plant resembling a carnivorous plant. The plant opened and a humanoid with half its body white and the other half black could be seen. Zetsu is what that humanoid calls himself. White Zetsu. It seems there was no winner. The white half said with a small smile, Black Zetsu. I believe that if the Jinchuriki had released more chakra from his Biju, he would have won. The black half said in a very sinister tone, White Zetsu. I think so too, it was certainly a good show. The white half said in a cheerful tone, Black Zetsu. This could be interesting. White Zetsu. What do you mean, Black Zetsu? Both are very strong for their young age, and that blonde-haired boy is also very skilled in the shadow clone jutsu, and that technique called Rasengan is very powerful. Besides, don't forget who he is. On the other hand, there's the Uchiha who possesses the Sharingan up to 3 Tomo, and also Kakashi Hitaki's famous assassination technique, in addition to having Orochimaru's cursed seal. Said the black half in his typical dark tone. White Zetsu, I see. So you want to take them with him. Black Zetsu will take both of them. He'll decide who he'll use for the mission. White Zetsu, okay, let's do it. The humanoid plant emerged from the ground and then split into 2 parts. The black half reached Naruto and carried him, and the white half did the same with Sasuke. After taking both bodies, they buried themselves in the ground and disappeared without leaving any trace of their presence. Through the forest, leaping from branch to branch, the copy ninja, Kakashi Hitaki, moved about. In front of him was his guide dog, whom he called Pakin. Kakashi's face reflected only worry. He didn't know what could happen if Sasuke and Naruto faced each other in a duel to the death. Kakashi arrived at the place, the Valley of the End, where Pakin said Naruto and Sasuke were. Upon arriving, Kakashi began to look for his 2 students, but could not see them anywhere. Kakashi, Pakin, where are they? He asked, looking at his guide dog, Pakin. Well, the scent of both of them is in this place, but the rain makes it much harder to find them. He continued sniffing. Kakashi, I'll look along the river. They might be there, he said, then started running along the small river. Kakashi continued searching, but there was nothing. He knew that if Sasuke won, he wouldn't take Naruto's body, and if Naruto won, he would surely wait for his friends to return with them. That's why not seeing either of the bodies was alarming to Kakashi. As he advanced along the small river, he saw bloodstains on one bank near the river. Kakashi approached and saw the blood. Kakashi. Asterisk, what the hell happened here? There's a lot of blood. If they were both unconscious, the river should have carried them away. However, that would be impossible since this is more like a small puddle. It's not capable of moving 2 bodies. Besides, the blood is only here. There's no other blood besides this spot. Asterisk, he thought, and then he saw Pakin arrive where he was. Pakin. There's nothing, no matter how much I search for their scent, there's nothing. It's as if they've disappeared from this place. Maybe they both went away and the rain makes. Pakin couldn't finish because he started sniffing and caught the scent of one of them. Kakashi. What's wrong, Pakin? He asked, looking at Pakin. Pakin. This is the smell of Kakashi. What, Pakin? Sasuke. Pakken started running and reached a large tree, and there, leaning against the tree, was Sasuke. He was unconscious and bleeding heavily from his left arm and head. Kakashi was completely shocked. Sasuke's condition seemed to be almost on the verge of death. Kakashi quickly carried him. Kakashi, Pakken, can't you sense Naruto? He asked, looking at Pakken, who was sniffing. Pakken, no matter how hard I try, I can't smell him, he said, making Kakashi lower his gaze. Kakashi, okay, let's go, Pakken. He started running with Sasuke on his back. Location unknown. A somewhat dark den, illuminated by a few lamps, was located in a large chair connected to tubes that appeared to be channeling chakra. Seated in this large chair was a very old man with long white hair and wearing a robe. His only visible eye was red with those black tomo that are recognized everywhere. It was the Sharingan. The old man's face was completely stoic, reflecting no emotion, and of course, due to his age, it was impossible to tell from his face alone whether he was sad or happy. The old man gave a great sigh that reflected great despair and unease. His eye was fixed on his subordinate Zetsu, who was standing in front of him. White Zetsu. So the blonde one is the chosen one, he said, looking at the old man. Of course, I have no doubts, the old man said, then turned his gaze towards a bed where Naruto was lying. Black Zetsu. Even though the other one was an Uchiha, I thought only an Uchiha could continue this mission, the black half said in his dark tone. When I needed him, my clan turned its back on me, and the Uchiha I saved and trained has now betrayed me. I don't care if he's an Uchiha or not, but what made me make this decision is because I didn't want a puppet of that creeping snake. Besides, this boy is an Uzumaki. Without a doubt, he's the chosen one. Black Zetsu. Although it's true this boy has a lot of potential, there's something more to him. I feel a connection with that boy. It's like we have a very strong resemblance. White Zetsu. You think that boy has a connection to the great Madara Uchiha, he said with a cheerful tone and a big smile. Madara, and very strong. I'll find out soon enough, the old Uchiha said, then let out a small sigh. Naruto began to move, which caused Madara and Zetsu to focus their gaze on him. Naruto opened his eyes and was quickly met with a great headache. He also felt a great pain in his right arm and stomach. Naruto began to analyze the place where he was. It was a hideout, or rather a cave. It was somewhat dark, and Naruto was surprised by this, and memories came to his mind. Naruto, right, I was fighting Sasuke and then our attacks clashed and then I don't know what happened, he said while trying to remember what had happened. Naruto began to look at the cave and then his eyes focused on two people, or rather a very old mummy and a kind of plant shaped like a human. Naruto, huh? What the heck is that? White Zetsu, hello, he said in a very cheerful way, making a gesture with his hand. Naruto, hey, plant man, what the heck is this place? He said, looking at Zetsu. Madara, hello young Uzumaki, he said, looking at Naruto. Naruto, H. The mummy spoke. He screamed and then fell backward to the ground. Madara, talking to Zetsu seemed perfectly normal to you, but you're scared when you hear me speak, he said, approaching Naruto, who was on the ground. Naruto sat on the ground and began to rub his head. Naruto, it hurts. Naruto looked up and saw the old Uchiha. Naruto, H. The mummy can walk, he screamed, causing Madara to hit him on the head with the handle of his scythe. Madara, can you stop yelling? It's irritating, he said, looking at Naruto. Naruto, ow. Hey old mummy, why are you hitting me? He asked with both hands on his head. Madara, Naruto Uzumaki. That's your name, right? Naruto, so how do you know my name? He asked, looking at Madara. Madara, that's because I've been investigating you, and you were also wearing underwear with your name on it. This surprised Naruto and made him scared again. Naruto, you're a pedophile, you're a child-eating mummy. I have to escape from here. Naruto started running, however he didn't get very far because he felt a great weight on his body and his legs wouldn't respond. Naruto fell to the ground and then Zetsu stood in front of him. Black Zetsu, it's useless, you're badly injured, and besides that, one of your legs is almost broken. I'd recommend you stay on the ground. He spoke in his dark tone of voice. Naruto, damn it. I didn't feel this pain before. Now I can't move my leg. He thought while touching his right leg. Madara began to approach Naruto, looked at him for a moment and then smiled. Madara, you're probably wondering what you're doing here, right? Well, let me tell you that I saved your life so you could say I allowed you to continue living, and why? It's because I need you to do something for me, he said, looking at Naruto and making him look at him. Naruto, what should I do for you? Madara. That's right, it's a very important and dangerous mission, but saving your life gives me the right to ask you for a favor of this magnitude, he said, then walked over and sat down in his large chair. Naruto, TSK, it's not a favor if you ask it like that, he commented, looking at Madara. White Zetsu, you're right, but that doesn't matter, he said in his typical cheerful tone. Madara, well, I'd say this favor will end up being of great interest to you, young Uzumaki. He was looking at Naruto. Naruto, interested. Madara, can you imagine a world without pain, a world where there is only peace and harmony, where the world is one and there are no differences for any reason? Well, let me tell you that such a world is possible, he said, causing Naruto to be surprised. Naruto, is it possible? Madara, yes, of course, to achieve that you need someone who is completely determined. Naruto, I wonder if when I die I'll turn into a mummy like you? He said to himself, paying no attention to Madara or anything else in particular. Madara could only frown, and then he signaled to Zetsu, who hit Naruto on the head, causing him to start complaining. Madara? Are you stupid? Why the hell are you acting so ignorant? He asked, looking at Naruto. Naruto, I don't care what you say, old man. I'm going back to my village and my friends. Even if Sasuke left with Orochimaru, I won't give up, he said, then made a great effort to stand up and walk towards a wall. Madara, you can't get out of here. It's useless to try anything. He smiled, watching Naruto get into a fighting stance. Naruto created a clone, and then this clone began to move its hands around Naruto's right hand, and a blue ball of air began to form. The Rasengan was the technique that Naruto was executing. Naruto, watch me escape. Naruto slammed the Rasengan into the wall. The impact caused a loud sound and a lot of dust. When the dust settled, it was clear that the wall had a large hole caused by the impact of Naruto's Rasengan. Zetsu was surprised by the great damage caused by Naruto's Rasengan. Madara just watched this with his stoic face and then sighed. Madara, I must say that was impressive, however. Escaping from here is impossible. We're several meters underground, he said without looking at Naruto. Naruto, TSK. Damn it, he said while breathing heavily. Naruto created another clone and performed another Rasengan, then slammed it into the wall. The hole was even bigger and the wall was starting to crack a lot. Naruto was already feeling tired, and he fell to the ground sitting down. Black Zetsu, all you'll achieve is hurting yourself, the black half said. White Zetsu, I think you should go back to bed, the white half said, sounding somewhat worried. Naruto, no, I don't plan to give up. Naruto stood up and then began to punch the wall with both fists. Madara, at least you're very persistent? Or is it just stubbornness? He wondered with his eyes closed. Naruto punched the wall again and then stopped. His hands were covered in blood. Despite everything he had done, it didn't seem like he could get out. Naruto could no longer use his hands, so he slammed his forehead against the wall and began to hit the wall harder and harder with his forehead. Blood ran across Naruto's forehead and dripped down his face. Zetsu was shocked to see this. Naruto's hands were covered in blood, his right leg was wobbly, and his face was covered in blood. But despite this, Naruto kept hitting the wall. Zetsu turned around to see Madara, who wasn't looking at Naruto. Black Zetsu, should we stop him? The black half asked, looking at Madara. Madara, leave it. It will stop very soon, he said, still with his eyes closed. Naruto, H. He screamed and hit his forehead against the wall. Naruto took a few steps back and then suddenly fell to the ground. Zetsu approached him and saw that his head was covered in blood, as were both his hands. Without a doubt, Naruto was unconscious. White Zetsu, he stopped, Finally, he picked up Naruto and laid him on the bed. Madara, don't worry about his injuries, since he's a Jinchuriki. When he wakes up, I'll convince him to continue with my plan, Eye of the Moon, he said, opening his only visible eye. Black Zetsu, do you want anything else? Madara, yes, investigate everything about him. You'll have to infiltrate Konoha to get his information, so do it quickly. Once I know what I need to know, I'll start with his transformation, he said, then smiled. White/Black Zetsu, transformation? Both sides said at the same time. Madara, in order for me to develop the Eye of the Moon plan and eliminate Obito, he must change. In other words, before it all begins, he will have to die. He spoke in a very dark tone, surprising both Zetsus. You're an Uchiha. Naruto slowly began to open his eyes, immediately realizing that the talking mummy was not a dream. He sighed and realized that he was in the same bed as before. Naruto sat on the bed and then turned his gaze and saw Madara sitting in his chair. He seemed to be asleep. Naruto got up and then began to walk towards Madara. Naruto began to look at Madara. Without a doubt, it was a person, and a very old person. Despite everything, Naruto thought that he could have been a mummy, although it is not too far from reality. Naruto saw the scythe that was next to Madara's chair. Naruto picked it up, and when he was going to lift it, he felt a great pressure on him. He turned his face to the side, and there it was, that three-tomo Sharingan looking directly at him, and in such a terrifying way. Naruto swallowed hard and then put the scythe back in the same place and took about 3 steps back. Madara, are you feeling better now? Although I think it's obvious, after all, you're a Jinchuriki, he said, taking the scythe. Naruto, you know that? He asked in a very nervous tone. Madara, of course I know. I've been watching you for a while now, Naruto, he said, looking at Naruto. Naruto, hey old man, aren't you afraid of me? Don't you feel it's dangerous to have me here? He said while lowering his gaze. Madara, fear? Why should I be afraid? When you're afraid, it always makes you see things in a worse light. Besides, I chose you, not the Kyuubi or anyone else, he said in a calm tone. Naruto, I see. Hey old man, I'm very grateful to you. You saved me and didn't even treat me like a monster. However, I still want to return to my village and my friends, he said, then smiled. Madara, I certainly understand you. When Zetsu returns, I'll tell him to show you the way out, he said, then sighed. Naruto, really? Thank you so much, old man, he said in a very cheerful tone. Suddenly, Zetsu emerged from the ground, carrying some papers. He walked towards Madara and gave him the papers. Black Zetsu, things are getting even more interesting, he said in his typical dark tone. White Zetsu, very interesting, the white half commented, then laughed. Madara just looked at them and then began to review the papers. The first thing he saw was a man with yellow hair and blue eyes. This was the 4th Hokage, Kiroi Senko, Minato Namikaze, and below his picture it said, Father of Naruto. Madara was somewhat surprised. He already knew about Kiroi Senko. It was certainly quite good to know that Naruto was the son of such a strong and famous man. Madara switched to another leaf, and what he saw there left him completely surprised. And something else. Kushina Uzumaki was the name of Naruto's mother. Madara racked his brain to confirm that he wasn't mistaken, and of course he wasn't. That was his daughter's name. Zetsu noticed Madara's reaction. Black Zetsu, is something wrong? Madara, nothing. By the way, Zetsu, was there another relative? He asked, looking at Zetsu. White Zetsu, it's all we could find. There were a lot of ANBU and we had to hurry, the white half said with a big smile. Naruto, huh? Familiar? Umbu? What the hell are you talking about, aloe vera? He asked, looking at Zetsu, which made him angry at how he had called him. Madara, Naruto, did you ever meet your parents? This caused Naruto to look at him in surprise. Naruto, my parents? Well, I've never met them, he said in a sad tone. Madara, here. These are your parents. He handed 2 papers to Naruto. Naruto took the papers and then began to read them. Naruto's face quickly changed. At first, you could see a surprised face and then a sad face. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki were the names of his parents. It made perfect sense. After all, the 4th Hokage was identical to him. Naruto, where did you get this? Did you go to Konoha? He asked, looking at Zetsu. White Zetsu, well, that information is only available in Konoha. Are you happy to have met your parents? Naruto, I don't know. It feels really strange. He said, looking at the photo of his father and mother. Madara, you could imagine that your father is the fourth Hokage. He said, looking at Naruto. Naruto, I am the son of the fourth Hokage, the one who also sealed the QB inside me. He said while clenching his fist. Madara, your mother. Naruto, my mother. Madara, you know, Naruto, it would be good if you let me do a blood test on you. I want to check something. He said, looking at Naruto, who was surprised. Naruto, blood test. Why would I do something like that? What the heck do you want to prove? Madara, your mother may possibly be related by blood to the Uchiha clan. These words surprised Naruto. White Zetsu, wow. Naruto, hey. What are you talking about, old man? My mother is an Uzumaki. Look, it says so here. Besides, it doesn't say here that she had the Sharingan. He said, looking at Madara. Madara, that's why I'm telling you to take the blood test. It's to verify if it's true. Zetsu could do it. He said, looking at Zetsu. Naruto, so what? How will you be able to verify if I have Uchiha blood? Madara, because we'll test it with mine. He said, surprising Naruto. Naruto, now that you mention it, old man, you lived in Konoha for a while, you were in the Uchiha clan, so why did you end up in a place like this? He asked, looking at Madara. Madara, well, I didn't just live in that village. I named it Konohagakure no Sato, and I was also the leader of the Uchiha clan. He said in a calm tone. Naruto, hey, seriously, that means you were someone very important. And why did you leave the village? Madara, you still have no idea who I am. Naruto? Naruto, no idea. He shook his head. Madara, humph, you'll find out after you take the blood test. He said, increasing Naruto's curiosity. Naruto, okay, besides, that way I'll be able to find out if I really am an Uchiha, right? He spoke with complete determination. Konohagakure no Sato, the Hidden Leaf Village, one of the 5 great villages, known for its incredible military power and great economic management. Konoha has always been a village feared for the incredible and powerful lineages it possessed. However, the village had lost its most powerful clan, the Uchiha clan, after it was exterminated by the rogue Itachi Uchiha. Konoha had also lost the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, after Orochimaru invaded Konoha. It was difficult for the village to recover from that. However, a new Hokage reigned with great authority, Tsunade Senju, one of the 3 legendary Sannin and granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The village was under a large gray sky, and although not everyone in the village knew it, they had lost a great shinobi, a great person, and this was what had 3 people gathered in the Hokage's office in a state of sadness. These people were Tsunade Senju, Kakashi, and Jiraiya. Silence was the only thing in that room. You could perfectly hear the sound of the wind hitting the walls and moving some leaves. Tsunade was sitting in front of her desk, Jiraiya was standing in front of the window looking towards the village, and Kakashi was standing in front of Tsunade. Tsunade, after a day-long search, we couldn't find anything. His body is nowhere to be seen, she said as her hair covered her eyes. Kakashi, Pakken said his scent disappeared because of the rain. I can't be sure, but Pakken smelled Naruto in the river and then he disappeared. He said, looking at Tsunade. Tsunade, it's likely the current swept him away. However, the Umbu team followed the river until they reached a small lake where the river ends, but there was nothing. Not even a piece of his clothes. Nothing. Kakashi, for now, all we can do is wait for Sasuke to wake up, and maybe we'll get something out of him. Tsunade looked up. Tsunade, I hope he knows something. You can leave, Kakashi, she said, then lowered her gaze. Kakashi looked at her for a moment and then saw Jiraiya, who was looking towards the village. Kakashi turned around and walked to leave Tsunade's office. Tsunade, this is so impossible. She clenches her fist. Jiraiya, do you really think he's dead? He said without looking at Tsunade, causing her to look at him in surprise. Tsunade, what do you mean? Jiraiya, Naruto is a Jinchuriki. But even if that's not enough, if Naruto really died, then where is his body? there's more to this. He continued looking at the village. Tsunade, you're right, but if he's not dead, where is he? Jiraiya, we're overlooking something very important. Akatsuki, he said, surprising Tsunade. Tsunade, they captured the Jinchuriki, you're right. But how did they know where Naruto was? She said, then watched as Jiraiya started walking towards the door. Jiraiya, I don't know. However, Itachi and Kisame were here a few days ago, and they're from Akatsuki. I'll investigate further and let you know. For now, it's best to wait for Sasuke to confirm whether or not he killed Naruto. He left the office. Tsunade looked at the door for a moment and then sighed, leaned back a little in her chair, and then tears came out. Tsunade, I wish I had your strength. I don't want to know you're dead. Please, Naruto, she said while trembling and her voice broke. Kakashi walked through the streets of Konoha, his face as stoic as ever. He paid little attention to his surroundings. He didn't need to, as he was quite certain of where he wanted to go. He continued walking, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, until he reached the memorial stone. Kakashi stopped and stared at it for a moment. Kakashi, *Ka. Hello, Obito. I liked coming here to talk a little about how things were going. But today I want to ask you to give me strength. Our sensei's son is missing. He looks a lot like you, and I don't want to think that he's dead. Help me find him. I know Naruto isn't dead, so I won't give up until I find him. He has to become Hokage. Kakashi knelt down and then ran his hand over his right eye, wiping away a tear that was about to fall. He clasped his hands together and then stood up, looking up at the opaque, dark sky. Location unknown. Naruto was doing push-ups, taking advantage of the time to exercise. It was clear he had been exercising for a while, as sweat was running down his body and he looked very tired. Naruto, CI 100. He said, then collapsed, completely exhausted. Madara, if you only do 100 sit-ups and 100 push-ups, you won't improve much in a short time. He said, sitting in his chair without looking at Naruto. Naruto, shut up. This is really tiring. How on earth does bushy-browed Naruto manage to keep exercising all the time? He thought, remembering his friend Rock Lee. Madara, for an Uzumaki you don't have much stamina, or maybe you don't eat well. He commented, then looked at Naruto who was running around. Naruto, the only thing I eat is ramen, that's what gives me the most energy. He said with a big smile and without stopping running. Madara, why don't you accept my training? You could become very strong. Naruto, no thanks, I already have a sensei, in fact I have two. And besides, I like to train my way. He said without stopping running. Zetsu began to emerge from the ground and then walked until he reached Madara's side. Black Zetsu, it's ready. Madara, where did you go? He asked, looking at Zetsu. White Zetsu, we went to some laboratories located on the borders of the Land of Fire. He said in a cheerful tone. Madara, Naruto, come here. Naruto stopped and then walked towards him. Naruto, oh, you finally arrived, aloe vera. He said while smiling. White Zetsu, I'm not an aloe vera. He said somewhat angrily. Naruto, so the results are here. He said, looking at Madara who was reading the documents. White Zetsu, also, aloe vera plants can't talk. He addressed Naruto, but Naruto wasn't paying attention. Black Zetsu, can you shut up? You're being annoying. The black half said to his other half. Madara, Naruto, your blood, compared to mine, which is Uchiha blood, has similarities, however. Naruto, what? I'm an Uchiha then? Madara, you are an Uchiha, but you should know that even though you are an Uchiha, your blood type will not always be the same, and you are an Uzumaki too, however, when the blood is exactly the same, that means you are an even closer relative. Naruto, what do you mean, old man? He asked, not understanding what Madara was talking about. Madara, you're not just an Uchiha. Naruto, you're my grandson. You're the grandson of Madara Uchiha. He said, surprising Naruto. The truth. Naruto. What did you say? He asked, looking at Madara. Madara, just as you heard, you are my grandson and yes, I am Madara Uchiha. He said, looking at Naruto who was in shock. Naruto, Madara's grandson. Madara Uchiha. White Zetsu, you don't seem happy. Naruto, I have a family? But even so, you abandoned the village and that's something I don't want to do. Madara, it seems you only know a small part, Naruto. He leaned back in his chair and then let out a long, tired sigh. Naruto, a small part. Then why did you abandon the village? Weren't you supposed to protect it? He spoke in a raised voice. Madara. Yes, I left Konoha, but the reason I did so is because no one agreed with my plans to make the village progress. He said, looking upwards. Naruto, your plans. Madara. I gave my life to protect Konoha and I strongly believed in that village. I knew that to prevent the village from succumbing, I had to take care of any threat. That's why my clan and I decided to eliminate anyone who went against Konoha. I insisted that the right thing to do was to keep Konoha in power and thus dominate. I wanted peace, but many opposed my ideals. I thought Hashirama would understand why I did it. After all, he and I were great friends. Naruto. And then what happened? Madara. Upon receiving the criticism and total disagreement, I decided I had to remove Hashirama from the Hokage position. I orchestrated a coup, but it was too late. Not only had my great friend turned his back on me and betrayed me, but so had my clan, and just days later, the entire village was against me. I couldn't understand it. That village I fought so hard for, that village was my brother's dream. I only wanted the best for Konoha, and yet I received the worst possible reward. Naruto, it can't be. They did that? Naruto asked, looking at Madara. Madara. Currently, the world is hidden under a veil of tranquility, yet you have witnessed what the world is like today. I'm sure you must have suffered greatly. Madara said, then looked at Naruto. After my fight with Hashirama and after managing to survive, I went far away from Konoha. I reached a small mountain and there I fainted. When I opened my eyes, I could feel that warmth of being in a home for the first time. White Zetsu, and then what? The white half asked, very excited. Madara. Inside that small cabin was a woman. She had very long red hair, white skin, and very beautiful blue eyes. I knew very well that those features were very common in a clan called Uzumaki. At first, I was surprised. After all, the Uzumaki had made a treaty with Konoha. I wondered what an Uzumaki was doing in such a remote place. Flashback. Madara. Where am I? He asked as he sat on the bed. Madara noticed he was wearing a collar that was a little too tight. Well, you're in my house. I found you lying on the floor, you looked like you were dead. But I realized you were still breathing, so I brought you here. From your physique, I can deduce that you're a shinobi, however, you're not wearing a headband. Are you a rogue? Madara looked around and in a small kitchen stood a woman with long red hair, blue eyes, and very white skin. She was wearing a black skirt above her knees, a white sleeveless shirt with pink flowers on it, and an apron over it. Madara, an Uzumaki? What's an Uzumaki doing in such a desolate place? He asked, watching the woman approach him. Well, I was bored and also wanted to live my life away from being a kunoichi or a possible jinchuriki. And you? May I ask what an Uchiha is doing outside of Konoha? The woman asked, standing in front of Madara. Madara. I was Pa. Madara couldn't finish because the woman interrupted him. You should be more specific? What is Madara Uchiha doing outside of Konoha? Madara was surprised by this. He hadn't thought this woman would recognize him. Madara decided he had to kill her. She might say he was still alive, and that would only make things worse. Madara slowly began to move his right arm to try to grab her by the neck. You should be careful. If you move that arm a few more centimeters, you'll pull the thread tied to your wrist, and that will cause the poison-covered barbs on your collar to come out and fill your neck and airways with poison. The woman said with a small smile. Madara, so that's what the necklace is for. You could take it off. He said, looking at the woman. First you must wait for your wounds to heal. Now you need to drink some of this tea. The woman said, handing Madara a small glass. Madara, you think I'll drink that? You're very wrong. Take this thread away so I can leave. You'll drink it. The woman placed a kunai against Madara's neck and then began to squeeze, making Madara look at her and then smile. Madara, have you forgotten who I am? In a flash of speed, Madara snatched the kunai from the woman and cut the thread from her wrist. He put his hand on the necklace and destroyed it. Then he grabbed both of the woman's arms and laid her on the bed. Madara was on top of her and watched her for a moment as she struggled to try to get away. Madara, answer me. What is an Uzumaki doing in a place so far from Konoha or the village hidden in the whirlpools? He asked, looking directly at the woman. Hey, I won't answer you. Not while. Th. The woman screamed as Madara's grip became even tighter. Madara. I have no problem killing you, however. I need to know why an Uzumaki is so far away from all the villages, and especially from Konoha. That's because I ran away, the woman said while still trying to break free from Madara's grip. Madara? Flee? For what purpose? He asked, letting go of the woman. I didn't want to continue with that clan anymore. I was fed up with their things. I just wanted a normal life away from everything that has to do with being a shinobi or being an Uzumaki. The woman said, then sat down on the bed. Madara, I don't understand. However, I don't care. That's your problem. I'll take some things like food, water, and some of your ninja tools, he said as he walked towards the kitchen. Hey, that's not yours, the woman said when she saw Madara taking her food. Madara, I suppose this is enough. Madara walked out of the small cabin and the woman followed behind him. What do you plan to do? Do you plan to leave me without food? The woman saw Madara for a moment, who was looking towards the sky. Madara turned around and saw the woman, who blushed when she realized that he had caught her looking at him. Madara, Uzumaki woman, I like. Madara couldn't finish because the woman interrupted him. My name is Akane, just Akane, the woman said, looking away. Madara, anyway, could you tell me where I am now? He asked, looking at Akane. Akane, you are in the land of rice fields, on the borders of the land of fire, she said, then walked over and stood next to Madara. Madara, so I'm still close to Konoha. I'll have to walk a lot further this time. Well, I guess it's the best I can do for now, he said, talking to himself. Akane, hey, stop acting like I'm not here, and I'm not letting you take my food, she said while crossing her arms over her chest. Madara, you are very annoying, Uzumaki woman. Akane, I already told you my name is Akane. Are you an idiot? The woman asked, causing Madara to look at her. Madara, I think I could kill you right now, but I won't. You healed my wounds and took care of me. I should repay you somehow, he said, making Akane blush. Akane, well, now that you put it that way, I'd like you to bring me a lot of money and also… The woman couldn't finish because Madara interrupted her. Madara, thank you. I suppose that's enough, he said, looking at Akane. Akane, you could have done it from the start, you idiot, she said, then turned around. Get out of here now. I don't think you're going to pay me much. Akane was about to enter her cabin. However, she decided to turn around to see if Madara had already left, and what she saw worried her a lot. Madara was lying on the ground, but his breathing was very fast and he also had a hand on his abdomen. Akane ran towards him quickly and then picked him up and took him to the cabin. After a few hours, Akane was sitting in a chair with her head resting on the bed where Madara lay. Madara woke up and recognized his surroundings. He sighed, glanced to the side, and saw Akane, who appeared to be asleep. Madara got out of bed and looked at Akane for a moment. Madara, I think it's time for me to go, he thought, then turned around and started walking. Akane woke up and rubbed her eyes, quickly realizing that Madara was no longer in bed. She got up from her chair and was greeted by a great smell that meant someone was cooking. Akane walked to the kitchen and saw Madara cooking. Akane approached a little. Madara, I see you're awake. Sit at the table. I'll serve your plate in a second, he said without looking at Akane. Akane, okay, she said, then sat down in one of the chairs at the table. Madara approached with 2 plates and placed one in front of Akane, then the other on the other side of the table. Madara sat down and began to eat. Akane just watched Madara in surprise. Madara, if you don't eat it will get cold. Hurry up, I say without stopping eating. Akane, why yes, she said, then began to eat. At the first spoonful, Akane was fascinated. It could be said that it was a very common meal. After all, it was scrambled eggs with small pieces of bacon and toast. However, it was incredibly delicious. Akane enjoyed every spoonful, finishing it all without leaving anything on her plate. Then she saw Madara get up and take 2 glasses and then a bottle of orange juice. Madara filled the 2 glasses and gave one to Akane. Madara, drink it. Drinking orange juice after eating helps keep your stomach healthy, he said, then drank his glass of juice. Akane drank the orange juice and then saw Madara. Akane, thank you for the food, she said, blushing slightly. Madara, I hope you enjoyed it. I'm not the best cook, however I did. Madara was interrupted by Akane. Akane, it was so delicious. I mean, it's the most delicious food I've ever tasted. It was well made. She spoke, then lowered her gaze so Madara wouldn't see her blush. Madara, I'm glad you liked it, Madara said, looking at Akane. Akane took her plate and glass and was about to wash them. However, Madara took them away from her. Madara, leave it, I'll take care of washing them. Akane, but you cooked. At least I should wash them. Madara, don't worry. This is my way of thanking you for healing my wounds, he said, then began washing the dishes. Akane glanced at Madara for a moment and then smiled. Madara finished washing the dishes, then picked up a small backpack and walked towards the exit. Madara, I did a lot so you don't have to cook today. I also made some tea for you to drink tonight so you can sleep peacefully, he said, then left the cabin. Akane followed him. Akane, where are you going? She asked, making Madara stop. Madara, I already thanked you in a better way. Now I must go, he said, then started to walk away, but he felt someone take his hand and stopped. Akane, see, could you stay at least a week to fully recover? Besides, you don't have any money to buy food or sleep at an inn, she said with her head down, hiding her blush. Madara, I don't want to be a burden anymore, Akane, he said, surprising Akane because he called her by her name. Kane, you won't be a burden. Madara turned around and saw Akane, who was trying to hide her blush. Madara, okay, I'll stay another week, he said, making Akane smile. Akane, okay. Then you can prepare some other dishes for me, right? She said, taking Madara's hand and leading him to the cabin. Madara, you're a very opportunistic woman, he said, then gave a small smile. The Uzumaki and the Uchiha. Madara was sitting on the ground, his gaze lost in nothingness. A month had passed since he decided to stay at Akane's house. Things were going well and progressing. Madara turned his gaze towards the cabin when he saw Akane come out of it and walk towards him. Akane, I'll go to the village to get ingredients for food, she said with a basket in her right hand. Madara, you told me about that town a few days ago. Is that where you buy everything you need? He asked, looking at Akane. Akane, yes. The truth is I can only get vegetables, bread, eggs, and milk. You could never buy meat in that village, she said, looking towards the village. Madara, and how do you get meat or fish? Akane, well, it's up to me to hunt them down, she said with a tone full of pride. Madara, you yourself. So you go hunting too? That explains why you keep kunai, shurikens, and even swords. He spoke with a small smile. Kane, sure. Well, I'll go to the village now. You could catch some fish. I'd like to make kebabs, she said as she walked downhill. Madara, Madara turned around and walked until he entered the cabin. Akane had arrived in the village and was walking through it. She had a gentle smile and greeted everyone she saw. It was a very small village and its inhabitants were few in number, so it could be said that everyone knew each other. Akane reached a small shop and went inside. Akane, good morning, Mr. Mike, she said, checking the store. Suddenly there was a loud crash on the second floor, and then a short man with a big beard and a cowboy hat came down and walked until he was standing in front of Akane. Mr. Mike. Oh, good morning, beautiful and wonderful Akane, the man said while swaying his hips from side to side and with a slight blush. Akane, I've come for the same thing as every month, she said while looking at some apples. Mr. Mike. Okay, my beautiful beloved. You know, all this could be yours and you wouldn't have to pay me anything if you just agree. The man couldn't finish because Akane kicked him in the head. Akane, I already told you I won't marry you. You're a very perverted man, Mr. Mike, she commented, then continued looking at the apples. Mr. Mike, Well, it's not my fault, Akane. You're the one with those legs, that incredible toned but amazing breasts, and your beautiful red hair. So beautiful, Mr. Mike said, fantasizing in his mind. Akane, and that's why he's 55 and still single, she said, causing Mr. Mike to feel a sharp blow that snapped him out of his daydreams. Mr. Mike, you're beautiful but also very ruthless. Okay. Give me your basket, I have your things ready, Mr. Mike said, making Akane give him the basket, and he walked to a place full of vegetables and began to put them in the basket. Akane, by the way, Mr. Mike, could you please play double this time? She said with a small smile. Mr. Mike, double? Do you have visitors? Kane, you could say that. A very pleasant visit, she said with a slight blush that was noticed by Mr. Mike. Mr. Mike, don't tell me you found a partner? The man asked in an angry tone. Akane, what? No, it's just a… Mr. Mike? Akane. I don't know. Have you got my things ready yet? I asked, trying to change the subject. Mr. Mike, if they're ready, Mr. Mike said, glancing sideways at Akane. Mr. Mike handed him 2 baskets full of vegetables, bread, and a box of eggs. Mr. Mike, they're very heavy, be careful, Mr. Mike said, handing the baskets to Akane. Akane carried them without any problem. Mr. Mike smiled at Akane's strength and then wrote it down in a small notebook and put it away. Akane, your payment will arrive in a week, Mr. Mike, she said with a tender smile. Mr. Mike, don't worry. I'll only charge you for 1 basket. The other one is a gift from me, Mr. Mike said with a small smile. Akane immediately started walking up the small hill where her cabin was located. It took her about 10 minutes to climb up, and when she arrived, she saw Madara shirtless and preparing the fish with a kunai. Akane walked until she was close to him. Madara, you came back quickly. I thought it would take you a little longer, he said without looking at Akane. Akane, well, you could say it was empty, she said, then sat down in front of Madara. Madara, you brought a lot of vegetables and 2 baskets too. Didn't you just leave with 1? He asked, looking at Akane. Akane, well, the shopkeeper gave it to me. The reason there's so much is because now there's another mouth to feed, Akane said sarcastically. Madara, remember that it was you who asked me to stay, Akane, and it makes me really happy. It really does. Akane stopped when she realized what she was saying. Madara, being with you is calming for me too. It's been a long time since I felt this calm, he said with a small smile that made Akane blush. Akane, Madara, I've always wanted to ask this, but tell me, Madara, what happened to your eye? She asked in a worried tone. Madara, I lost him in combat. That's the life of a shinobi, always risking their life and body, he said without looking at Akane. Akane, I see, Madara. Hey Akane, how are you going to pay for all this? Akane, well, since I'm the only one in the whole village with ninja tools, I give them to Mr. Mike as payment. I never knew what he used them for, but oh well, he accepts that as payment, she said while taking the things out of the basket. Madara, I see. Well, I think these are ready, he said, looking at Akane. Final flashback scene. Madara. During the time I spent with Akane, everything was so peaceful. I'd never felt such tranquility in my life. She was my partner, and I even forgot about being a shinobi and the entire world. I don't quite know how she did it, but she was able to make my mind clear of everything, Madara said, looking at Naruto, who was sitting in front of him, while Zetsu stood beside him. Naruto. So Akane is my grandmother's name? He asked, looking at Madara. Madara. Yes. Your grandmother told me 2 years after I met her that she was pregnant in a very joyful and exciting way. I must admit that I was excited too. I had even thought that I would never have a family, he said, then sighed. Naruto. And what happened? How did you end up here and my mom in Konoha? He asked, looking intently at Madara. Madara. I lived with her for 4 years, which seems short, but for me they were the only years of peace and tranquility I ever had. The only time I had such gentle and beautiful company, Madara said, then closed his eyes slightly. But everything simply collapsed that day. Flashback. Madara slowly began to open his eyes. The moment he opened them, he saw Akane putting on sandals. Madara saw that Kushina was still asleep, so it seemed strange to him to see Akane preparing to go out. "Madara, are you going to the village?" he asked in a calm tone. "Kane, yes. Take care of Kushina for a moment," she said, then approached Madara and kissed him on the lips. "Madara, okay, be careful," he said, watching Akane smile at him before leaving the cabin. Madara sighed and then sat on the bed. He saw Kushina, who was still asleep. Madara got up and walked towards the kitchen. He knew that if Akane went to the village, it was to bring food or sell her ninja tools. "I walked until I reached Kushina lying on a small bed that Madara had made." Madara smiled when he saw Kushina. He never imagined that he would be a father or that he would have a wife. Without a doubt, Madara was very far removed from what he had been in the past. Minutes passed until they turned into hours. Madara sat on the bed. He knew Akane liked to talk a lot with the villagers, but she had never taken this long. Madara put on a shirt and left the cabin. He approached and looked at the village from the hill and saw that there was no one there. No one was outside. It was very strange that the people were still asleep. After all, those people were always up from dawn. Madara entered the cabin and carried Kushina. He decided to go to the village. He had done it before, and the people knew he was Akane's partner. Madara arrived at the village, and the first thing he saw was that all the doors were open. He continued on his way, and as he went deeper, he saw what he didn't expect. There were many dead bodies, some without legs, others without heads, and all of those people were from the village. "Madara, Akane," he said, then ran with Kushina in his left arm, running until he reached Mr. Mike's shop. He entered the store and saw Mr. Mike's body lying on the floor, headless. Madara looked up slightly when he saw drops of blood falling to the floor and saw Akane with a sword piercing her and stuck high on the wall. Akane's eyes were open, but it was obvious she was dead. Madara took a few steps back at this sight. He heard voices that seemed to be coming from the house next door. Madara put Kushina in a basket and then walked over and entered the house. Madara walked very slowly, each step taken to try to assimilate what he was seeing. He reached the kitchen and there they were. 5 shinobi with a Konoha headband on their foreheads, and from the uniform they wore, it was clear they were jonin. The shinobi turned around and saw Madara, and 3 of them were very surprised. "Shinobi 1. Tats. Shinobi 2. What's wrong?" "Shinobi 3. I impossible." "Shinobi 4. This isn't true." "Shinobi 5. What the hell is wrong with them?" "Shinobi 3. It's Madara Uchiha," the shinobi said, surprising all his companions. Madara saw that one of them had a wound caused by a kunai and another had his jounin vest damaged, which made him understand that Akane had fought for her life. The Sharingan activated and with it the hatred that blinded Madara completely. Madara charged at the shinobi and kicked one in the stomach, then ducked to dodge another's kick. Madara pulled a kunai from the shinobi's pouch and plunged it into his neck. He quickly snatched another shinobi's pouch and pulled out a tag. Madara stuck the tag to the shinobi he'd just stabbed in the neck and threw him against a wall. A shinobi approached to try and hit Madara, but Madara kicked him in the face, sending teeth flying and blood gushing out. Madara kicked the shinobi toward the one with the tag and then moved to the side to dodge another who tried to slash him with a sword. Madara broke the arm with a knee strike, disarmed him, and with a single thrust, severed his head. Madara threw the shinobi's body toward the other 2, and they exploded due to the tag. 2 remained, one of whom stood alone, trembling, staring at Madara. The other was unconscious from the kick Madara had given him. Madara slowly approached the jounin, who was trembling uncontrollably. Madara looked directly at him, then in a flash of speed, appeared behind him and snapped his neck with a single blow. Madara didn't let him fall and grabbed his arms, placing his foot on his back and beginning to pull. The sound of bones breaking could be heard, and in a few seconds, Madara ripped the shinobi's arms off. Madara walked toward the unconscious man, approaching him until he was standing in front of him. He saw that the shinobi had regained consciousness. Upon seeing Madara, the shinobi began to despair. He was about to run, But Madara took 2 kunai from his ninja pouch and plunged them into the man's palms, pinning them to the wall. Madara drew a sword and saw the shinobi, who was screaming for forgiveness. Madara, I'm not interested in your complaints. Madara began making cuts while the shinobi screamed in pain. Blood covered Madara's face, hair, and clothes, and then he cut the shinobi's neck and with it, his head. Madara arrived at Mike's shop, then took Akane out and carried her, and also carried Kushina. Madara walked through the village covered in blood, with his dead wife on his right shoulder and his daughter in his left arm. Final flashback scene. Madara, after burying your grandmother, I walked with Kushina in my arms until we reached the village hidden in the whirlpools. I knew she would be much better off with the Uzumaki clan, he said while staring into space. Naruto, but why did my mother never awaken the Sharingan? And why did you decide to abandon her? Madara, I sealed your mother's Uchiha power and also… Madara touched his head. Naruto, me too? He asked in a curious tone. Madara, it was nothing. The reason I decided to leave her in that village is because I started to get very weak, to the point that walking became torture, and I ended up here sitting alone, living with memories. He said, looking at Naruto. Naruto, and you planned to stay here until you died? He asked, looking at Madara. Madara, I was waiting for you, Naruto Uchiha. End of chapter. Everyone, I hope you liked it, and if you did, don't forget to vote. It helps me a lot to continue the story. Until the next chapter, everyone. A new Naruto. Naruto, me? He asked, looking at his now grandfather. Madara, yes, I always thought Kushina would have children, and I'm more than satisfied with the son she had. You're quite strong for your young age, but I think we can improve you even more, he said, observing Naruto, who had lowered his head. Naruto, did Konoha do that? He said in a low, very hoarse tone. Madara, do you find that hard to believe? Naruto, it's difficult for me. I never thought Konoha would murder innocent people. Madara, that's the ninja world, Naruto. Konoha, Kiri, Iwa, Suna, and Kumo, they're all the same. When these villages go to war, thousands upon thousands of children and innocent people suffer because of their lust for power. They don't care about killing a child if that child is from another village, even if they're not a shinobi or didn't want to be one. He said, watching as Naruto's expression grew darker. White Zetsu, and that's why Madara has a plan to end this. He commented in a cheerful tone. Naruto, a plan? He asked, looking at Madara. Madara, yes, I want to end wars, death, and rivers of blood, the discord and divisions of the world. And if Naruto, such a world is possible to create. He said in a dark tone. Naruto, but how is that possible? He asked, somewhat curious. Madara, infinite Tsukuyomi. Naruto, infinite Tsukuyomi? He asked in a confused tone. Madara, infinite Tsukuyomi. It consists of a perfect genjutsu that is reflected on the moon and thus traps every living being in the world and puts them in a genjutsu, or rather a world where there are no wars or differences between anyone. Although to achieve that plan, great beasts are needed. He said, looking at Naruto. Naruto, beasts? Madara, yes, Naruto, before I spoke to you about this, 5 years after your birth, I asked Zetsu to watch over you and keep me informed about everything. I know everything you went through, however, I couldn't do anything at that time. I wanted you to grow a little more. Bringing you to this place was very complicated for several reasons, but the main one was because of your dream, Naruto. He said, surprising Naruto. Naruto, my dream. Madara, yes. Zetsu told me that your dream was to become Hokage so that everyone in the village could respect you. I decided not to interfere with your dream and did nothing, but I was always watching you. But after Zetsu told me you were going on a mission to rescue a friend, I asked him to keep an eye on you, and it's a good thing I did. Zetsu brought you here when you were on the verge of death, and I was able to heal you. I decided it was time for you to leave that place. You don't have to return to Konoha, Naruto, he said, handing Naruto a piece of paper from Konoha that said, Naruto Uzumaki. Status: dead. Naruto. What the? Madara. They already consider you dead. They didn't even go looking for you. A shinobi's body should never be abandoned. And they did that to you. How do you think the village feels now that you're dead, Naruto? That village is just a reflection of all the evil in the world. But they like to hide it behind their facades of heroes who have fought for peace. He said, making Naruto clench his fists. Naruto. All this time I thought I was in the best village. I thought it was the village of heroes. But, Madara, you and I are very similar, Naruto. We've both been through so much. I experienced the pain of war, you the pain of a village that should be your home. You endured the contempt and hatred directed at you. You and I desire world peace, not just the peace of one village, but the peace of the world. That's why I ask you, my grandson Naruto Uchiha, will you help me build that dream world? He asked, extending his hand to Naruto, who lowered his gaze and closed his eyes. Memories of Irika, Jiraiya, and Team 7 flooded Naruto's mind. Everything seemed fine, but as if engulfed in flames, those memories burned away, turning to dust. Now, Naruto's mind was filled with memories of being beaten, treated like a monster, denied food, despised, and wished dead. The cheerful faces of those who once seemed to care for him had turned serious and judgmental with just a glance. Everything went dark in Naruto's mind, and then red eyes appeared, eyes that stared at him with a desire to kill him. Naruto's hand began to move, reaching for Madara's. Perhaps a part of Naruto still believed there were people who cared for him, but it was the hatred and resentment he had carried for years that made his hand move. Perhaps it wasn't even Naruto moving his arm, but the Naruto filled with hatred and resentment who had suffered so much for so many years. Who knows? Naruto's hand took Madara's. Forming, Madara smiled, causing Naruto to look up and see Madara. Naruto, I also want to change the world. What does it take? He asked, looking at Madara. Madara, the tailed beasts, if I'm not mistaken, you have one inside you. You need all 9 beasts to revive the 10 tails, and then you have to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki and use the 10 tails power to reflect the Rinne Sharingan onto the moon and create the perfect world. He said while observing Naruto. Naruto, but the tailed beasts, do I have to capture them and keep them like that? Madara, not exactly. Have you heard of the Rinnegan? He asked, sparking Naruto's curiosity. Naruto, Rinnegan, sorry, I've never heard of that. He said in a serious tone. Madara, it's a dojutsu like the Sharingan or the Byakugan, but unlike those, the Rinnegan is the most powerful dojutsu of all. The Sage of Six Paths was able to create the moon with the Rinnegan. The possibilities are endless. The Rinnegan can revive the dead, in addition to granting unique and very powerful abilities. But above all, a Rinnegan user can summon a great statue called the Geto Mazo. This statue can absorb the tailed beasts and keep them sealed. You must gather the tailed beasts in order, from the 1 tail to the 9 tails. He said to a surprised but, above all, very attentive Naruto. Naruto, and where will I find someone with a dojutsu like that? Madara, there's already someone and he's in Akatsuki. Those eyes he has were mine, however I've implanted them in him since he's in Uzumaki, so you can continue with the plan. Naruto, so that's it. Huh, Madara, you should also know that when a Biju is extracted, the Jinchuriki dies instantly, and you are currently a Jinchuriki, so you can't continue with the plan while you are a Jinchuriki. He said, surprising Naruto. Naruto, so what will we do? Madara, you'll have to take a risk, Naruto. I couldn't extract your Biju, but we can do something different. Naruto, what do you mean? Is there another way? He asked in a curious tone. Madara, you know that to achieve and make our dream a reality, we have to take great risks. So why not start by taking one of the biggest risks? Naruto, but Madara, it's risky for you to remain a Jinchuriki while you execute the plan, since at some point you'll have to extract the Biju from within you, and that will lead to your death. However, if you wish to stop being a Jinchuriki now, there's a 15% chance you'll survive. He said, watching as Naruto looked surprised and clenched his fists. Naruto, you mean I should die? He asked with a somber look. Madara, in short, yes. He said without hesitation. Naruto clenched his fists even tighter. It was undoubtedly a 15% chance, practically certain death, and yet Madara, his grandfather, was urging him to take the risk. Perhaps this path didn't seem right for Naruto now, or so it seemed. Naruto had lived a life full of risks since childhood, with death always walking beside him. What was different now? Could Naruto risk dying without first creating the perfect world? No, Naruto wasn't going to die. That's what he convinced himself of. Without creating a new world, he wouldn't die. It seemed like determination, resentment, or perhaps destiny was driving him to take this enormous risk. Whatever it was, Naruto was going to take the risk, and there was no turning back. Naruto, okay. Do it, he said, a smile spreading across Madara's face. Madara. Zetsu, prepare everything. Today is the day a new Naruto will be born. White Zetsu. This will be very entertaining. The white half said in a very cheerful tone. Konohagakure no Sato, Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi walked with complete tranquility, or at least that's what he showed. Kakashi was very worried about what he might find out today. Sasuke had already woken up after having been in the hospital for 3 days. Kakashi was heading towards where Sasuke was hospitalized. He arrived at the hospital and went inside. He asked the receptionist where Sasuke was, and after obtaining the information, Kakashi advanced until he reached the room where Sasuke was. Upon entering, he saw Sasuke sitting on the bed looking out the window. Sasuke, who had decided to leave the village and go with Orochimaru, was in Konoha in a hospital bed, and Naruto, who had gone after Sasuke to bring him back, was lost and with a high probability of being dead. Kakashi approached Sasuke and he turned to look at him. Kakashi, how are you feeling? He asked, looking at Sasuke's serious face. Sasuke, where is Naruto? Is this true? He said, handing Kakashi a piece of paper that read, Naruto is missing. Kakashi, you seem to be feeling better. And yes, this is precisely what I wanted to talk to you about, he said, then threw the note in a trash can. Sasuke, but how can Naruto be missing? He asked in an annoyed tone. Kakashi, that's what I want to know. What happened in your fight with Naruto? He asked in a serious tone. Sasuke, I didn't kill Naruto. If I did that Kakashi, I understand. You don't want to follow Itachi's path, you don't remember anything from that time? He asked, causing Sasuke to clench his fists and get out of bed. Sasuke, Naruto can't be dead, damn it. Sasuke walked out of the room, leaving Kakashi alone. Kakashi, he is also very affected, location unknown. Madara knew exactly what he wanted. He knew he had found the perfect successor, and above all, someone who would never betray him. Madara didn't know how long he would live, but for as long as he did, he would train Naruto to become a true shinobi and someone worthy of being his grandson. And if this was where it all began, the first step was Naruto's death. What an irony, right? However, that was the first step, and Naruto was more than determined to accept and face that risk. Madara, are you ready? He asked, looking at Naruto who was lying on a small bed. Naruto, do it, Madara. You are definitely my grandson, Zetsu, he said, making Zetsu raise a sword about 20 centimeters long with both hands. Zetsu buried the sword in Naruto's chest, causing him to let out a small groan and then clutch the bedsheets. Naruto spat blood and began to lose consciousness. He was undoubtedly dying, and the pain was unbearable. His heart had been pierced, and now he was on the verge of death, or perhaps he was already being claimed by death itself. Everything went dark, and the last thing Naruto saw were red eyes, the same ones he saw when he accepted Madara's plan. They were undoubtedly the eyes of the Kyuubi. Kyuubi, you damned brat. So you decided to end it this way. I curse you, brat. I hope my hatred stays with you forever and your life is filled with the worst possible misfortunes, said a very hoarse and dark voice. Madara, Zetsu, start now, he's losing a lot of blood, he said to Zetsu, who had created a clone of white Zetsu and combined it with Naruto's body. Black Zetsu, now Hashirama's cells. The black half said, then opened Naruto's mouth, opened a jar, and put everything inside into Naruto's mouth. Madara, now we'll wait a moment. Suddenly, a red chakra emerged from Naruto's body, causing a strong wind and great pressure in the area. The red chakra took the form of a fox's head that stared intently at Madara. "Madara, goodbye, Kyubi," he said, and then his chakra disappeared. "Madara, now Zetsu, stitch up his wound and stop the bleeding. Hashirama's cells will reach his heart and heal the wound. Being an Uzumaki, he'll have extra chakra that will aid in the healing process." He spoke, watching as the Zetsu clone that was inside Naruto's body emerged after stopping the bleeding and closing the wound. Madara placed his hand on Naruto's chest, and after a few seconds, he could feel his heartbeat. It was very slow, but his heart was pumping blood again. A clear cut could be seen on Naruto's chest. The scar remained, a scar that reflected a great change, a new Naruto, the beginning of a tough training. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, feeling a great pain in his chest and at the same time a great headache. When he opened his eyes and sat up in bed, he saw that in front of him was White Zetsu, who had apparently separated from Black Zetsu. Naruto saw that he was shirtless and his entire chest as well as his abdomen were wrapped in bandages. "White Zetsu, I see you've woken up. How are you feeling?" he asked with a smile. "Naruto, it's a little strange, plus I feel somewhat weak," he said, then touched his abdomen. "White Zetsu, he's not there anymore, you're no longer a Jinchuriki." "Naruto, ever since I opened my eyes, I felt it. When I was a Jinchuriki, I could sense a presence or something inside me, but now I don't feel it anymore." He gets out of bed. "White Zetsu, Madara will be happy to see you woke up sooner than expected," he said, following Naruto. "Naruto, how long was I unconscious?" "White Zetsu, 3 days. While you were sleeping, you made a lot of noise, saying, 'I'll crush them. They're going to pay for everything they've done to me.' Who owes you money?" he asked, then smiled. "Naruto, so that's what I was saying, huh? Naruto arrived where Madara was, as always sitting in his chair. Madara watched as Naruto approached, saw him stand in front of him, and then sighed. "Madara, Naruto, I thought you'd wake up in at least a week, but as always, you're unpredictable," he said with his typical impassive face. "Naruto, maybe it's the eagerness to start the plan, or maybe I am unpredictable," he commented, then smiled. "Madara, you've changed a bit. You're much thinner, and your mustache markings have disappeared," he said, slightly surprising Naruto. "Naruto, really? I can tell about being thin since I feel a little weak," he said while touching his stomach. "Madara, it's only natural, a Zetsu clone is now bringing food, as well as water and clothing," he spoke before handing Naruto a scroll. "Naruto, what is this?" "Madara, that's all you need to know about the Sharingan and its evolutions. You can read it while Zetsu arrives. After you eat and regain your energy, we'll begin training," he said, then watched as Black Zetsu emerged from the ground and approached him. "Black Zetsu, things in Konoha are getting stranger or better," he said in his typical dark, raspy voice. "Madara, what was said?" he asked, looking at Black Zetsu. "Black Zetsu, your friend, Sasuke Uchiha, is back in the village. Apparently, they found him in the Valley of the End." "Naruto, so Sasuke didn't go after Orochimaru," he thought, then smiled. "Madara, and what about Naruto?" "Black Zetsu, well, it seems that in Konoha it doesn't seem to affect him much, even though you're a Jinchuriki," he said, looking at Madara. "Madara, that was to be expected. After all, they recovered their Kekkei Genkai. It's obvious they don't need you. On the other hand, I do need you, Naruto," he said, looking at Naruto. "Naruto, I think I'm really eager to start training," he said, changing the subject. "Madara, if you can, why don't you start by releasing the chakra you have now?" he said, causing Naruto to step back a little and begin releasing chakra. "Naruto, what good will this do me?" he asked while trying to expel his chakra. "Madara, to make way for your chakra, Uzumaki. The Uzumakis have a great amount of chakra, and you, for now, seem not to have released all of that chakra, or perhaps you haven't even tried." "Naruto, I see." Naruto continued releasing chakra, and as he did so, he began to feel the fatigue. It was clear he was in a very weak physical and emotional state. He needed to clear his mind of the doubts that still lingered there. It was still difficult for him to let go of everything at once. Memories kept surfacing, making it hard for Naruto to concentrate. He was already determined to change this world. The plan that Madara, his grandfather, had told him about seemed like the perfect solution to create that dream world. But was it really so? Was that plan truly perfect? Yes, Naruto had many doubts in his mind, and this prevented him from being 100% focused. Naruto sighed and cleared his mind. There was no other way. This world had already turned its back on him. He also realized how corrupt everyone was. Every village, even the Hokage themselves. The pain became palpable throughout his body, and it was to be expected. After all, he was releasing his chakra, and he didn't know if he would be able to release his extra chakra, so to speak, that gigantic chakra that the Uzumaki possessed. Naruto felt as if every one of his bones was breaking. The pain was unimaginable, but Naruto was going to endure it. There was no time to take a step back. He had to keep moving forward, and nothing was going to stop him. This was the first step and perhaps the most important. He had accepted the plan. Now he had to push his body to the limit, and that was what he was going to do. Black Zetsu, do you think I can do it? He asked, looking at Madara. Madara, of course. Suddenly, he felt immense pressure and brutal force. A strong wind. And as if there were an explosion, Naruto's body was enveloped in blue chakra, growing larger and stronger with each burst of power. The pressure was palpable, and it was clear from Naruto's face that he was struggling and suffering. But he was succeeding. The chakra that had been trapped inside him was now being released. Naruto felt his body begin to collapse, and then, suddenly, it stopped, the chakra ceasing to flow. Naruto fell to his knees, breathing heavily, sweat pouring down his face. Madara, it seems you have more chakra than an Uzumaki. This is certainly unexpected, he said, looking at Naruto. Naruto, hey, you mean I can release my chakra? He asked, then looked at Madara. Madara, yes. It's important that you know how to use this chakra very well. Now that you have released your Uzumaki chakra, I think we can begin training. Naruto, you mean this wasn't part of the training? He asked, a drop of sweat forming on the back of his neck. Madara, no. You'll start with physical training, and then the jutsus will come. Besides, you have a lot of chakra now, and you must learn to control it. It'll take at least 2 years, I think it could be less. It all depends on you, Naruto, he said, then gave a small smile. Naruto, I understand that means I won't have much time to rest and I won't be going out into the world either, he said while looking at his hand. Madara, I already told you, Naruto, it all depends on you. Besides, you haven't awakened the Sharingan yet, but it's only a matter of time before you do, he said, then looked to the side and saw Zetsu emerge from the ground with a large bag which he threw to the ground. Inside were many foods, mostly vegetables and fruits, many bottles of water, and about 3 ninja outfits. Madara, Naruto, you can start eating if you want. You can start with fruit, he said, making Naruto look at him with an angry face. Naruto, hey Zetsu, where the heck is my ramen? He asked, looking at the white Zetsu clone. White Zetsu, Madara told me to prioritize fruits and vegetables, he said in his typical cheerful tone. Madara, it's better to eat a balanced diet. Eating only ramen will make you feel much heavier and training will be much harder. Naruto approached and took an apple and sat down in front of Madara. Naruto sighed and then began to eat the apple, reached for a water bottle and sat back down normally. Madara, Naruto, there's something I need to tell you, he said, looking at Naruto. Naruto, yes, tell me, Naruto said without stopping eating. Madara, there is someone else within Akatsuki who is following this plan on my direct orders, however, that was before. Now he is no longer on my side. A few years ago, he betrayed me and decided that I should develop the plan only for his own benefit, he said, remembering Obito in his mind. Naruto, who? Madara, first, concentrate on your training, Naruto. After you've improved enough, I'll tell you who it is. As you know, the only way to deal with him is by eliminating him. Naruto, okay, I think I'll eat some more things and then start training, he said, then ate a lot of apples and grapes. Konohagakure no Sato, Hidden Leaf Village. Konoha was having one of its sunny days, a fairly normal day in Konoha. Businesses continued to function, People continued with their same routine and everything seemed to be fine and as it had always been, but not for everyone is a normal day, and one of them is Shikamaru, who was looking towards the sky, lying on the ground with his hands behind his head. Many things were going through Shikamaru's mind, and all of them had to do with the same person, whom he considered one of his best friends and with whom he shared many moments, especially when they were children. Shikamaru always saw Naruto as a normal boy, someone who just wanted friends and to be accepted, who wanted to play but never had anyone to play with. Shikamaru witnessed how cruel Naruto had been and everything he went through, but Shikamaru always saw Naruto as a friend, not a beast or a monster as others said. No, Shikamaru saw a friend who would always be there and would never turn his back on him for anything in the world. Shikamaru's mind was flooded with memories of that annoying and troublesome Naruto, how he didn't care about shouting his dream to everyone. Shikamaru thought that perhaps he had made a mistake during the mission to bring Sasuke back and believed that was why Naruto had died. Even though it was said that he was missing, the truth was that Shikamaru knew that Naruto was dead. It was the most logical thing. Shikamaru looked up and saw Sasuke sitting on a dock. Shikamaru sighed and then saw tears falling into the water. He saw that Sasuke was crying. Shikamaru guessed that perhaps he already knew about Naruto's disappearance. He decided to stay where he was, lying down and watching the clouds. As Shikamaru watched the clouds, tears almost involuntarily came out, forcing Shikamaru to wipe them away. Hokage Tower. In the Hokage Tower, more specifically in the office, were Tsunade, Shizune, and Kakashi standing in front of them. Tsunade, the reason I called you is because I have a 3-year journey planned for you. Kakashi, she said with her arms crossed, looking at Kakashi. Kakashi, so everything will go back to normal again? He asked without looking at anyone, almost as if he wanted to think it and not say it. Tsunade, things need to move forward. Kakashi, you'll be going with Sasuke on a 3-year training journey. You'll leave in a week. You can start preparing everything and also talk to Sasuke. I'll also call Sasuke to tell him everything, she said, then got up from her chair and stood in front of the window looking at the village. Kakashi, I understand. Is that all, Hokage-sama? Tsunade, Shizune, Kakashi-kun, you may leave, that's all, she said with a small smile. Kakashi saw Tsunade for the last time, who kept looking at the village. She was undoubtedly trying hard to hide it. She didn't want to fall apart and abandon the village. Despite going through a very difficult time and feeling devastated, she acted with her usual attitude and determination to move forward for the good of the village. Kakashi left the Hokage's office. Shizune, Lady Tsunade, everything is all right, right? She asked, looking at Tsunade, who was still looking at the village. Tsunade, in the village, yes, that was all Tsunade said before sitting back down and, without complaining or anything, began the paperwork. The Sharingan. Naruto was fighting a large number of white Zetsu clones. His lack of maturity and certainty in taijutsu was evident. Despite being intelligent and using clones for easier combat, he lacked speed, audacity, and strength. Naruto was no prodigy, and Madara, who was sitting in his chair observing him, realized this. Even so, Naruto possessed something unique, a great will and a voracious desire to improve himself. Madara rattled his scythe, causing Naruto to stop. Naruto's and Zetsu's clones disappeared, and then Naruto began walking towards Madara. Naruto, and now what? He asked, looking at Madara. Madara, I don't recall telling you to use clones. If you don't eliminate Zetsu's clones without the help of clones, then you won't advance far enough. Naruto, I feel pain in my chest. My body feels heavy too, he said, moving his arms. Madara, that's why I told you to focus on training your physique before your skills. The first few days are just a warm-up, Naruto, he said, then sighed. Naruto, TSK, it's hard for me to concentrate if you don't let me eat my ramen, he said, then sat down on the floor. Madara, stop thinking about ramen and concentrate. Have you read the scroll I gave you? He asked, looking at Naruto, who sighed. Naruto, yes. Although there are some things I struggle to understand. To obtain the Manjikyu Sharingan, is it necessary to watch someone you care about die? He asked, looking down. Madara, a very corrupt way to acquire power, don't you think? The Manjikyu is the second stage of the Sharingan. When you obtain your Manjikyu, you have access to great power. Each user has a different design and thus awakens different powers. The only power that all Manjikyu users share is the Susanoo. He said, causing a surprised look on Naruto's face. Naruto, it's incredible. I was reading about this thing called Susanoo, and I found it interesting that it's a spiritual humanoid that protects you from any attack. However, being the last great jutsu acquired through the Manjikyu Sharingan, it must come at a very high cost. He spoke without looking at Madara. Madara, the Susanoo has many transformation stages, and in its early stages, destroying the defense shouldn't be a problem, provided you have immense strength. The Manjikyu Sharingan comes at a great cost, Naruto. Acquiring great power always comes at a great price, and the Manjikyu Sharingan is no exception. He explained, causing Naruto to look at him. Naruto, in the scroll I read about several Uchiha who lost their sight after using the Manjikyu Sharingan. He said, looking at Madara. Madara, exactly. That's the price for using the Manjikyu Sharingan. However, there is a way to avoid blindness, and that is by reaching the final stage of the Sharingan, the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. He said, causing Naruto to lower his gaze. Naruto, another corrupt way to acquire power. He commented with his head down. Madara, well, it's not surprising, the Uchiha clan has always been a very corrupt clan, and the way they acquire power proves it. Naruto, what do you say about Izanagi? Is it really capable of outsmarting even death itself? He asked, looking at Madara. Madara, Izanagi is a genjutsu capable of eliminating the boundaries between reality and illusion. You could say this genjutsu is capable of controlling your own existence. There is also Izanami, a genjutsu that affects the five senses. However, when you use it, you lose an eye just like with Izanagi. It could be described as the loss of a light. This genjutsu defines destiny. Naruto. In other words, with Izanagi you're able to change your destiny, although it's very clear that it can only be used for a few moments and you must also sacrifice an eye to use it. And with Izanami you can define what the person under this genjutsu will do, manipulate that person's destiny. He said, then touched his right eye. Madara, not exactly, but you're not that far off. The Sharingan could be considered the most powerful dojutsu due to its various stages and jutsus, and it's clear that the Sharingan surpasses even the limits of what is believable. Even so, the price for using and evolving the Sharingan is very high. He said while observing Naruto, who had stood up. Naruto, I still find all this Sharingan stuff very interesting. I'd also like to know more about the Rinnegan. You say it's the most powerful dojutsu, and if you say so, it must be true. He spoke before walking away from Madara. Naruto picked up a kunai from the ground and then threw it, hitting a poster that had his picture on it and said, Status. Dead. Origin. Kanahegakure no Sato. Location unknown. How difficult it is for a shinobi when you take away their ability to perform jutsu. It must be the greatest punishment, especially for those who aspire to know and practice everything. This is the case of Orochimaru, the snake Sannin and one of the greatest and most dangerous criminals in the ninja world. Inside his lair, seated in a chair that had a snake headpiece, he watched his right-hand man in his corrupt schemes, Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto, Lord Orochimaru, everything indicates that Sasuke has returned to Konoha, and the Sound Five are all dead, including Kimimaro. He said, kneeling before Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I can't believe it all ended like this. I thought Sasuke would come to me. After all, he only desires power. He said with a hint of annoyance in his voice. Kabuto, I understand that a rumor related to Naruto is spreading in Konoha. He said, looking at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, the Jinchuriki of the Fox. Does he have anything to do with Sasuke's return to Konoha? Kabuto, it's true that Naruto, along with 4 others, went on the mission to bring Sasuke back. However, rumors are circulating that Sasuke Uchiha returned to Konoha, but Naruto Uzumaki did not. He said, causing Orochimaru to look somewhat surprised. Orochimaru, what do you mean, Kabuto? How come Sasuke returned and Naruto didn't? Is Naruto dead? He asked, looking at Kabuto. Kabuto, well, it's Konoha. They say he's missing, but everything indicates that he's dead. He said, then adjusted his glasses. Orochimaru, well, that's interesting. So Konoha has lost its Jinchuriki, he said with a smile on his face. Kabuto, this is a great opportunity to crush Konoha, don't you think, Lord Orochimaru? He said with a small smile. Orochimaru, however, Sasuke is still in Konoha. Tsunade is Hokage, and Jiraiya is always near Konoha. I can't perform any jutsu right now, and going there would just be taking a risk, he said, looking at his arms. Kabuto, but we can use this information from Naruto to lure another village to Konoha. I'm sure Kumo would love to know this, he said, looking at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, Kabuto, you still need to understand something, and that is that I will be the one to crush Konoha. Although your idea isn't bad, it's only a matter of time before the rumor that Konoha lost its Jinchuriki starts to reach the ears of the other villages. With Konoha at war, it will be much easier to get to Sasuke-kun. Once I obtain that body and those marvelous eyes, there will be no one in the world capable of stopping me. He spoke, then stuck out his tongue. Kabuto, as always, you've come up with an excellent plan, Lord Orochimaru, he said, then smiled. Orochimaru, not even Itachi-kun can stop me, nor can you stop me, you liar Madara, he thought with a sadistic smile. Konohagakure no Sato, Hidden Leaf Village. A calm atmosphere hung over Konoha. Rumors of Naruto's disappearance were spreading, which was to be expected. Naruto always made himself known, and the villagers were used to it. For a few, the news had been devastating, to say the least. Despite everything, there were a handful of villagers who cared about Naruto. Mr. Tucci and his daughter Ayam were prime examples. Naruto often visited their small ramen stand, always saying that Ichiraka's ramen was the best. Irika, too, was deeply affected. Since hearing the news, he had changed drastically. He struggled to accept it and, consequently, shut himself away in his house. He didn't want to hear anything about it. For him, it was impossible to accept that Naruto was missing, much less that he was dead. Naruto was like a son to him, and he never imagined something like this could happen to him. Irika knew that Naruto would never abandon his village, so the rumors of his disappearance were false. Irika was trying to cope with all the pain, but it was very difficult. You could see in his eyes how hard it was for him. He was walking through the streets of Konoha with his head down and his hands in his pockets. He stopped when he felt someone standing in front of him. Irika looked up and saw Kakashi. Kakashi, hello Irika, he said, looking at Irika. Irika, hey Kakashi, how's it going? I heard you were going on a training trip with Sasuke, he said in a very low voice. Kakashi, okay, what if we leave next week? He said, then gave his typical smile. Although you can't see it because of the damn mask he wears hiding his perfect and well-detailed face. Sorry, I got carried away. It's just that Kakashi makes me doubt my heterosexuality. Irika, TSK, I can't believe you say you're okay when Naruto is… Irika couldn't finish because Kakashi interrupted him. Kakashi, I know. It's difficult for me, but Naruto would hate to see me depressed all the time. Life goes on, and that's something we have to accept. Irika, it's just as hard for me, but you, more than anyone, should understand how disappointed Naruto must be right now, he said, then walked past Irika and started to walk away. Irika clenched his fists and then looked up at the sky. It was strange. Ever since Naruto disappeared or died, the sky has always been gray, something very strange and at the same time very significant. Sasuke was in his room, the room the third Hokage had given him. He sat on his bed, staring into space. Sasuke didn't want it to end like this. He didn't want that to happen to Naruto. He realized the steps he was taking. He didn't want to be like his brother and gain power that way. However, his decision to leave Konoha ended with the certain death of his only friend. Sasuke realized he was making a bad decision. He understood that the path he wanted to take only affected those he cared about. He knew Naruto wanted to be Hokage, and now that dream would never come true. Now he was truly alone. That's what Sasuke thought, even though he knew Sakura and Kakashi were still there. But Naruto was his closest friend. Sasuke felt some guilt over Naruto's death. He repeated to himself every day that he hadn't killed Naruto. He wanted to convince himself of that, but it was very difficult. Everything seemed to indicate that Naruto had died in their fight. Sasuke glanced to the side and saw the photo he had of Team 7. Sasuke, Naruto, forgive me, friend, time skip, 5 months later. Location unknown. Naruto jumped, opened his right hand and took out 5 kunai. Naruto threw 4 of them, which hit different targets. Naruto spun in the air and landed on his feet. About 6 Zetsu clones each threw 3 shurikens at Naruto from different places. With the kunai he had in his hand, Naruto began to deflect each and every one of the shurikens. He deflected the last shuriken and then threw his kunai, which stuck in the forehead of one of the Zetsu clones. The 5 remaining Zetsu clones ran towards Naruto, who stood waiting for them. One of the clones tried to hit Naruto, however he ducked to dodge the blow and then jumped back, dodging another attack from Zetsu. As he landed on his feet, Naruto propelled himself forward and connected with a knee strike to the face of one of the clones. He placed both hands on the clone's face to hold on and spun around, kicking the rest of the clones. Naruto jumped back and made hand seals at great speed. Fire style, fireball jutsu, Naruto said, unleashing a huge fireball that obliterated all of Zetsu's clones. Madara, wow, you finished them off much faster this time, he said, sitting in his chair and watching Naruto. Naruto, this is nothing anymore. Naruto turned to look at Madara. Naruto had a 2-tomo Sharingan in each eye, and his hair had grown a little longer. Madara, his progress is going very well. I suppose not anymore, he said, looking at Naruto. Naruto, I need a tougher challenge than this, something that will be a little more fun, he said, then deactivated his Sharingan. Exit to the outside. Konohagakure no Sato, Hidden Leaf Village. The village of Konoha, proclaimed the most militarily powerful of the 5 great villages, had recently lost a significant portion of its strength after losing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Konoha's military power declined, though this information is not yet public knowledge and unknown to the villages at odds with Konoha. Villages like Kumogakure and Iwagakure would kill for this information. Within the village, the loss of a weapon like Naruto was already alarming for some. It might sound harsh, but the truth is that the Jinchuriki grants the advantage of possessing and greatly increasing military power. On the other hand, there were those who mourned Naruto's loss not because he was the Jinchuriki, but because he was a friend, a boy full of dreams and goals that would never be fulfilled. Tsunade saw in Naruto her deceased brother Nawaki and her deceased boyfriend Dan. The 3 shared the same dream, and all 3 spoke of it with such fervor that it almost made you think they were crazy. For a moment, Tsunade believed that Naruto would be the one to carry the dreams of her brother Nawaki and her boyfriend Dan, just as she had. That necklace, what was it about it? It had already taken 2 loved ones from her, and now it had taken 1 more. How cruel and cynical life can be sometimes. Tsunade leaned back in her chair. She had a lot of paperwork in front of her, and above all she had a great headache perhaps caused by the amount of papers. She sighed and then saw that the door to her office opened and whoever entered caused Tsunade to frown. Danzo Shimura, Koharu Yuditane, and Hamura Mitokado were the people who entered Tsunade's office. They are also part of the Konoha Council. Tsunade, I didn't summon you, she said with a serious face, looking at the 3 old men standing in front of her. Hamura, we don't need any permission to talk about this situation, the old man said, looking at Tsunade. Koharu, that's right. We're very disappointed with your latest decision, the old woman said in a tone that reflected annoyance. Hamura, you have made a decision that has affected the village in the short and long term. There is no excuse for it. Danzo, sending 4 genin and a newly appointed chunin to rescue the Uchiha who had been captured by Orochimaru's soldiers. You lost the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, but the only thing in your favor is that you were able to recover the Uchiha. So I don't understand the decision to send him on a 3-year training journey with Kakashi Hatake, he said with his typical impassive face. Tsunade, I've made my decision and I take full responsibility for Naruto's death, which, by the way, is his name in case you didn't know, she said with a serious face and a slightly raised voice. Koharu, what will you do if this information reaches other villages? She asked, causing Tsunade to stand up from her chair. Tsunade, for now, Naruto is missing and I've decided to keep it that way. No village can find out about it, and if they do, it's because someone here informed them. She said, looking at the elders of the council. Hamura, what are you implying? Tsunade, you heard me. So now get out of my office and let me get on with my work, she said, then sat back down in her chair. Danzo, the best decision was to give the Uchiha to me, and I would train him to become a soldier who serves and protects the village, he said, opening his single eye. Tsunade, Sasuke is on a 3-year training journey with Kakashi, and they are being watched over by Jiraiya. Furthermore, it was a decision made by me, and that's all you need to understand, she said, then took a piece of paper and began to review it. The old council members left Tsunade's office. They were part of the council, however, the Hokage was the highest authority in the entire village, and they couldn't control him, especially someone like Tsunade. This was something Danzo understood very well. Danzo would remain in the shadows and wait for something to happen that would ultimately condemn Tsunade, thus allowing him to become the next Hokage and transform Konoha into the most powerful village of all. Danzo was going to make sure that happened. Tsunade sighed and leaned back in her chair. Undoubtedly, the visit from those old men had only served to give her more of a headache. However, Tsunade knew one thing. She had made a bad decision. Sending the 4 genin and a newly appointed chunin was certainly not a good idea. At the very least, she should have sent Kakashi or another jonin with them. Above all, sending Naruto just to fulfill her whim of bringing her friend back was a very bad decision. And as expected, the consequences were very serious. Tsunade felt guilty and, above all, felt she had failed as Hokage, but she didn't have time to regret and live traumatized by her decision. The village needed to keep moving forward and, above all, maintain its status. She didn't want to disappoint Kawaki and Dan, nor Naruto. She had taken on this role knowing how difficult it would be given the village's situation, so she didn't have time for regrets. Despite being devastated, she would continue fighting for her village. That was the Hokage's responsibility, after all, and she knew it. Location unknown. For some shinobi, giving them 5 months of training is a lot of work if you ask them to improve their skills to a high level, especially if you make them start from scratch. But that only happens to some. Naruto may or may not be the exception. Naruto isn't a prodigy, but the boy has great talent. Raw effort brings great rewards. After all, talent only makes things easier. Sometimes, striving and fighting with great determination for a goal allows you to surpass even the most talented of all, and that can only be achieved with conviction and effort. Naruto had progressed a lot in just 5 months. Naruto wanted to be very strong and, above all, to surpass what he believed were his limits, and he had achieved it. Unimaginable pain and such exhausting training had led him to suffer so much, but above all, to surpass himself in a great way. Right now, he was training his body with a large number of abdominal exercises. He was wearing only short shinobi pants and black shinobi boots, shirtless, and with weights strapped to his feet and arms. Naruto, 552. Naruto got up with great effort, took several breaths that reflected exhaustion, and then got down again and continued like this about 20 more times, then got up and started running while dodging the shurikens that Zetsu's clones threw at him. He ran at great speed and then jumped and connected a punch on the wall, causing many cracks and leaving the mark of his fist on it. Naruto landed on his feet and then made hand seals at great speed. Naruto Fire Style, Dragon King Scales Jutsu, he said, then expelled small fireballs the size of shuriken that struck various targets and burned them explode. As he said this, all the small fireballs that hit the targets exploded. Naruto sighed at this and then saw Zetsu, who understood Naruto's sight, and threw a katana to Naruto, who caught it and began to make cuts, making the katana dance in a fairly advanced way. It could be seen that Naruto liked kenjutsu. Naruto threw the katana to the ground and then returned to making hand seals at great speed. Naruto Fire Style, Deadly Incendiary Jutsu, he said, then expelled a large fireball that went towards 7 Zetsu clones who were just standing there. When the fireball touched one of the Zetsu, it exploded in a huge blast, causing a great roar and turning the Zetsu to dust due to the devastation of the fire jutsu. White Zetsu, incredible, this time you did it much faster and you didn't even use the Sharingan, he said in a cheerful tone. Naruto, you think so? I think it can be done much faster, he said, then lifted the katana and gave it to Zetsu, who took it and began walking beside Naruto. Naruto, and where's Black Zetsu? He asked, looking at Zetsu. White Zetsu. He's outside gathering information about what's happening with Konoha and Akatsuki. He said, walking beside Naruto. Naruto, I see. And what happened to what I asked you for? He asked without looking at Zetsu. White Zetsu. Well, I've been looking, but I haven't been able to find a ramen restaurant. Naruto, TSK. I guess it can't be helped. Naruto and Zetsu walked until they reached where Madara was sitting. Naruto approached Madara and then took a bottle of water from a large bag next to him. Naruto uncorked it and began to drink while being watched by Madara. Madara, you've made good progress? Naruto, but you still need to improve your physical condition and further master your chakra control. He said, looking at Naruto. Naruto, I know I still have a long way to go. Believe me, I know it. By the way, you haven't told me how my Sharingan suddenly awakened? He asked, then went back to drinking water. Madara, when you were a Jinchuriki, it seems that the seals that restricted the Kyuubi also restricted your Uchiha blood, and when you were freed from them and ceased to be a Jinchuriki, your Uchiha power began to flow through your body, and it was only a matter of time before you awakened your Sharingan, as you can see. Naruto, I see. I must say the Sharingan is a huge advantage. You're able to see anything in incredible slow motion, allowing you to anticipate and even copy movements. He said, then threw the bottle and walked away to continue his training. White Zetsu, although Naruto has completed these recent training sessions without needing to use the Sharingan. He commented with his typical smile, Naruto, I don't want to rely too much on the Sharingan, but I still use it to learn more, and I even want to take it to 3 Tomo. The more I work on it, the better I'll be able to use it. Although I'm aware that knowledge is important, and that's why I study everything about the Sharingan. He said, then started doing push-ups. Madara, that's correct? Knowledge is very important and is even a very powerful weapon. Sometimes a battle can be won mentally. He said, observing Naruto. Naruto, someone like you would be able to win that way, right? He asked, causing Madara to smile. Madara, Naruto, come here. Naruto started walking towards Madara, who was just watching him. Naruto approached and then saw Madara hand him a necklace that Naruto knew perfectly well. Naruto, that necklace? He said, then picked up the necklace. Madara, you were wearing it when Zetsu found you. This necklace belonged to the first Hokage, Hashirama. How did you get it? Naruto, the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the current Hokage of Konoha, Tsunade Senju, gave it to me. He said, then put on the necklace. Madara, I see. I was thinking of giving you the last gift your grandmother gave me, and I'm sure she would have wanted you to have it. He said, causing a surprise in Naruto. Naruto, a gift? From my grandmother? He asked, looking at Madara. Madara. Yes, Madara placed his hands on his neck and then a necklace appeared that had 3 beautiful stones. One stone with an M, another with an A, and the one in the middle had a K, and behind this were the 3 letters together. Madara gave it to Naruto, who took it and looked at it for a moment. Naruto, my grandmother Akane, my mother Kushina. And you. He said with a small smile, looking at the necklace. Madara, I know I failed you, Naruto. From the moment that village rejected you, I should have gone after you. However, I thought it best to let you choose your own path, and besides, I wanted you to become Hokage. But everything happened so differently. Naruto, don't worry. I was deceived all this time too. I thought that village was my home and that it was the habitat of heroes, but the reality is completely different. I thank you for saving my life and for telling me about my parents and my grandmother. He said, then took off Tsunade's necklace and put on the one Madara had given him. Madara, I can't say I'm happy, but I am proud to have a grandson like you, Naruto. I'm sure you won't fail or betray me, he said while looking at Naruto. Naruto, save those words for when I've revived you and we've completed the infinite Tsukuyomi. He said, then walked away and continued his training. Madara. I hope so, Naruto. To achieve that plan, you must erase all feelings within you and also sever all your ties. Will you be able to do it, Naruto? Can you eliminate every trace of feeling and kindness? Could someone like you be capable of doing that? Asterisk, he thought while observing Naruto. Tsunade no Sato, village hidden in the sand. The land of wind possessed one of the 5 great villages, and for obvious reasons it possessed a Kage, or better known as Kazekage. The village was founded by the first Kazekage, Reto, who gathered all the desert shinobi and put them under his control with his immense power. Another example of how power can allow you to have control over everything and everyone. The village had become possessor of the one-tailed Shikaku. Throughout history, the beast had been sealed in 3 people, the last being Gaara, the next Kazekage. This village had also become feared when the 3rd Kazekage created the iron sand. To this day, the 3rd Kazekage is recognized as the strongest in the village of Suna. Tsunade had also created the Puppet Brigade, in an attempt to give life to their puppets in order to increase their effectiveness in combat. Chio, who was one of the oldest and strongest jounin in Suna, had developed the reincarnation of one's own life. However, all of this had been rejected because of the cost you had to pay when using this jutsu, which is giving up your own life. Currently, the village was without a Kage after the death of the 4th Kazekage, Raza. The village had been manipulated by Orochimaru for his selfish desire to destroy Konoha. The council members of Tsunade had sent apologies to Konoha for what they had done, and although Konoha would not seek revenge, they felt they had failed the alliance they had formed. The alliance still existed, but Konoha didn't fully trust Tsunade, and that was why Tsunade wanted to regain that valuable alliance with Konoha. Gaara was the one who would take the position of Kazekage, but they were going to wait at least 2 years before he became Kazekage. If Gaara became the youngest Kazekage in history, and everything went according to plan, he would become Kazekage at the age of 15. Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, Baki, Sasuke and Kakashi were in one of the houses in Tsunade. Baki, so you'll be training here, he said, looking at Kakashi and Sasuke. Kakashi, yes. It was proposed by the advisors of Suna. You should know that it's to strengthen the alliance between Konoha and Suna. We had been training on the borders of the Land of Fire. The Hokage told us to come here after a few months of training. He said, looking at Baki, Gaara, Sasuke Uchiha. So you decided to return to the village, is it for Naruto? He asked, looking at Sasuke, who maintained a serious expression. Sasuke, I came here to train, not to chat with you guys. Sasuke said, then walk towards the door. I'll walk a bit, Kakashi-sensei. When you're finished here, we can start training. He said, then left the house. Kankuro, as cold and hateful as ever. He said, observing the door where Sasuke had left. Kakashi, he's also very affected by everything. And how are you, Gaara? He asked, looking at Gaara. Gaara, Naruto Uzumaki, was my friend, he said with his head down. Temari, I never thought that boy would end up like this. He was always so loud, but he never gave up. It's definitely quite sad, she said, remembering how loud and energetic Naruto was. Kankuro, it was hard for me to believe too. That boy seemed to be building his path to becoming Hokage. I can't believe he ended up like this, he said, remembering Naruto. Kakashi, Naruto will always be with us, as he always has been, he said with a small smile. Baki, by the way, Kakashi, I heard that Jiraiya-sama will be around here, he said, catching Kakashi's attention. Kakashi, if that's the case, Jiraiya-sama will be with us for at least a few months before returning to Konoha. Baki, I understand. I suppose it's to keep an eye on Sasuke and prevent any of Orochimaru's misdeeds, he said with a small smile. Kakashi, yes, and by the way, you'll be getting a few complaints from some women when Jiraiya-sama is here. I hope you understand, he said, leaving Baki with a confused expression. Kakashi walked to leave the house, leaving Temari, Kankuro, Baki, and Gaara inside. Baki, they both certainly look very upset, he said, looking towards the door. Temari, it's so hard to believe, she said while keeping her gaze lowered. Gaara, Naruto, location unknown. 2 weeks later, Naruto was sitting in front of Madara. Naruto had a restless face as he waited for an answer from Madara. White Zetsu was next to Naruto and Black Zetsu was next to Madara. Madara, so you want to go outside? May I ask why? He asked, looking at Naruto. Naruto, I already told you I need some daylight. Plus I'd like to practice some of my jutsu outside. He explained, looking at Madara. Madara? Your jutsus. And why don't you practice them here? Naruto, because ever since Zetsu brought that scroll with fire jutsus, I've been concentrating a lot on one that I've decided to call Eternal Judgment Phoenix Wings. He said, feeling proud of the name he had given it. Madara? And what's the problem? Naruto, if I use it here it could destroy the hideout, it would be better to test it outside. Also, I want to test the jutsus of my other nature, the wind jutsus, and I'll also try some earth jutsus. Madara. Alright, Zetsu will go with you. Return here in 5 hours at the most. He said, causing Naruto to smile. Naruto. Alright. Don't worry, I'll be here exactly 5 hours later. He said, then grabbed a hoodie with the Uchiha clan symbol on the back. He was wearing black shinobi pants and tall shinobi boots. He put on the hoodie and then walked away with white Zetsu, black Zetsu, so they will travel underground. Madara. With Zetsu, he'll be able to break through the large rock covering the entrance, so he won't have any problem. He said, then sighed. Black Zetsu. Do you want me to keep an eye on him? He asked, looking at Madara. Madara. No, leave it like that. Zetsu is with him. Asterisk, I'm sure Naruto won't escape. Naruto wants to fight someone stronger than a Zetsu clone. Are you really going out to find an opponent, Naruto? Asterisk, fight, death, and a more advanced Sharingan. Zetsu had combined with Naruto's body to allow him to leave the lair. Naruto submerged underground and then emerged, and Zetsu separated from Naruto's body. Naruto watched the daylight hit his eyes. He smiled as he felt the brightness of the sun and the refreshing breeze. He heard birds singing and the leaves of the trees rustling as the wind hit them. Naruto stretched and then began to walk while observing the sky. It had been months since he had seen the beauty of the world. Zetsu was walking beside Naruto. White Zetsu. So where are you going to practice your jutsus? He asked, looking at Naruto. Naruto, we need to find a wide open space, and I'd also like to catch some fish to eat. He said, staring into space. White Zetsu. Okay. So what's the first thing you'll do? Naruto, train, hurry up. Naruto jumped onto a branch and then continued jumping as he flew away. Zetsu just watched him go, sighed, and sank into the ground. Naruto was leaping through the branches, his face showing his excitement. He wanted to try out some jutsu, but above all, he wanted to get outside. He wasn't going to run away, and besides, it would be easy for Madara to find him because of Zetsu, so escaping wouldn't do much good. Furthermore, Naruto didn't even know where he was. Madara had never told him if they were in the Land of Fire, although Naruto knew they were very far from Konoha, and he wouldn't be able to get back since he didn't know his location. He would use this time to test out jutsu, and he also wanted to find an opponent, something that sounds very reckless and impulsive. Naruto kept jumping and then took a great leap and landed on the ground. When he looked up, he was surprised to see that a few meters ahead there was a small village. Naruto frowned. It was obvious that there were no shinobi in that village. None of those who lived there would be able to entertain him for a little while. Zetsu appeared next to Naruto. White Zetsu. So you'll be practicing your jutsus with that village? He said, then smiled. Naruto, of course not. There's no one I can test my skills on. Come on. I hear a waterfall a few meters from here. Maybe we can catch something. He said, then started walking towards where he heard the waterfall. Naruto was walking away when he heard a sound he knew very well. A sound he could recognize at first glance. The sound of two kunai clashing. Naruto turned and jumped onto a branch, beginning to follow the sound. Zetsu just watched Naruto as he walked away again. Zetsu had also heard the kunai, so he already knew where Naruto was going. He submerged himself in the ground. Naruto moved very stealthily, not wanting to be discovered. As he got closer, he could hear voices, about 4 voices. Naruto arrived at the place where the sounds were coming from. There were 3 shinobi there, possibly all 3 were genin. There were 2 boys and a girl, and they wore a headband from Iwagakure and were training. The girl was having a friendly duel with one of the boys. It was clear that the girl was a better shinobi than the boy. She was very agile and dodged every attack the boy made. What's wrong, Arita? You're very slow. the girl said while dodging Arata's attacks. Arata, TSK, shut up Kyeko. Take this, he said, trying to cut Kyeko with the kunai. However, she dodged it and quickly placed a kunai at Arata's neck. Kyeko, you lost, she said, then walked away and sat next to the other boy. Arata, damn it. Why the hell aren't you fighting her, Hachiro? He asked, looking at the boy. Hachiro, neither you nor I can defeat Kyeko. Confronting her is just a waste of time, he said, then sighed. Naruto watched this with a smile. He had found opponents to test his skills. However, there was something that worried him and now made him react. He had heard 4 voices. He was sure he hadn't made a mistake. Naruto quickly understood. Naruto, they're genin? Where's the jounin? Naruto reacted in a matter of seconds and leaped to the ground a few steps in front of the genin. A huge wave of wind swept away the tree where Naruto was standing. Naruto quickly moved to the side to dodge a kunai that Kyeko had thrown at him. Naruto saw that Arata was gone, turned around, and was met with a kick that Naruto managed to block, but it still sent him flying several meters. Naruto looked back towards the trees and saw a Fuma Shuriken coming towards him. In a matter of milliseconds, Naruto jumped to the side and dodged the Fuma Shuriken. Naruto looked up and saw that Kyeko, Arata, and Hachiro had drawn several shuriken. Naruto was going to prepare to dodge them, but he couldn't move his feet. He looked down and saw a puddle of mud. Do it, said the voice of an older man. Naruto saw that it was the jounin. Kyeko, Arata, and Hachiro threw the shurikens towards Naruto, who looked surprised. But quickly his surprise changed to a smile and his Sharingan was revealed. Naruto quickly pulled out a kunai and deflected all the shurikens, one by one, surprising those present. What great skill! Naruto, Zetsu, Naruto said, and Zetsu emerged from the ground, surprising everyone who began to wonder, what on earth was that? Zetsu combined with Naruto and he submerged into the ground. Hachiro, he disappeared. Arata, if you think I'll believe that? We had it, I fell into the trap. How could everything have changed like this? He said, completely angry. Calm down, Arata, and stay alert. The enemy is near, the jounin said, trying to locate Naruto. Kyeko, Ichiro-sensei, be careful. The jounin turned around and saw Naruto appear behind him with a kunai in hand. The jounin stopped Naruto's attack with a kunai, and then tried to grab Naruto's hand. However, Naruto took a few steps back and then threw 2 shurikens that hit the jounin, but a puff of smoke formed and now it was a log where Naruto's shurikens were. Naruto, the jounin appeared behind Naruto and tried to stab his kunai into Naruto's head. However, he sank back into the ground. Ichiro, TSK, be alert. Ichiro looked up to see his students and noticed that one was missing. Kyeko was not there, and the other 2 were still in shock. Ichiro, what happened? He asked, looking at his 2 students. Arata, he took her away. It all happened so fast. Hachiro, Kyeko. The jounin turned around and standing on a very high branch were Naruto and Kyeko. Kyeko had a kunai at her neck that was being pressed by Naruto. Naruto, I didn't think I'd find someone to test my skills on. I'm glad about that, he said with a smile. Ichiro, damn it. Those eyes, I'm sure that's a Sharingan. That means that kid is an Uchiha. But the Uchiha clan was wiped out and the only living Uchiha is Itachi Uchiha. And he's in Konoha. What's going on here? Naruto, so you knew I was coming? Huh. You almost caught me by surprise, he said with a small smile. Arata, damn it, let her go. Kyeko, wait, I'll save you, he said, then took out 2 kunai and started running towards Naruto and Kyeko. However, his jounin and sensei stood in front of him. Ichiro, calm down, Arata. You need to stay calm, I have a plan, he said in a low voice, causing Arata to calm down. Hachiro, what will we do, Ichiro-sensei? He asked, looking at his sensei. Naruto, hey, what are you all talking about? You should all attack me at once, he said, looking at the 3 of them. Kyeko, what the hell do you want? Are you going to kill us? She asked, tilting her head slightly to look at Naruto. Naruto, of course I won't kill you, I just want to test my skills against your sensei, he said in a low voice just loud enough for Kyeko to hear. Kyeko, You expect me to believe that? She said in a low voice as well. Naruto, well, that depends on you. Erita, you want us to throw shurikens? And what if one hits Keko? He asked in a low voice, looking at his sensei. Ichiro, just do it and tie a lot of string on it, he said, then started running to the side. Erita and Hachiro began throwing shurikens at Naruto, who simply jumped to another branch without letting go of Keko. Naruto leaped to a branch nearby while dodging the shurikens. Naruto turned to see Ichiro, who had jumped to a branch very close to him. The Jonin, with a kunai in one hand and a scroll in the other, leaped towards Naruto's branch. Naruto placed Keko in front of him, but Ichiro didn't stop and began attacking, avoiding Keko and causing Naruto to jump back to the branch he had been on initially. Ichiro jumped to the same branch, but Naruto pushed Keko towards him. Ichiro caught her, but Naruto quickly appeared behind him and stabbed him in the back with a kunai, causing him to explode in a puff of smoke. Naruto, a clone. Naruto looked around for the real one and saw him standing with a smile a few meters away from Erita and Hachiro. Naruto, so the shurikens were just to distract me. Ichiro, now, Ichiro said, and Erita and Hachiro understood the order and pulled the threads that were on the shurikens stuck in the trees. The threads caught Naruto and Keko and stuck them to the tree with Naruto behind Keko. Naruto, TSK. Even so, this is nothing. Ichiro, Keko, hold him, he said, making Keko hold Naruto's hands. Keko, ready, Ichiro-sensei. Ichiro smiled at this and then took out a scroll, made a hand seal, and from it took out a very long spear. He was going to throw it towards Naruto and Keko, making them both surprised. Keko, what is Ichiro-sensei doing? She asked with a surprised and scared face. Erita, hey, what are you doing? Hachiro, he'll give it to Keko too. Ichiro, that doesn't matter. What does it matter to lose an insignificant life when I can obtain the Sharingan? I'm sure that Tsuchikage will be very happy about this, he said, then threw the spear towards Naruto and Keko. The spear was about to hit Keko and Naruto, however, with great speed. Zetsu came out of the branch and received the spear that pierced his stomach. However, the spear had been thrown with so much force that it made Zetsu fall back and caused the spear to pierce Keko in the stomach and at least part of the tip to stick into Naruto's stomach. Erita, but, damn it, he said, then pulled out a kunai and ran towards his sensei. Ichiro only saw Erita and then dodged his attack. Ichiro grabbed the boy's arm and squeezed it so hard that it made him drop the kunai, then gave him a great kick to the stomach that made Erita spit blood and send him several meters away and be caught by Hachiro to prevent him from crashing into a rock. Ichiro, stupid Erita, you're still a child who doesn't excel at anything. You haven't learned anything. You don't understand the value of what just happened. Keko's sacrifice has granted us the Sharingan. Do you know how important this is for Iwagakure? He said while smiling. Erita, Keko didn't want to sacrifice herself. She thought we were going to save her, he said, looking at Ichiro. Hachiro, Erita is right. You said you had a plan and we followed it because we thought it would save Keko. Ichiro, they're still children. Stop worrying about others. The most important thing is the village. Keko's life isn't worth getting so worked up about, he said while observing his students. White Zetsu, Naruto, are you all right? He asked, maintaining his typical smile. Naruto, I think so. He spoke, then frowned at the pain he felt from the spear's edge. Untie me, Zetsu. Another Zetsu appeared next to Naruto and cut the threads, surprising Ichiro and the others. The other Zetsu, who had been pierced by the spear, walked to get out of it and sank into the ground. Keko fell and was about to fall from the branch, but Naruto grabbed her arm, preventing her from falling. Naruto picked her up and jumped to the ground with Keko in his arms. Naruto saw Keko and realized she was already dead. Naruto knew she wasn't ready to die yet, and she didn't want to die either. Just before the spear struck her, Naruto heard Keko's last word. Mother! That was the last word Keko said. Naruto broke the tip of the spear and pulled it out of Keko's stomach. He placed it on the ground. Naruto stood up, his eyes closed. Ichiro walked over and stood a few steps away from Naruto. Ichiro, that white thing saved your life? Even so, the spear still managed to hurt him. He thought, seeing that he had a wound on his stomach caused by the tip of the spear. Naruto, she was your student. She thought you were going to save her," he said while keeping his eyes closed. "Ichiro, so what? Do you think her life is worth so much that you're sad about it? What matters here is that you have the Sharingan. That's something I'm sure that Tsuchikage will want." The man said, then smiled. "Naruto, what your Tsuchikage will have is your corpse," he said, then opened his eyes and a 3-tomo Sharingan was revealed, surprising Ichiro. "Ichiro, his Sharingan has changed." Naruto drew 2 kunai and quickly threw them at the Jonin, who deflected them with his own kunai. Ichiro was then surprised to see Naruto move with incredible speed and now stand directly in front of him. He tried to strike Ichiro with the kunai, but Naruto ducked and dodged the attack, then kicked Ichiro in the feet, sending him sprawling. Ichiro quickly got to his feet and jumped back. He looked up and saw that Naruto was no longer in front of him. Ichiro spun around and saw a kunai very close to his right eye. He managed to take a step back, but still sustained a severe injury, a cut running from his forehead to the lower right side of his face. Ichiro jumped back and with his left eye saw Naruto standing a few steps ahead, kunai in hand, his face impassive. "Ichiro, damn it, I completely lost sight in my right eye. If I hadn't taken that step back, the cut would have reached my neck and could have been fatal. He thought as he covered his right eye with his hand. Blood ran down Ichiro's face. The cut had undoubtedly been deep. Naruto made hand seals and then stopped at the tiger seal and then jumped to a branch and continued jumping from branch to branch. Ichiro saw as Naruto walked away and then began to follow him. "Ichiro, he's escaping? But why would he do that?" he thought as he followed Naruto. Suddenly Naruto jumped to another branch and landed in front of Ichiro, who stopped on a branch. "Naruto, fire style, eternal judgment phoenix wings," he whispered, then took a deep breath. Naruto then unleashed a huge wave of flames that covered a large diameter and burned trees as it advanced at great speed towards Ichiro, who was surprised but quickly made hand seals. Ichiro, earth style, earth wall. A large wall of earth formed in front of Ichiro, who smiled, believing that the wall would stop the wave of flames. However, when the flames touched the wall, it swept away everything, including Ichiro, who could not react in time and was consumed by the flames, which continued to advance a few more meters before stopping. Naruto sighed and saw the great destruction his jutsu had caused. It was undoubtedly an A-rank jutsu. Naruto deactivated his Sharingan and Zetsu appeared beside him. "White Zetsu, so this was the jutsu you wanted to try?" he asked, looking at Naruto, who had an impassive face. "Naruto, yes, Naruto taught me." Naruto walked with an impassive face through the destruction his jutsu had caused. The damage that fire jutsu had inflicted was incredible. Madara had told Naruto that the key to every jutsu was having perfect control of your chakra. And although that was difficult for Naruto, given how much chakra he possessed, he still persevered and gradually gained better control. Another thing Madara had told Naruto was the coldness with which he should use each jutsu. Madara said that hesitation makes you weak, and therefore, remaining cold and determined can make you very strong, and your jutsus will be proof of that. Naruto had been cold and resolute, but only to a certain extent. After all, the reason he'd decided to back away was to prevent the jutsu from harming the genin. One of them had already died, and the last thing he wanted was to be responsible for the death of an innocent person. He continued walking and suddenly stopped when he saw a kunai being thrown that only grazed his forehead. Naruto moved to the side and saw Ichiro. The man was completely unrecognizable. His face was burned, as was his hair and his upper clothing. Both his arms were burned, and he could barely move them. The man was sitting, leaning against a small rock. "Ichiro, why you'll go with me? I'll take you to the Tsuchikage," the man said without lifting his face or anything. Only his voice could be heard. "Naruto, even in that state your greed doesn't die. I thought someone in that state would be more worried about recovering or would be asking for their life to end immediately so as not to continue suffering." Naruto turned around and saw the kunai that Ichiro had thrown at him stuck in a tree. He walked over and pulled it out of the tree, then turned to look at Ichiro. "Naruto, I didn't want it to end like this. I didn't want that girl to die, but you're the one to blame. I'm sure you only wanted the Sharingan to gain more military power and go to war. You really don't care about making children and innocent people suffer because of your absurd lust for power and your stupid wars. You and your Tsuchikage are just a small example of what this world is like. That girl had a mother waiting for her at home, and all she'll get is a news report saying she died serving the village with honor. That's all garbage. Your Tsuchikage is garbage. You're garbage, so I have no reason to show you mercy, he said, and just as he was about to throw the kunai, Ichiro, no, don't do it. I have a daughter and a wife, he said, then began to cry. Naruto, don't worry. They'll continue living without trash like you. Besides, you should have thought that girl also had a family. I'll take your coldness and now. Naruto threw the kunai with great force and it stuck in Ichiro's forehead and almost pierced his head. Ichiro fell to the ground and was obviously already dead. Naruto continued to look at the man's corpse for a moment and then began to walk towards where the genin were. Next to Naruto appeared Zetsu with a smile on his face, as is typical of him. White Zetsu, you defeated him. You should be proud of having defeated a jounin, he said, then looked at Naruto. Naruto, I just wanted to test my skills, so I'm not proud of having tested them on him, he said in a serious tone. White Zetsu, and then, Naruto, I feel proud of having killed him. As soon as those words left Naruto's mouth, they caused a surprise in Zetsu. White Zetsu, so that means you don't feel bad about taking a life. You know you killed a person, right? He asked because Naruto had previously mentioned that he didn't like killing people. Naruto, that guy wasn't a person, he was a monster who was only polluting the world, and I decided to eliminate that trash, he said, maintaining an impassive face. White Zetsu, I understand, and now what will you do with the boys? Naruto, I can't do anything for them, I can't revive people, he said, then sighed. Naruto and Zetsu arrived where Arata, Hachiro, and the deceased Keko were. Naruto approached and saw the two boys crying as they wrapped Keko in bandages to carry her away. Naruto decided to stay behind some bushes and simply watched as the two boys walked away with Keko. Naruto would be lying if he said he didn't feel bad. He truly felt terrible about what had happened. He had experienced firsthand how a man's lust for power had led to the death of a girl brimming with dreams and hopes, someone whose biggest mistake was trusting her sensei, trusting that he would save her because they were from the same village. However, that trust is worthless when it comes to obtaining something that will help you surpass your rivals. That man wanted the Sharingan to give his village military power. Anyone would say that Ichiro is the greedy one. However, it is evident that this man's greed comes from the teachings he received in his village. Once again, Naruto realized the corruption that exists in the villages, and this only served to make Naruto realize that this world needed an urgent change. Naruto just watched as Hachiro and Arata walked away with Keko's body without waiting for their sensei. After all, they no longer trusted him. He had taken away a very important friend from them. It was to be expected that those boys wouldn't worry about whatever happened to him. Zetsu, who was standing next to Naruto, thought that perhaps Naruto wanted to return to the hideout. White Zetsu, do you want to go back? He said, looking at Naruto, whose gaze was lost in nothingness. Naruto, first I want to practice other jutsus, besides we haven't gone fishing yet, he said, then started walking followed by Zetsu. Konohagakure no Sato, Hidden Leaf Village. It's still difficult for some people to move on after learning of Naruto's death. One of them was Sakura, who was walking with a dejected expression. She didn't seem to have a destination in mind, yet she kept going, perhaps just to clear her mind a little. Sakura looked up for a moment and saw Hinata ahead, and beside her, Niji and Tenten on the other side. They seemed to be comforting Hinata, well, at least Tenten was, since Niji was worried but also seemed affected. Sakura approached her friends. Sakura, hi guys, how are you? She asked, making the three of them look at her. Hinata, hello Sakura-san. Well, I guess she said in her typical shy tone. Tenten, as you can see here, not so well, and you Sakura? Sakura, I think so too. All of this has been difficult. She spoke with a sad expression. Hinata, Naruto-kun. He was always there encouraging us, he talked all the time about becoming Hokage. She said. Then tears started to flow. Sakura, yes. It was kinda silly, but he would never abandon a friend in need. That was Naruto, she said, then smiled as she remembered Naruto and his pranks. Niji, can destiny be changed? He made me believe that destiny can be changed if you wish it, but now that he's dead. Niji couldn't finish because he heard a voice that everyone immediately recognized. That's not true. Everyone turned to look at Rock Lee, who was wearing his full outfit except for the Konoha headband. Everyone, read, Lee, why are you acting like this? Have you forgotten what Naruto taught us? Sakura, if you truly value Naruto so much, instead of acting like this all the time, you should start training to prevent losing another teammate in the future. Naruto never turned his back on a comrade and fought to protect his bonds. Do the same. Hinata, you said that Naruto was able to awaken that flame of never giving up within you. You also said that you would never go back on your word because that is your ninja way, so prove it. And you, Niji, of course destiny can be changed. Death is something you can't escape, but you can escape other things. When we saw Naruto, we didn't think he would have great talent or even achieve anything, and look how he progressed. He broke the chains of his destiny and went where he wanted without ever turning back. He never gave up on anything or anyone, and do you think he would be proud of what you're doing? She said with tears welling in her eyes. Niji, read, Lee. We must keep fighting and move forward with the same determination that Naruto did. That's the best way to thank him. We must make our youth shine and never give up. His name, dreams, personality, and memories will never die because they will always be with us. As long as we carry on with what Naruto taught us, his will and his legacy will never die. Never, she shouted. And then tears streamed from her eyes. Hinata, Lee Kuin, Niji, and Tenten smiled at Lee's words. Without a doubt, Lee was an example of never giving up and always having faith that anything is possible. A great example of this was his surgery. Even after being told he might have to stop being a ninja, he never gave up and didn't lose faith that he could become a ninja again, which is what he loves most. Guy had undoubtedly played a big role in Lee's determination not to give up, but Lee also saw an example in Naruto, who never gave up on anything and who was even able to defeat the person Lee considered his ultimate goal, Niji Hyuga. Without a doubt, Lee and Naruto were clear examples of never giving up on anything or anyone, and those present knew this very well. Guy, who was standing in a corner, saw and heard every word his student said. He was extremely proud of his student and everything he had overcome. Without a doubt, Lee was the right person to say those words. Location unknown. 3 days later, Naruto had arrived at the lair. Zetsu had combined with Naruto's body so that he could travel underground, and now he was in the lair. Zetsu left Naruto's body and then began to walk beside him. Naruto saw Madara sitting in his usual chair and approached it. When he was close to Madara, Naruto sighed before speaking. Naruto, I'm back, old man. I managed to test my jutsus and my new abilities. Madara. Yes, I could see everything, he said, slightly surprising Naruto, who frowned. Naruto, so you sent Zetsu to watch over me, he said, looking at his grandfather. Madara, so you killed a Jounin. The training is certainly paying off, he said, his face showing no emotion. Naruto, I guess I'll train a little, he said, then started doing push-ups. Madara, Naruto, I must tell you that your training will last about 2 or 3 years. I won't be able to endure more than 2 years. Before I cross the gate of death, I want to teach you everything I know and give you all the information I possess. The rest is up to you, he said, looking at Naruto, who kept doing push-ups. Naruto, I'll do my best to learn everything you teach me. For someone like you, training someone for 2 years is more than enough to make them very strong, he said, then stood up and looked at Madara. Madara, I would say it helps a lot that you are so diligent when it comes to training. You are also a very prodigious individual, which only further reflects our blood bond, he said, praising his grandson and student. Naruto, although I'd never been considered a genius before, he said with an impassive face. Madara, you have potential that no one has ever tapped into. You never really had a sensei to guide you and help you properly unleash that potential, he said with a small smile. Perhaps Madara was never a teacher or didn't want to be one, yet he knew that he was the perfect teacher for Naruto. The way he knew how to unleash the boy's potential was by considering his own abilities, and although Madara was more talented than Naruto at that age, the boy, with much effort and days of dedicated training, would undoubtedly surpass many shinobi, and could even surpass him in his prime. However, Madara didn't tell Naruto this so as not to inflate his ego too much. Madara, I'm sure you won't fail, Naruto. Naruto, infinite Tsukuyomi. The world, a necessary change. He said in a low voice, a kind of play on words. Madara, Obito. He won't be able to do anything against Naruto. He said, being observed by Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, who was smiling. The beginning of a great change. This is what Naruto looks like in the image. The only things that need changing are his yellow hair and dark blue eyes. War only brings pain and suffering, but why, if war only brings bad things, do villages insist so much on living in war? That was something Naruto wondered about a lot, and he always came to the same conclusion. Power, the desire to acquire power and prove that you are much stronger than the other village is what fuels the greed of the leaders of these villages, who don't care about murdering children and innocent people just for not being from the same village. There are some who desire peace but do little to achieve it. What is peace? This was another question Naruto often pondered, and it was difficult to find a concrete answer. Everything was different. Each answer was distinct whenever Naruto questioned peace. But there was something common to all of Naruto's responses. Superiority. Why? Well, simply put, for Naruto, superiority gave you confidence and security. Being superior to someone made you unattainable for those who couldn't reach your level. Perhaps his perspective was dark and discriminatory, but in a world as corrupt as the one we live in today, isn't it better to give back what you receive? An innocent child, with a family that only wishes to live in peace and harmony, is murdered by shinobi from other villages. If that child survives, what remains of that child? Hope, I assure you not. Then hatred, at least something. You might say desires for revenge. But being a child, all you want is to be with your parents, all you want is your family. And if they are dead, then something else is born in this child, something known as loneliness. The vile and painful loneliness that can change the way you see things. Living in loneliness offers two paths, the path of hatred or the path of hope. When you choose the path of hatred, you move on to the desire for revenge. You'd be surprised to realize that at 17 years old, that was Naruto's philosophy. Nobody has the absolute truth, and Naruto knew it. He could even admit he was wrong. But what did it matter? Naruto was just giving his point of view, and after thinking about it for so long, there weren't many errors in his way of seeing things, or at least that's what he thought. Naruto jumped from the branch he was sitting on, covered his head with part of Zetsu's body, and then sank into the ground. In a matter of seconds, Naruto appeared in the hideout. Zetsu emerged from Naruto's body, and Naruto's face could finally be seen. He had a much more mature face, which kept him with an impassive expression. Naruto's eyes were blue, but a dark blue. His hair had grown and now reached halfway down his back, or perhaps a little longer. There were strands that fell across his face, and one very long one covered half of his right eye. Naruto's sideburns were very long, and his hair was tied back in a ponytail. He wore a large hood and tall shinobi boots. Naruto walked until he reached where his sensei, mentor and grandfather Madara Uchiha was, who was watching Naruto. Madara, I thought you'd be out a little longer, he said, looking at his grandson. Naruto, I want to continue my training. I only came out for some fresh air. The air here is really unpleasant, he said, keeping his face impassive. White Zetsu, well, that's because I've never bathed, he said in his typical cheerful tone. Black Zetsu, he's just being sarcastic, the black half said to the white one, who hadn't understood what Naruto meant. Naruto took off his hood and was wearing black shinobi pants and a red undershirt. Naruto stretched out strongly and then, as he was about to start doing push-ups, Madara, Naruto, come here, he said in a weak tone. Naruto didn't think twice and walked up to his sensei and grandfather, sitting down in front of Madara. Madara, it's been almost 3 years since Zetsu brought you to me. I've finally met my grandson, and Akane will be overjoyed when she finds out. You've grown incredibly strong and surpassed all your limits. I don't have much time left. I can only stay here for 1 more week. After that, I'll be counting on you, Naruto, to work on the Eye of the Moon plan. He said, looking at Naruto. Naruto, I understand. I've learned a lot from you, and as your student and grandson, I promise I won't let you down. He said, keeping his face impassive. Madara, that's very good to hear. Together we will create a new world, a world free of hatred and war, a world where no one has conflicts with anyone and everyone can have empathy for one another. He said, then closed his eyes and sighed. Naruto only saw his grandfather. It was clear that Madara was very obsessed with completing the Eye of the Moon plan, unlike Naruto, who still wasn't entirely sure. Trapping everyone in a perfect genjutsu. Would that really work? Was that the solution to end wars and hatred? Naruto wasn't so sure. It was a genjutsu after all. You're not achieving peace. You're simply forcing it. Naruto shrugged and then shook off his thoughts, trying to clear his mind. Despite still having doubts, he was going to do what he had promised his grandfather. If his grandfather believed in this plan, then he had to carry it out, and that was all there was to it. That's how Naruto thought, or perhaps he simply didn't want to believe that his grandfather was wrong. Who could know what was going on in Naruto's mind? After all, he was already 17 years old and had always been able to judge for himself. Who would have thought how much Naruto's life would change? The decisions he made only led to his destruction and his desire to change this world. Happiness wasn't part of Naruto's life, or perhaps it was. This is a play on words, but there's something very true in them. And that is that Naruto would become the destroyer of the world for some and the savior for others. Konohagakure no Sato, Hidden Leaf Village. Konoha has been restored once again. A sense of tranquility has settled over the village that had lost its Jinchuriki and almost lost its only Uchiha. Tsunade, the Hokage, had managed to put the village back on track, and everything was going well. However, the weight and pain of having lost Naruto still weighed heavily on those who cared for him. Perhaps some suffered much less since they had accepted Naruto's death, but others still struggled to move on, and it's no wonder if you analyze who had a deeper relationship with Naruto. Yes, they were very few, but the esteem they had for him was very high. Jiraiya was one of them. Tsunade herself was in her office and Jiraiya was in front of her. Tsunade, so you couldn't get anything, she said in a tired tone. Jiraiya, my spy network hasn't detected that Akatsuki has Naruto, but that doesn't mean they didn't have him. As I understand it, the only thing Akatsuki wants is the Biju, he said, looking at his fellow Sannin. Tsunade, but extracting the Biju from a Jinchuriki leads to the Jinchuriki's death, a swift death, she said, lowering her gaze. Jiraiya, I think I understand now, he said, catching Tsunade's attention. Tsunade, what do you mean? She asked, looking at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, Naruto is no longer with us. I must admit it was difficult to accept, he said, then smiled. Tsunade, what does that mean? Jiraiya, that I failed once again. I truly believe Naruto was the boy of the prophecy, but look how it all ended, he said, causing Tsunade to rise from her chair. Tsunade, you mean you no longer believe in the prophecy? Jiraiya, I don't mean that. I will always believe in the prophecy. It's just that every time I feel that he dies, he said, then sighed. Tsunade walked over and stood in front of Jiraiya and looked at him for a moment, making him a little nervous and blushed slightly. Jiraiya, what's wrong? He asked, looking at Tsunade. Tsunade, nothing. It's just that I thought. Just forget it, she said, then went and sat behind her desk. Jiraiya, come on, tell me Tsunade. Now I want to know. Were you going to say that you're falling in love with me? He said with a mischievous smile. Tsunade, yes, in your dreams, she said, then smiled. By the way, how are Sasuke and Kakashi doing? Jiraiya, you mean Tsunadeheim? Well, the brat has improved, although he hasn't lost his thirst for revenge or that arrogant personality he has. Despite being with Kakashi, who has become stronger, by the way, that boy has a blind hatred that won't leave him in peace, he said with a serious face. Tsunade, I hope he at least completes the missions he's assigned, she said, then shrugged. Jiraiya, I think he'll be able to complete missions, but it's not wise to neglect that brat. His mind has cleared a bit of his lust for power, but he's still always thinking about revenge. Although, I must say, before coming to Konoha, it had already been about 3 months since I last saw them, and they'll be here for a few more months. He said, then put a hand behind his head. Tsunade, I hope Kakashi can change something about that brat. He's important in Konoha, but I don't intend to put him on a pedestal. He'll advance and have missions like all the shinobi here. Jiraiya, well, if anyone can deal with him, it's you, Haim. He said, then let out a laugh. Tsunade, I just hope I have enough patience. She said, then leaned back in her chair. Jiraiya, by the way, would you like to have a few drinks? He asked, causing Tsunade's face to change to an angry one. Tsunade, I'm the Hokage. How could you say that to me? I have so many things to do and all you can think about is drinking. What time is it? She asked as a drop of sweat appeared on the back of Jiraiya's head. Jiraiya, you should start by believing what you say yourself. I'll wait for you in the same place as always at 10 o'clock. I'm sure you'll be free by then. He said, then walked out of Tsunade's office. Tsunade just watched Jiraiya leave and then sighed. She got up from her chair and walked to the window to look at the village. Tsunade thought she saw a tear in Jiraiya's eyes, but she didn't want to say anything. She knew it was difficult for him and it was for her too, so she understood how Jiraiya felt. Tsunade crossed her arms beneath her breasts and observed the village for a moment. Undoubtedly, everything was very peaceful and that was what mattered. Truly was so. When you are Hokage, you must ensure the safety, progress, and tranquility of the village, even above your own life. A Hokage lives and fights for their village and for future generations. The will of fire. The village had made a lot of progress and Tsunade was proud. Yet there were days when she wanted to throw it all away and just lock herself in with a bottle of sake and remember those who were no longer with her. But she knew that she was now a Hokage. She was carrying the dream of Dan and Nawaki and now also the dream of Naruto. That was what gave Tsunade the strength to keep fighting. She turned and sat in her chair, then began to review a large amount of papers. Location unknown. Greed never ends well. It's true that ambition has two sides, but when that ambition turns into greed to acquire something, it never ends well. Orochimaru was a clear example of this. He had lost his arms and had been robbed of what he most desired, his jutsu. For someone who wants to know everything and be able to perform every kind of jutsu, having his arms taken away is the perfect reward for everything he has done. Orochimaru has done atrocious things. Experimenting on children alone makes you realize that Orochimaru is sick. That lust for power has made him forget his humanity and has turned him into an animal, or rather, a creeping, dark serpent. Lying in his bed and complaining of pain was how Orochimaru stayed every day. In front of him was his right-hand man Kabuto, who had a cup of some strange medicine in his hand. Orochimaru. Damn it! If only Sasuke-kun had come to me, I'd be a little calmer now. Now, every time I switch bodies, the damage returns quickly. Damn old man. He said, remembering the third Hokage and cursing his name. Kabuto. It's been almost 3 years now. I'm sure Sasuke-kun has become much stronger than before. Besides, Kakashi Hatake has also trained a lot, and I'm sure he's become very strong too. He said, then approached Orochimaru and gave him the treatment to drink. Orochimaru. If only that damn brat hadn't gotten in the way. Although there is a silver lining. He said, then sat down on his bed. Kabuto, something positive. What is it? He asked, not quite understanding what the snake Sannin was referring to. Orochimaru, yes, Sasuke-kun has grown stronger and progressed. However, I'm sure he hasn't forgotten his desire for revenge. And when he realizes that despite training so much he won't be close to defeating Itachi-kun, then he'll have to resort to the cursed seal, and it will be that seal that leads me to Sasuke-kun. He said, then smiled. Kabuto, you're right about that. By the way, Lord Orochimaru, a rumor has spread through Iwagakure. He said, then adjusted his glasses. Orochimaru, rumors? Kabuto. What kind of rumors? He said, looking at Kabuto. Kabuto? I managed to infiltrate Iwagakure to find out if they had any information about the loss of Konoha's Jinchuriki, and I heard about the appearance of a boy with the Sharingan 2 years ago. He said, Surprising Orochimaru. Orochimaru Sharingan. It's Itachi-kun, Kabuto. It's true that this guy managed to defeat a Jonin, but there's more, my lord. According to those who were present, this boy was around 14 or 15 years old, and to top it all off, this boy had yellow hair. As far as I understand, Uchiha clan members are genetically predisposed to having black hair. Furthermore, Itachi-kun had eliminated all the Uchiha clan members, and the last ones alive were him, Sasuke, and the guy in Akatsuki, or as you call him, the fake Madara. He said with a small smile, Orochimaru, yellow hair. What does this mean, Kabuto? It's very strange, but there's something else too. This boy was accompanied by some kind of white human. When he said this, Orochimaru reacted quickly. Orochimaru Zetsu. Kabuto. According to the information we've gathered, Zetsu was the partner of the fake Madara. But who was this yellow-haired boy? Orochimaru. I never saw Zetsu in combat. However, I'm sure he's capable of healing wounds, and besides, he moves underground. He'd be able to take someone without leaving a trace. He said, putting the pieces of the puzzle together. Kabuto. To me, it's quite a coincidence. Don't you think, Lord Orochimaru? He said, smiling. Orochimaru. What a coincidence. Huh. Kukukuku. It seems fate is on my side. I already found it hard to believe you were dead, Naruto-kun. He spoke, then licked his lips, sticking out his tongue. Location unknown. Inside a very dark room were 8 figures. The only thing that could be seen were their eyes that shone in the darkness of the cave or lair. These were the members of the criminal organization called Akatsuki. Wow, I didn't think we'd meet so soon. I was practicing my art. Huh. Said a man with only one blue eye visible. Could you shut up, Deidara? Said a small figure with a very hoarse voice to the one who had spoken before. Deidara, you're just jealous because my art is better than yours. Sasori humph. He said, addressing the small figure. Sasori, your explosions are not art. What a typical argument, don't you think, Itachi-san? Said a man with very small eyes to the one next to him who had a 3-tomo Sharingan glowing. Itachi, I was about to begin my ritual for Jashin-sama. Said a man with purple eyes. Nobody cares about your stupid ritual, Haiden. Said a man with green eyes whom he had spoken to earlier. Haiden. What did you say, Kakuzu? You want me to kill you? He said, looking at the man with green eyes. Kakuzu. Don't make me laugh, Haiden. The reason for this meeting is because we must begin the hunt for the Jinchuriki. Said a figure with eyes that had a wave pattern extending along the grayish-purple eyeballs. If this was the Rinnegan. So, let's get started. Said the man with the small eyes. Each pair will have a Jinchuriki. Deidara and Sasori will go for the one-tailed one, Haiden and Kakuzu for the two-tailed one, and Itachi and Kisame for the four-tailed one. When they return with their Jinchuriki, they will go for the remaining ones. They can go for them in 2 months. Until then, stay alert. Remember, no mistakes will be tolerated. Said the man with the Rinnegan and the leader of Akatsuki. All the figures disappeared except for the man with the Rinnegan and another figure next to him who had brown eyes. After a few seconds, another figure formed, and this one only had one Sharingan visible. You already gave them the orders, Pain. The man with the Sharingan said to the one with the Rinnegan. Pain, yes. In 2 months the hunts for the Bijus will begin. By the way, Madara, who will be hunting the Ninetails? A female voice said, Madara. Pain will take care of the Ninetails, although I haven't heard much about the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki so far. It's strange. It's as if Konoha is keeping him hidden somewhere. The man called Madara said, then narrowed his eye. Pain. Do you think something might have happened? Madara. I don't know. I'll investigate this and bring you the information later. Remember, he's last on the list. He said, then disappeared. Pain, I know. He said, then disappeared, and the woman next to him also disappeared. Location unknown. 1 week later, Naruto landed on his feet and then began to walk. About 10 Zetsu clones fell behind him. Naruto walked until he reached the chair where Madara was sitting. Naruto saw Madara and noticed that he had his eyes closed and his breathing was very slow. Naruto put his hand on Madara's shoulder and then moved it, causing him to open his eye and look at Naruto. Madara, Naruto. It seems that Can't go on anymore. He said in a very weak tone. Naruto, you don't look very good. He said with an impassive face. Madara, Zetsu. He'll help you with everything you need. Remember, Naruto, that after a Biju dies, it revives 3 years later, so you must wait a few more months to capture the Kyuubi. He said, looking at his grandson. Naruto, don't worry, I understand perfectly. Zetsu stood next to Naruto, wearing a large hood and in his carnivorous plant mode. Madara, I trust you, my grandson. I know you won't fail me. When you bring me back to life, we will both create that dream world. He said, taking Naruto's hand. Madara looked at Naruto for a moment and then smiled. Without a doubt, except for the hair color, Naruto looked a lot like him when he was the same age. Madara looked at Zetsu, and Zetsu understood perfectly and walked behind Madara's chair. White Zetsu, any last words, Naruto? He said, looking at Naruto. Naruto only saw Zetsu and then saw Madara. Naruto hugged Madara, surprising him since he hadn't expected something like that at all, especially considering that Naruto had become somewhat cold and distant. Naruto, thank you, Grandpa. After those words, Zetsu disconnected the machine that provided chakra to Madara, who slowly closed his eye and then passed into death, or perhaps just into limbo waiting for Naruto to revive him. Naruto held the hug for a few more seconds and then let go. Naruto's eyes were closed and tears could be seen coming out. Naruto opened his eyes and his 3-tomo Sharingan was activated. Naruto's Sharingan began to spin at great speed and then Naruto's Sharingan changed. Naruto had awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan after seeing his grandfather's death. This is Naruto's Manjikyu Sharingan. Despite how distant Naruto had become, the truth is that he had great affection and love for his grandfather. After all, Naruto never had any family and no one ever told him about them, and Madara came not only to save his life but also told him about his grandmother and his mother. Naruto couldn't quite agree with Madara's plan, but he was going to do it. After all, he felt he owed his grandfather a lot. He spent almost 3 years with the old man, where he learned not only to see him as the great Uchiha Madara, but he managed to see him as what Naruto wanted, his grandfather. Naruto wiped away his tears and then felt a great heat in his eyes. He saw Zetsu, who was smiling, well, at least white Zetsu, since it was impossible to see if black Zetsu was smiling or even had any emotion. Black Zetsu, the Manjikyu, you have obtained your Manjikyu Sharingan, he said, slightly surprising Naruto. Naruto, so he's awake now. I guess that's good, he said. Then his Manjikyu Sharingan spun back to 3 tomos and then to its dark blue. White Zetsu, and what's next? He asked in his typical cheerful tone. Naruto, for now, wrap the old man's body and seal him, he said, then walked away, followed by Zetsu. White Zetsu, are you going out? Naruto, not for now. I'll train my Manjikyu Sharingan until I get used to it and discover my new powers, then I'll go outside. 3 months will be more than enough, he said, looking at Zetsu. Revenge is in his mind. Becoming strong is something that the more you live, the more you realize the importance of being strong. Life teaches you to be strong and even forces you to be strong. In life, there is only one thing clear: you learn or you learn. It's that simple but difficult to deal with. Sasuke Uchiha desired to become strong. He longed for it and was willing to do anything to gain power. Anything at all. This mentality led him to make an absurd decision: to go after Orochimaru simply to acquire power. Perhaps Sasuke didn't think about the consequences and only thought about how much power he could gain. Although in the end he was stopped by Naruto and returned to the village, Naruto didn't. And that's why Sasuke decided not to go after Orochimaru again. If there was one thing Sasuke hated and never wanted to do, it was acquire power like Itachi did. He hadn't killed Naruto. That's what he kept repeating to himself, trying to believe it. No one judged him or told him he had killed him, but Sasuke felt a great weight on his shoulders. Perhaps that weight, or the realization of his bad decision, was what made Sasuke decide to stay in the village. The Hokage told him he would have a 3-year training journey with Kakashi. Almost 3 years had passed, and Sasuke had progressed a lot. He had managed to calm those thirsts for power that sometimes blinded him. But even so, despite having progressed not only in power but also in mind, Sasuke still yearned for revenge. He hadn't forgotten it. And day after day the memories of that massacre tortured him and made him wonder if he was on the path that would lead him to complete his vengeance. Sitting atop one of the buildings in Tsunade, Sasuke sighed as he gazed at the sky. Kakashi appeared behind Sasuke and walked over to sit beside him. "Kakashi, I thought you might want to train?" he said without looking at Sasuke. "Sasuke, you're always late. That's why I decided to do the same," he said while looking at the sky. "Kakashi, well, sometimes I get lost on the path of life. Well, how about we start training?" he asked, looking at Sasuke. "Sasuke, if you had to assess my power, what level do you think I'm at?" he asked, then looked at Kakashi. "Kakashi, let's see. I'd say you're at the level of a seasoned jounin. You've adapted to the training quickly," he said in a calm tone. "Sasuke, it's not enough." Kakashi saw Sasuke, who had turned his face and was looking up at the sky again. Kakashi knew that Sasuke was still very much focused on revenge, besides always wanting to know what information Jiraiya had about Akatsuki, so he could find out where Itachi was. Kakashi also had to admit that Sasuke had changed his ways and was no longer so arrogant. A small change, but something significant to Kakashi. "Sasuke, we'll train in the same place, right?" he said, getting up. Kakashi, "Yes. This time we'll increase the training hours," he said, then started walking, followed by Sasuke. Location unknown. 3 months, according to Naruto, was more than enough time to adapt to his new eyes and also discover all his powers and progress much further. Naruto felt he had become very strong. After all, his master was Madara, and he knew exactly how to make Naruto break his limits and also knew how to bring out the best in him. It was as if Madara had known Naruto for a long time. There was also the possibility that Madara trained Naruto thinking of a training regimen he would undergo himself, hence why every time Naruto finished his training, he ended up on the ground super exhausted and only wanting to rest for weeks. Even so, for Naruto this was a challenge he had to overcome, and he knew that this arduous training would bear great fruit, and indeed it did. Naruto had progressed a lot and had also learned a lot about jutsus and especially about the Sharingan. Another thing is that Naruto absorbed a great deal of knowledge and learned the importance of understanding. Madara told him that even a fight can be won with the mind alone, and that's why he had studied so much. Although at first it seemed foolish to him, as he learned more about jutsu, the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan, and history, it was like a trap that permanently ensnared Naruto. It wasn't as if Naruto knew everything, but at least it could be said that the boy wasn't ignorant. After all, he underwent mental and physical training that yielded great results. Naruto was in the middle of the hideout, shirtless, wearing black shinobi pants, low blue shinobi boots, and black gloves with metal tops. His Manjikyu was activated. Zetsu was somewhat distant, observing Naruto. 2 weeks had passed since Madara's death and since Naruto had begun training and using his Manjikyu and had learned a few things. Naruto narrowed his eyes and then made hand seals. "Naruto Fire Style, Amulet of Death," Naruto said, then expelled a burst of fire that traveled in a chain-like pattern. When Naruto expelled the burst from the ground, it remained on the ground as it spread. Naruto made the Tiger Seal, and the fire expanded even further, becoming much stronger and taller. Naruto quickly resumed making hand seals at great speed. "Naruto Water Style, Standard Explosion," he said, then expelled a wave of water that swept away the fire and extinguished it. Naruto took out a scroll and walked until he was close to the water. Then he made hand seals and all the water disappeared. Naruto then spun his Manjikyu and a silver ribcage formed around him. Naruto turned to face Zetsu and nodded to let Zetsu know, then threw a kunai with a paper bomb attached. The kunai exploded right in front of Naruto, creating a large puff of smoke. After it cleared, a skeletal arm could be seen covering Naruto, in addition to the ribcage. "Naruto, so this is Susanoo. The better I control it, the more I can evolve it to its full form," he said to himself while moving his hand. Zetsu began walking towards Naruto. "Black Zetsu, so you're already able to extend an arm. There's something else," he said in that hoarse voice. "Naruto, yes, the Manjikyu Sharingan grants unique abilities, and mine is no exception," he said, maintaining his ribcage even though his arm had disappeared. "White Zetsu, That's very exciting. You've made a lot of progress. Studying the Manjikyu Sharingan has helped you a lot. He said in his typical cheerful tone. Naruto, you're right. Even I didn't know I could adapt to my eyes like this. I don't think 3 months is necessary. He said, smiling. White Zetsu, you mean you don't need 3 more months of training? He asked, looking at Naruto. Naruto, no. However, I will train for 2 more weeks, he said, then raised his arms and a large mechanical body formed without legs and with 2 silver arms that had a human skull with yellow eyes and large fangs. Black Zetsu, you've evolved it. Naruto, the Sharingan evolves with hatred and training. I can assure you that an Uchiha filled with hatred becomes very powerful. He said with a small smile. Tsunade no Sato, village hidden in the sand. Sasuke deflected several shurikens with his sword, ran out and found himself in a clash with Kakashi, who had his Sharingan visible and a kunai in hand. The two exchanged attacks where Sasuke deflected with his sword and Kakashi with his kunai. Sasuke ducked and then did a spinning kick at Kakashi's feet. However, Kakashi jumped to dodge them but was surprised by the kick that Sasuke connected with to his stomach. Kakashi grabbed Sasuke's foot and then spun around, throwing Sasuke, who spun in the air and landed on his feet with the tiger seal in his hand. Sasuke, fire style, fireball jutsu, Sasuke said, then expelled a large fireball that went towards Kakashi, who made hand seals and then placed them on the ground, and a large wall of earth was formed. The fireball collided with the earth wall, causing a large puff of smoke to form. Sasuke watched with his 3-tomo Sharingan activated towards the source of the puff of smoke. Kakashi ran towards Sasuke with a kunai in hand. Sasuke looked at Kakashi, and when he was very close, Sasuke, in a flash of speed, pierced Kakashi's stomach with his sword, but Kakashi exploded in a puff of smoke. Sasuke turned his gaze as if he already knew this was a clone. However, he couldn't move. He looked down and saw a puddle of mud at his feet. Kakashi appeared behind Sasuke and touched Sasuke's neck with the tip of the kunai, surprising him. Kakashi, it seems to be over. Sasuke, it seems so, he said, then disappeared as if he had never been there. Kakashi, Genjutsu. Kakashi turned around and stopped Sasuke's sword attack with his kunai. The two pushed each other back. Kakashi, wow, you almost surprised me, he said, then covered his Sharingan. Sasuke, it's always the same. Sasuke began to walk away from Kakashi, who watched him go. Kakashi sighed at his student's behavior. How could he make Sasuke stop thinking so much about revenge? That was what Kakashi wondered. Sasuke was someone who had changed, but when the memories of the massacre came to his mind, he changed completely. He became a dark person whose only desire was to find Itachi and kill him. Sasuke had developed a bipolar disorder that greatly hindered efforts to guide him back to the path of good. Kakashi looked up at the sky and sighed. He was eager to return to Konoha so he could visit Rin and Obito and also go to the memorial stone to remember Naruto. Sasuke walked through the streets of Tsunade, his face serious as he stared straight ahead. Today, the memories of the massacre were tormenting Sasuke, who couldn't even train in peace, and that's why he decided to leave. Nothing seemed to be working or going as Sasuke had planned. Memories of his family and his brother Itachi's words haunted his mind, and as if that weren't enough, today he was also tormented by memories and the image of Naruto. From the moment he woke up, the first thing that came to his mind was Naruto's name, followed by all the memories he had with him. From the moment the day began, he knew things were only going to get worse. He kept repeating to himself that he hadn't killed Naruto, but it was as if those memories contradicted him. Well, after all, it's always been said that one's greatest enemy is oneself. Sasuke snapped out of his thoughts when he saw Temari in a small shop. Sasuke walked past, but Temari saw him and followed him. Temari, Sasuke, she said, making Sasuke stop. Sasuke, I thought you'd be in the Kazekage's office, he said without looking at Temari. Temari, I was there a little while ago, but I decided to go out and buy a few things. I thought you'd be training, she said, walking beside Sasuke. Sasuke, I finished my training. Temari, that's fast. They usually train all afternoon until very late at night, she said, looking at Sasuke. Sasuke, that's enough for now, he said, then frowned. Temari, If you say so, it's good to see that both you and Kakashi have become very strong. Obviously, I've become very strong too, you know, she said, then smiled. Sasuke, TSK, Tamari, what's wrong? Are you upset about something? Sasuke, could you shut up? All women are so annoying, he said, looking at Tamari, surprising her, and then continued walking, leaving Tamari behind. Tamari, what on earth is wrong with that boy? He's got some issues. Kakashi had arrived at the hotel where he and Sasuke were staying. It was very late, so he assumed that Sasuke was probably already asleep. Kakashi was about to enter his room, but he saw Sasuke's room with the door open. Kakashi approached the room and didn't see Sasuke inside. Kakashi sighed and then went up to the terrace, where he saw Sasuke sitting on a railing, staring into space. Kakashi approached Sasuke. Kakashi, I thought you'd be asleep, he said, looking at Sasuke. Sasuke, you can leave me alone, Kakashi, he said without looking at Kakashi. Kakashi, if you say so, you should stop thinking so much about revenge. It only makes you lose focus and you can't. Kakashi couldn't finish because Sasuke interrupted him. Sasuke, will you shut up? I'm fed up with your stupid words. Kakashi, and why is that? Have you forgotten who decided to come with me? Nobody forced you to come on this journey. Do you think I'm training you so you can get revenge? I'm doing it so you can find another purpose in your life. I want to help you. Sasuke, what does that mean? He asked, then lowered his gaze. Kakashi, I already told you, you and I are alike. I've lost far more than you realize. Even so, I didn't choose the path of revenge. I decided to give my life a purpose that would ultimately help me. Even if you manage to get revenge, you won't have accomplished anything. Even if you kill Itachi and fulfill your vengeance, none of that will bring all the dead back. When will you understand that they're already dead? They're no longer here, and nothing you do will bring them back, he said, then went down to his room, leaving Sasuke alone. Sasuke raised his gaze and looked towards the sky. What could that other reason be? That was something only Sasuke could find and discover. But even though he tried, Sasuke couldn't find any other reason than revenge. Perhaps that was why. Since the massacre, Sasuke's mind had been filled with hatred and desires for revenge. If there was only revenge in Sasuke's mind, their adventures begin. 2 weeks later, Naruto was obsessed with hard training. He liked to spend hours and hours training until he reached his highest limits. 2 weeks were more than enough for Naruto to prepare and train a lot. He got used to training so much after the hard training that Madara put him through. Naruto stretched hard. He had finished another day of training and felt great. He was shirtless, wearing black shinobi pants and matching shinobi sandals. He walked and saw Zetsu emerge from the ground. White Zetsu, 2 weeks have passed. Naruto, he said in a cheerful tone. Naruto, yeah. Time sure does fly, he said, then untied the ponytail that held his hair, letting it fall loose. White Zetsu, so you're going out? He asked in an excited tone. Naruto, sure. I could have done it last week, but I decided to train a little more, he said, then took an apple from a bag. White Zetsu, you've become addicted to apples, you're always eating one, Zetsu said, observing Naruto. Naruto, it's only natural after all, the only fruit you brought me during these 2 years were apples, he said, then took a bite. Black Zetsu, what will be the first thing you do? He asked in his typical raspy voice. Naruto, I can't join Akatsuki right now. I want to stay in the shadows for a while. Things should take their course and then everything will turn out as it should, he said, then sat down in the chair where Madara sat. Zetsu stood in front of him. White Zetsu, you mean you already have a plan? He asked, looking at Naruto who was still eating his apple. Naruto, it's simple. Obito and Akatsuki hunt the tailed beasts, and when only the 9 tails and 8 tails are left, I'll take care of the rest. I'll wait for Obito to do everything for me. If things get complicated, I'll lend a hand, and when only 2-tailed beasts remain, it will be time to go after Obito, he said with an impassive face. Black Zetsu, Obito could use pain against you. Naruto, I also considered that possibility. I can't kill Nagato since I need him to work out the plan. However, Staying in the shadows gives me an advantage, and that is the ability to get close to Nagato. He said, then threw away the apple remains. White Zetsu, that sounds interesting. How would you do it? He asked with a big smile. Naruto, if I joined Akatsuki, Obito could keep an eye on me, and whenever I wanted to formulate my plan, Obito would already be ready to send Nagato and his paths against me, or perhaps even more members of Akatsuki. I'm not worried about fighting, but as I told you before, I can't kill Nagato. Besides, even though I've changed my appearance, Obito would still be able to recognize me, so the plan would fail. White Zetsu, oh, I see. Naruto, on the other hand, staying in the shadows makes me unrecognizable to Nagato, and that would be better. Think about it, because no one knew anything about knows everything about Akatsuki's plan and about Madara, and even knows about your paths of pain. Besides, I have the advantage of having you, Zetsu. While I make sure the tailed beasts are being hunted down, you investigate where Nagato's real body is. I don't want to talk to Pain. I'll talk to the one who will believe everything I say, Nagato. He said, then rested his face in his hand. Black Zetsu, you've got it all planned out. The black half said, causing the bench to smile. Naruto, I promised I wouldn't fail. I always keep my promises. He said, keeping his face impassive. White Zetsu, by the way, there's something Madara left for you to use. He said in his usual excited tone. Naruto, what is it? White Zetsu, it's right behind that chair. He said, pointing with his finger. Naruto got up from the chair and walked behind it and saw a large box, and next to the box was the scythe that Madara used. Naruto opened the box, and what he saw surprised Naruto. Inside the box was the clothes that Madara used when he was a shinobi. Those clothes, similar to those of a samurai, could certainly look perfect on Naruto. Naruto took off the clothes he was wearing and then began to put on Madara's clothes. Naruto started tying bandages at the bottom of his leg, then tied bandages on both legs, put on his black shinobi sandals, and then put on his gloves. Naruto, so this is the clothing the old man used back in his day. It's the same as what Hashirama and Tobirama wore. He said, then began to put on the armor. Black Zetsu, yes. But that's not Madara's clothing, well, at least the armor is. He said while observing Naruto. Naruto, I see. Despite being his armor, it doesn't have a single scratch. I think it fits me well and it's comfortable too. He said while flexing his arms. White Zetsu, if it fits, then you're ready. He said, then smiled. Naruto, I think so, let's go. Naruto started walking and then stood on one of the walls of the hideout. Naruto activated his Sharingan and it began to spin until it reached its Manjikyu. A large humanoid body without legs formed around Naruto. This was Naruto's Susanoo. Naruto's Susanoo closed his fist and then punched the wall and destroyed it. Then Naruto made his Susanoo disappear. Naruto walked through the hole made by his Susanoo's punch and came out outside. After almost 3 years, he managed to get outside. Naruto took a deep breath and then exhaled. Naruto, so we're in Uzushiogakure then, he said, looking up at the sky. White Zetsu, well, we're a little closer to Kirigakure. So what's next? He asked, looking at Naruto. Naruto, for now, we'll look for a hideout where we can settle. I think we'll go to Kiri. It hasn't been long since the Civil War, which means they won't have a large military force, and that means I won't have to engage in unnecessary fights. He said, then started walking, followed by Zetsu. Iwagakure no Sato, hidden village among the rocks. Iwagakure is located in the land of Earth. As one of the 5 great villages, it also has a Kage, the village leader, better known as the Tsuchikage. The village is renowned for its shinobi's expertise in earth release techniques. It is also home to 2-tailed beasts, the 4-tails and the 5-tails. The village is surrounded by towering mountains that serve as a natural defense against enemy attacks. The village was at a point of weakness after having lost 2 Jinchuriki, yet the Tsuchikage was working to make mere children into great shinobi who would have no problem killing if that was the order. The current Tsuchikage Inoki was in his office and was sitting complaining about 2 things, the paperwork and his back pain. The door of his office opened and he saw his granddaughter Kuratsuchi, and next to her was Akatsuchi. Inoki, what do you want, Kuratsuchi? He said with a serious face. Kuratsuchi, I wanted to know if you had already decided to retire and leave the position of Tsuchikage to me. He said with a small smile. Anoki, I'm not going to retire, and besides, you're not ready yet. He said, looking at his granddaughter. Akatsuchi, wow, that's a very touching scene, always talking about that. He said in a calm tone, accompanied by a smile. Kuratsuchi, well, after I tell you this, I'm sure your back pain will improve. He said, then took out a piece of paper. Anoki, what is that? He asked, then began to fly and took the paper. Kuratsuchi, that's a great opportunity to finish off your greatest enemies. He said in a proud tone. Anoki opened the paper. The paper only had 4 words, Jinchuriki of Konoha dead. Anoki narrowed his eyes, looking at Kuratsuchi. Anoki, how did you get this? He asked, looking at his granddaughter. Kuratsuchi, a man named Kabuto gave it to me. He mentioned it was a gift from Orochimaru. He said, looking at his grandfather. Akatsuchi, as I understand it, Orochimaru is one of the 3 legendary Sannin. He said, maintaining his calm tone. Anoki, however, he is now a deserter from Konoha and one of the greatest criminals in the world. However, I had heard that he had tried to destroy Konoha and that he was also responsible for the death of the 3rd Hokage. He said, narrowing his eyes. Kuratsuchi, but if this is true, then Konoha's military power is low, isn't it? Anoki, you're still a child. Even though Konoha lost its Jinchuriki, the village still possesses great shinobi like Hatake Kakashi, the Copy Ninja, as well as 2 of the legendary Sannin, the Hyuga clan, the last Uchiha, and many great jonin. It's true they've lost some of their military power, but that doesn't mean Konoha is vulnerable. He said, observing his granddaughter. Kuratsuchi, so this is how it ends? Anoki, no, we will use this information we have, and of course we will go against Konoha. The first step will be to convince Kumogakure to ally with us against Konoha. He said, then looked out the window at the village. Kuratsuchi, and what will we do about Akatsuki? He asked, looking at his grandfather. Anoki, Akatsuki's targets are the Jinchuriki. They've already lost the Kyuubi, but they could help us a little. Kirigakure. Naruto was moving along the borders of Kirigakure. He needed to take a boat to reach the village, and that's what he had done. The reason Naruto considered Kirigakure a good option for a hideout was because it was far from the other villages, which helped him remain more undetected. He could also take advantage of the fact that it was under reconstruction to find a house and use it as a hideout. After all, in Kirigakure, no one would recognize him, and he could pass himself off as an ordinary civilian. He would use his transformation jutsu to blend in. When Naruto was almost at Kirigakure, he decided to use his transformation jutsu, or rather, his famous sexy jutsu, and transformed into a beautiful woman with yellow hair and a great figure. For some strange reason, Naruto decided it was a good idea to be in a swimsuit. He continued rowing until he reached Kiri, got out of the boat, and then walked a few steps before 2 men appeared in front of him. They were wearing the Kiri uniform and the Kiri headband. They seemed to be jonin. Outsmarting 2 jonin with a jutsu like that should be very difficult, right? Jounin 1. Stop right there. Who are you? The jounin asked, looking at the woman with a slight blush. Naruto, I am looking for help. He said in a woman's voice, and at the same time a voice that reflected fear. Naruto let himself fall to the ground and the 2 jounin became worried. Jounin 2. Hey, are you okay? You didn't hurt yourself, did you? Naruto, no. I need your help. I've been rowing for hours and hours. A really bad man had me locked up in his house and did really bad and dirty things to me. She said, then started to cry. Jounin 1, okay, don't worry, miss. The jounin said somewhat nervously. Jounin 2, you're right, you can find lodging here. The jounin also said in a nervous tone. Naruto, really? He said with a big smile. Thank you so much, you're so kind. He said with a big smile, making them both blush. One of the jounin took off his jacket and put it on Naruto. Jounin 2, here, you can keep this for now. If you go straight ahead from the entrance, you'll find some shops where you can buy clothes. Naruto, thank you very much, generous sir. Jounin 2, you can call me Jin. He said, completely mesmerized. Naruto, thank you so much for your help. You're both amazing. I hope to see you soon," he said before entering the village, seen by the two jounin. Jounin 1. "What a beautiful and sexy girl," said the jounin looking at his partner. Jounin 2. "Very beautiful. I'm happy to have helped her." Jounin 1. "Me too." The two of them stood mesmerized for a while before continuing to guard the entrance to Kirigakure. Naruto walked through the streets of Kirigakure, which were under reconstruction, looking for an inn, some house where he could stay. As he continued walking, several men complimented him. Naruto just smiled at them all as he kept going. He wanted to cancel his jutsu. It was starting to annoy him. Naruto focused his gaze on a house that was somewhat far from the rest. He saw that the house was being rebuilt, so it most likely did not yet have an owner. Furthermore, it was isolated, and there were only two men rebuilding the house. Naruto approached them with a very gentle smile. "Naruto, hey, I'm looking for a place to stay. I don't have much money to buy a house. I was wondering if I could help you rebuild your house and then live with you," he said with a smile, and the two men were instantly captivated. Man 1. "Oh, well, if you want, you can stay here, beautiful," one of them said, blushing deeply and with a perverted look on his face. Man 2. "Oh, of course, we'd love for you to stay with us," the other man said as he imagined what he could do with her. Naruto, "Seriously? Wow, you guys are great, thank you so much, I'll help you rebuild." Man 1. "No, of course not. It is a man's duty to do this job. The gentle hands of a beautiful lady like yourself should not be harmed," the man said in a proud tone. Man 2, "You're right, you sit over there, we'll finish rebuilding. We just need to finish putting in the door and windows," the other man said with the same pride. Naruto, you're so chivalrous. This deserves a prize, which I'll give you when you finish rebuilding," he said in a provocative tone, causing the two men to get nosebleeds and start rebuilding as if there were no tomorrow. A couple of minutes passed and the men had finished rebuilding the house completely. They had brought in furniture and beds and the house was ready to be inhabited. The two men saw Naruto, who was sitting and reading a scroll, and this surprised the two men who approached him. Man 1. "Miss, what is that scroll?" the man asked, making Naruto look at it. Naruto, this is a recipe for making an exquisite meal," he said, smiling. Man 2. "So that's our prize," the man said, disappointed because he wanted something more intimate. Naruto, "Well, this is part of the prize, but the most important part starts inside the house," he said, then walked into the house, followed by the two men with heart-shaped eyes. The three entered the house and the men began to get nervous when they saw Naruto take off her jacket and then her bra, causing the men to have a nosebleed. Naruto just looked at the men with an impassive face, and then Zetsu came out of the floor next to Naruto, scaring the two men. Man 1, "What is that?" he asked, very scared. Man 2, "I don't know, we must protect the young lady," the man said, taking a broom. Naruto just sighed, then made a hand seal and cancelled the sexy jutsu, surprising the two men. Man 1, "A jutsu?" Man 2, "Damn it, you tricked us." Naruto, "Thank you for giving me this house. I'll pay you back," he said, then activated his Sharingan and made the two men fall to the ground, but with a very satisfied expression, so to speak. Black Zetsu Genjutsu, "Why do they have those faces?" he asked, looking at the two men who were smiling and drooling. Naruto, "Well, I felt I should pay them, so they're with several women. I think they'd say they're in paradise," he said with an impassive face. White Zetsu, "What do we do with them?" he said with a smile. Naruto, "Take care of them, at least they'll die happy," he said, then began to walk around the house. White Zetsu, "That's true," he said, smiling, then separated from Black Zetsu and created two clones that took the two men underground. Black Zetsu, "So you've decided to stay here," he said, looking at Naruto. Naruto, "Yes. There won't be any problem, besides I think I could take advantage of a village like Kirigakure," he said, keeping his face impassive. The Mizukage, Mei Terumi. Naruto was a determined person. If he said he was going to do something, he fought until he completed it. During his time in Konoha, there was a phrase that Naruto constantly repeated, and that was, "I will not go back on my word, that is my ninja way." That phrase seemed to always accompany Naruto. The weight of his words remained balanced with the weight of his actions. That was why, in a way, Naruto was able to achieve even the impossible and demonstrate how much you can achieve if you set your mind to it and never stop fighting. It's almost as if fate is challenging Naruto to try and achieve anything. He was once the Hokage, making great strides, but everything crumbled in a single day. Now he was on the other side of the path, a dark path, or perhaps a path where he could find peace. Such uncertainty. Is life trying to teach Naruto something? Or is Naruto destined to decide what will happen to the world? No one knows, but if there's one thing we can be sure of, it's that Naruto was a very important part of this world. Destruction or salvation, only a god could know. Naruto was reviewing some scrolls. This seemed to be a hobby of Naruto's. When he wasn't training, he was always studying history or learning new jutsus. Naruto looked up when he saw Zetsu emerge from the ground and begin walking towards him. Black Zetsu. It seems Akatsuki hasn't started the hunt yet, he said in his hoarse voice. Naruto, it seems they'll wait a little longer, according to what I asked you to find out, he said, looking at Zetsu. White Zetsu, well, Kiri doesn't have a Jinchuriki anymore. He's a deserter now, and his name is Utakata. He's the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails. Iwagakure lost both of its Jinchuriki, but they were captured by Akatsuki. Kumo still has its two Jinchuriki, and the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails hasn't been captured yet, he said in his typical cheerful tone. Naruto, so in total they have two captured Jinchuriki. The previous Mizuka Jigura is dead, but according to what I've heard, the Three Tails was extracted and released, so most likely they haven't captured it yet. White Zetsu, capturing a Biju must be even more difficult. Naruto, yes, she is. However, the members of Akatsuki are all S-rank criminals. What about the Jinchuriki girl? He asked, looking at Zetsu. Black Zetsu. She is a kunoichi from Takigakure. Her name is Fu, he said, looking at Naruto. Naruto, Takigakure, capturing it won't be a problem. In the past, this village had great shinobi, especially great jonin, but now its military power has greatly diminished. It also had a very famous kenjutsu called Jiangu, but it was stolen. You said that Kakuzu, a member of Akatsuki, stole this kenjutsu. He spoke, then walked to the kitchen, followed by Zetsu. White Zetsu, so what will you do? He asked, very excited because he wanted to see Naruto in action. Naruto, stay in the shadows. I can't make a move until Akatsuki starts hunting the tailed beasts. I think it's time for you to make your move, he said, pointing at Zetsu. White Zetsu, huh? He said in a confused tone. Naruto, find Nagato's body. Before the hunt begins, I'd like to speak with Nagato. I'll wait for you here, Zetsu, he said, sitting down at the table and then opening the lid of his ramen. Black Zetsu, see you. White Zetsu will be back very quickly, he said, then sank into the ground and disappeared. Naruto just watched as Zetsu disappeared and then began to eat and enjoy his ramen. It had been a long time since he had eaten one, so this one was very sacred. Tsunade no Sato, village hidden in the sand. Gaara, a boy who had become Kazekage just a year before, was already beginning to feel the weight of the position. The people of Tsunade didn't admire or respect Gaara. They only feared him. Just as in his childhood, so was his adolescence. Even so, Gaara carried on with his head held high. He had made a promise that he wouldn't break for anything in the world. After Naruto's death, Gaara vowed that he would fight and become very strong to protect all his loved ones, as he didn't want to lose anyone else. A promise that kept Gaara standing firm in his position as Kazekage. Gaara loved his home and would undoubtedly give his life to protect it. It was the home where he saw his mother, where his siblings lived, and where all the people of this village needed a leader to protect them after losing the fourth Kazekage, Raza, who was also Gaara's father, after Orochimaru tricked him into invading Konoha. It was Gaara's job to help the village recover. And now, looking at the village from the top of the Kazekage Tower was Gaara. Kankuro began to approach Gaara. Kankuro, Gaara, Sasuke, and Kakashi are already leaving, he said, looking at Gaara, who was still staring at the village. Gaara, almost 3 years. Naruto Uzumaki, he said in a low voice, his face reflecting sadness. Kankuro, Gaara, I'll go now to say goodbye to Kakashi and Sasuke. He said, then looked at Kankuro. Kankuro, what's wrong, Gaara? He asked in a worried tone. Gaara, now that I am Kazekage, I have much to protect. I am aware that people still fear me, however, I will fight for this village no matter what, even if it costs me my life. He said, looking at Kankuro. Kankuro, well Gaara, I too will be by your side to continue fighting for this village, just like Temari. Gaara, I know, thank you. He said, then gave a small smile that took Kankuro by surprise. Kankuro, why you're welcome. He said, somewhat confused. Gaara, let's say goodbye to Kakashi and Sasuke. Gaara and Kankuro walked until they reached the main gate of Tsunade, where Kakashi and Sasuke were, as well as Baki and Temari. Gaara, so they'll be leaving today. He said, looking at Kakashi and Sasuke. Kakashi, we still have about 2 months of training left. However, we've made a lot of progress and decided to return early. Besides, someone wants to test their new skills on real missions. He said, glancing sideways at Sasuke, who had his typical serious expression. Gaara, I understand. I hope you found some peace, Sasuke Uchiha. He said, looking at Sasuke, who also looked at him. Sasuke, there's only one way to find peace. Everyone understood perfectly what he meant. Kankuro, I hope you have a good trip, he said, then smiled. Temari, take care, we'll see each other later, she said while smiling. Baki, it was a pleasure having you here, he said, looking at Sasuke and Kakashi. Kakashi, well, see you later, he said, then started walking. Sasuke stood there watching Gaara. Sasuke, I didn't kill him. Naruto was my Gaara. I know it wasn't you and I understand. He was my friend too, he said, looking at Sasuke, who smiled and then started walking to catch up with Kakashi. Kakashi, without a doubt, Naruto has had a huge impact on that boy. This is what Naruto achieved, and that can never be erased, he said, looking ahead, causing Sasuke to look at him. Sasuke, I think so, he said, then sighed and continued walking. Kirigakure no Sato, hidden village in the mist. Naruto was still sitting in the chair at the table. Several hours had passed and Naruto was still waiting with his face impassive for Zetsu. Naruto had a scroll in his hand and was reading when Zetsu appeared. Naruto, what did you get? He asked without looking at Zetsu. Black Zetsu, he's in Amigakure, the tallest tower, he said, looking at Naruto. Naruto, I see. The problem is that he's protected by pain. I don't want to fight him because that would only complicate things, he said, then put down the scroll he was reading. White Zetsu, so how do you plan to approach me? He asked with an excited face. Naruto, pain. Nagato, is there anyone else besides Obito who knows this information? He asked, looking at his teammate. Black Zetsu, Konan. White Zetsu, oh, you're right, Pain's friend and Akatsuki member Konan, he said while smiling. Naruto, I see, she must be in Amigakure too. Getting close to that woman will be difficult since she's always with Pain, he said, then stood up and walked towards the door. White Zetsu, what will you do? He said, looking at Naruto. Naruto, for now I'll go buy some food. I'll leave this afternoon. If I'm not mistaken, I should be able to get to Amigakure in the early morning, he said, then left the house. White Zetsu, he seems very calm. Black Zetsu, I see him very thoughtful. Naruto was walking through the streets of Kiri. He had taken off his armor and shinobi clothes and was dressed as just another civilian. He knew that if a Jonin or an Umbu saw him, he could be in trouble. After all, despite being dressed as a civilian, from afar Naruto looked like a full-fledged shinobi. Even so, he decided to go out, since for him he was just going to a store and returning quickly without anyone noticing. Naruto entered the first store he saw and began looking for what he loved so much. Ramen. He spotted it, went over, and grabbed about 20 cups of ramen to take home and prepare. Naruto walked towards the payment area, where a man looked at him strangely for carrying so many cups of ramen. Shopkeeper, wow, you really like ramen, he said, taking one of them. Naruto, what can I say? It's my favorite food, he said, smiling. Suddenly, a very beautiful woman with a slender figure entered the store. She had long, reddish-brown hair that reached her ankles, tied in a bun with a blue ribbon. 2 strands of hair fell out, one covering her right eye and the other 2 crossing her chest. She had green eyes and wore a dark blue, long-sleeved dress that fell just below her knees. The dress only covered the upper part of her arms and the lower part of her breasts. Underneath, she wore a mesh shirt, shorts of the same color as the dress, and mesh tights. Around her waist, she wore a belt. She also wore high-heeled sandals and shin guards. The woman entered the store, and next to her was a man with blue hair and black eyes, black-framed glasses, a long-sleeved striped shirt and camouflage pants. He had the Kirigakure headband on his chest and a large sword behind his back wrapped in bandages. "Hello, I've come for my fruit," the woman said, smiling. "Shopkeeper. Hello, Mizuki-sama." "Yes, wait, I'll bring your fruit now," the man said, then left through a door. Naruto saw the woman when he heard the shop owner refer to her as Mizuki. The woman was checking out some facial treatments and the young man was standing next to her. "Look, Chujiro, this one claims to be 99% effective," he said, looking at the boy beside him. "Chujiro, yes, Miss May. However, we only came for your fruit," the boy said, blushing slightly. Naruto approached the woman, causing the boy named Chujiro to stand in front of her. "Chujiro, who are you?" he asked somewhat nervously, causing the Mizuki to turn around and look at Naruto. "Naruto, relax, I just wanted to take this cream," he said, taking the face cream. "May, wow, I didn't think there was a man who cared so much about his appearance," she said, smiling and looking at Naruto. "Naruto, well, let's just say I like to take care of myself," he said, then gave a small smile that made May blush. "May, hey, I haven't seen you around here. Are you a shinobi?" she asked with a serious face. Naruto, "Well, I'm a merchant. I travel from village to village selling my products," he said in a calm tone. "May, products? What kind of products?" Naruto, "Well, all kinds. Even sometimes women's underwear," he said, making May smile. "Chujiro, you know, I'm still here," he said, raising his hand. "May, oh right, Chujiro, you could wait for my fruit," she said, smiling, making Chujiro blush. "Chujiro, yes, but I'll be watching you," he said, then went to wait for the fruit. May, okay. So what's the verdict? Naruto, in my underwear, he said in such a normal and innocent way. May, okay. I'd like to see your merchandise, and you could also help me decide which one suits me best, she said in a flirty tone. Naruto, of course. By the way, I heard the shopkeeper refer to you as Mizuki-sama. May, oh, someone didn't know me? Well, nice to meet you. My name is Mei Terumi, and I am the Mizuki of Kirigakure, she said, extending her hand to Naruto. Naruto, I'm Hikaru Hayura, the pleasure is all mine, he said, then took the woman's hand. May, wow, what an interesting name. Would you like to tell me more about your business? She said, looking at Naruto. Naruto, sure, Mizuki. Mei Terumi, the Mizuki of Kirigakure, crossed paths with Naruto, who found this intriguing. Many would desire to be with the Mizuki, and it seemed that Naruto might have that opportunity. However, Naruto didn't see this as a chance for romance, but as something more, something that would seemingly help him in the future. What could it be? Only Naruto knew. But one thing was certain. Mei Terumi was going to become a woman who was part of Naruto's plan, that macabre and dark plan, the woman of Akatsuki. Naruto put on his armor and then his gloves. Naruto turned around and saw Zetsu, who was watching him the same way. White Zetsu, you'll start moving soon, he said in an excited tone. Naruto, yes, I'll go to Amigakure. I'll try to get close to that woman named Konan. She's the key to getting closer to Nagato, he explained, looking at Zetsu. Black Zetsu, you will arrive in Amigakure at dawn. We will be waiting for you there, he said in his typical hoarse voice. Naruto, don't worry, I'll try to get there as fast as I can, he said, then walked to the door. White Zetsu, the way you're dressed makes me think you're going to fight, he said, looking at Naruto. Naruto, I have to find a way to get Konan to come closer to me. When I do, she'll definitely try to attack me, so I'm prepared, he said, then gave a small smile. Black Zetsu, Be careful not to draw too much attention. See you later, he said, then sank into the ground. Naruto made a hand seal and created a clone, ordering it to stay home. Naruto left the house. It was already night, so he had to move quickly to get to Amigakure. Naruto began to move quickly across the rooftops. He reached the wall and then saw that there were Umbu and Jonin at the gate, about 12 of them. Naruto jumped down from the wall towards where the Umbu and Jonin were. Naruto landed a few steps in front of them. The 12 shinobi and Umbu spotted Naruto before rushing towards him. They were so focused on defeating him that they forgot to send one of their members to report to the Mizukage. Naruto's Manjikyu Sharingan began to spin, activating the ribcage that surrounded and protected him from melee attacks. The Umbu jumped back, powerless to intervene. The ribcage vanished, and Naruto looked up, revealing his Sharingan. The shinobi stared at Naruto, and after a few seconds, the 12 Jonin and Umbu collapsed to the ground unconscious. Zetsu appeared next to Naruto. White Zetsu watched this with a smile, and it was impossible to tell if Black Zetsu was smiling or even capable of it. Black Zetsu, so unconscious. He said, looking at the bodies. Naruto, I couldn't let any of them escape, take care of them, then catch up. He said, then started running across the water. White Zetsu, he could have killed them all. He said, watching Naruto run away across the water. Amigakure, located in the land of rain, which surrounds the land of fire, wind, and earth, is a highly industrialized village. This village was very isolated from the outside world, surrounded by small villages. As its name suggests, it is always raining. The village had always been a battleground for the land of fire, wind, and earth, resulting in a destroyed village and countless innocent deaths. This war between the great nations had caused this country to suffer the most, perhaps even more than any other. Currently, the village could be said to be stable. A few years ago, the leader of this village was Hanzo of the Salamander. However, he had been assassinated, and now the one acting as leader of Amigakure was someone the villagers called God. At the top of the tallest tower, a man stood observing the village, seemingly unbothered by the rain. He had orange hair and several piercings on his face resembling small bars. He possessed the Rinnegan and wore the Akatsuki cloak. This was Pain, the leader of Akatsuki and the god of Amigakure. Behind him stood his friend and loyal companion Konan, considered the angel of Amigakure. Konan. Pain? She asked, looking at the god of Amigakure. Pain. Only 2 months until the hunt for the Jinchuriki begins. We're so close to achieving peace. He replied, looking at the village. Konan. You're right. Pain, come here, he's already here. She said, making Pain look at her and start walking towards the interior of the tower. 2 months, and peace will come to the world, said a very dark voice, and only a Sharingan could be seen shining in the darkness. Pain. Each member already has the Jinchuriki they must capture, he said, looking at the man. Konan. By the way, Madara, what did you discover about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? She said, looking at the one now recognized as Madara. Madara. There's something strange about Naruto Uzumaki, he said, then approached the light, where Konan and Pain were already present. A man with an orange mask and a spiral could be seen. Only his Sharingan was visible, and he was wearing the Akatsuki cloak. Pain? Weird. Madara. It's as if Konoha has suddenly hidden him, yet there is a way I can approach him and find out what happened. However, I will do it when the hunt for the Jinchuriki begins, he said, looking at Pain and Konan. Konan. Okay, she said, keeping her face impassive. Madara. Don't forget that you, Pain, will be the one to go after the Nine-Tails, he said, then began to disappear in a swirling vortex. Pain, I know. Pain said with an indifferent face, watching Madara disappear. Land of Fire. Naruto was running towards Amigakure. To get there faster, Naruto decided he would enter the Land of Fire, trying to avoid entering Konoha and avoiding memories. About 2 hours had passed. Naruto managed to see land and therefore was already in the Land of Fire. Naruto reached the shore. Entering the Land of Fire without being detected would be very difficult. However, there was no time to think about anything, besides he was already there. Zetsu emerged from the ground and stood next to Naruto. "White Zetsu, you'll have to go through the land of fire," he said, looking at Naruto. "Naruto, I know. I'll use the jutsu." Activates his Manjikyu Sharingan and closes his left eye. "Black Zetsu, your chakra is very low now. It's like someone with a small amount of chakra." "Naruto, this way I'll try to go unnoticed. There might be some who sense my presence, but it would have to be someone with exceptional sensory abilities," he said, then started walking, followed by Zetsu. "White Zetsu, besides, at this hour they're less likely to detect you. See you in Amigakure," he said, then sank into the ground. Naruto only saw Zetsu sink, then jumped onto a branch and began moving northeast. Whether he liked it or not, Naruto was going to pass near Konoha, and although he wouldn't admit it, the truth was that Naruto did feel a certain nostalgia for returning to what was once his home. But now he had something else to do. He had promised his grandfather that he would finish the infinite Tsukuyomi plan and eliminate Obito. He couldn't break that promise. Could he? Minutes passed as Naruto continued moving at great speed through the trees. The seal he had placed concealed his chakra, and sensing his presence was very difficult due to the low amount of chakra that could be detected. But this was all because of the seal that hid his true chakra. It acted as a comprehension seal, and even an expert sensor would find it difficult to detect his chakra. Naruto could maintain the seal for an entire day. The seal didn't consume any chakra. However, it didn't allow him to use his Manjikyu Sharingan, since using it would break the seal. Naruto leaped to the top of a tall tree and could see Konoha. It was right in front of him, and memories flooded his mind. He quickly shook his head to banish them. He didn't want those memories to lead him back to Konoha. It was incredibly difficult for Naruto to fight them. However, he remembered how Konoha had abandoned him, how they hadn't even searched for his body and had presumed him dead. He was certain the villagers were happy he was dead. Those memories were replaced by memories of his childhood and all the suffering he had endured. Naruto sighed deeply and then began leaping from branch to branch, skirting around Konoha to avoid entering it. He managed to leave Konoha behind and continued onward without looking back. He was now close to reaching the land of rain. Naruto was moving forward when he stopped on a branch, sensing two presences. He hid among the branches and could hear their voices. It was very quiet, so hearing them was easy. Naruto quickly recognized the two voices and then moved a little closer, seeing his former sensei and teammate, Kakashi Hatake, and Sasuke Uchiha. They were both heading towards Konoha. Kakashi hadn't changed a bit, but Sasuke had, besides now wearing the Chunin uniform and the Konoha headband. Naruto could only watch and couldn't help but think that there went the one he considered his great friend and rival. Someone who had tried to leave Konoha and he went to bring him back, and now he is in Konoha and Naruto is out of it, and for everyone in Konoha he is dead. Naruto watched as Kakashi and Sasuke walked further and further away. Naruto turned around and decided to keep moving forward. Kakashi and Sasuke stopped and then turned to look back. They felt a strange sensation, a feeling that they were being watched. "Kakashi, what was that?" he asked, looking towards the trees. "Sasuke, I don't know. But whatever it was, it's gone," he said, narrowing his eyes. "Kakashi, well anyway, let's go. I see the Konoha gate a few steps ahead," he said, then started walking. "Sasuke, what was that?" he thought, then followed Kakashi. Naruto continued moving at great speed. He had no time to stop. He wanted to reach Amigakure as soon as possible. He wanted to meet Pain, but above all, he wanted to fight someone who possessed the Rinnegan. However, he wasn't going to be reckless. He knew that doing so would only complicate things further. Naruto knew a great deal about the Rinnegan. The scrolls and what Madara had told him were what had given Naruto so much knowledge of it. He knew that someone with the Rinnegan became a powerful sensor, so not even the seal would prevent Pain from detecting him. Nevertheless, Naruto had a somewhat risky idea. After all, Naruto didn't know Pain, but if he called himself God, it meant that he would only fight someone worthy. Amigakure. Naruto could already see Amigakure. It had taken Naruto an hour to reach Amigakure since he entered the Land of Fire. He was getting closer to his destination, and this only brought a smile to his face. Naruto was running through the water, and he was able to reach land and finally set foot in Amigakure. Naruto was greeted by the falling rain. He took out a scroll, made a hand seal, and pulled out a hood. He removed his armor, leaving only the normal clothes he wore underneath, and stored his armor in a scroll. He then put the scroll back in his kunai pouch. Naruto put on his hood and began walking, venturing deeper into Amigakure. Pain, who was once again in the highest tower overlooking the village, was surprised to sense a strange chakra emanating from it. He had never felt such a presence before, and although it was a very weak chakra, Pain knew it wasn't a villager from Amigakure. It was surely one of those ninjas who came from another village seeking refuge here, or perhaps just looking for trouble. Pain turned towards Konan, who was watching him. "Konan, is something wrong, Pain?" she asked, looking at the god of Amigakure. "Pain, someone has interfered with my reign," he said, looking at Konan. "Konan? Anyone?" Pain, "Yes. It's a very low chakra, so he must be a low-level shinobi. I'll go and eliminate him." "Konan, wait, you don't have to go. I'll take care of him," she said, then separated into many small sheets of paper that took the shape of butterflies. "Pain, be careful," he said, watching Konan walk away. Naruto continued walking through the streets of Amigakure, Zetsu following him underground. Naruto stopped, then turned right and entered an alley. Several butterfly-shaped sheets of paper passed by him and then began to gather in front of him, causing Naruto to stop. The sheets gathered and Konan could be seen watching Naruto. "Konan, who are you? And what do you want here?" I asked, looking at the hooded figure. "Naruto, I want information," he said, then removed his hood and saw Konan, who maintained her impassive face. "Konan, who are you?" "Naruto, I'll ask the questions." Suddenly, Black Zetsu emerged from the ground and took over Konan's body, making it impossible for her to move. Naruto approached Konan. "Konan, but what is this?" "Naruto, Konan, Angel of Amigakure, you and I are going to help each other," he said, looking at Konan. The burden of feeling guilty. Konan was surprised, although she didn't show it. She kept her serious face, staring directly at Naruto, trying to figure out who this man was. However, she had never seen him in her life, nor did she remember him being in the bingo book. "Naruto, what do you say? Are you going to cooperate?" he questioned, looking at Konan. "Konan, I don't know who you are. Besides, how could I help you?" she asked, making Naruto smile. "Naruto, do you really need to know who I am? I think the important thing is that only you can help me," he said, then pulled out a scroll. "Konan, no matter what you do, he will find you and make you pay," she said in a threatening tone. "Naruto, who? Pain? Or Nagato?" he said, surprising Konan. "Konan, how do you know that name?" "Naruto, I know many more things. Akatsuki, the Bijou, and Madara Uchiha," he said, then activated his Sharingan. "Konan, who are you?" she asked, looking directly into Naruto's Sharingan. "Naruto, like I told you, Black Zetsu, Naruto behind you," he said, interrupting Naruto. The moment Zetsu said that, Naruto turned around and saw several paper shurikens. Naruto squinted and dodged the shurikens while simultaneously catching them. Naruto caught all the paper shurikens and then turned to look at Konan. "Naruto, so you already had a trap set, huh?" he said, smiling. "Konan, of course," she said. And then the paper shurikens that Naruto had caught exploded, forming a large cloud of smoke. After the smoke cleared, a hole caused by the explosion could be seen. The explosion was lethal. Konan knew that if it didn't kill the man, it left him very badly injured. However, to Konan, the man didn't seem weak enough to have been defeated by just that. "Naruto, having an Uchiha leader and an Uchiha teammate, you should know that looking them in the eyes is a grave mistake," Naruto's voice said, surprising Konan a little. Zetsu, who had control of Konan's body, turned her around, and there was Naruto, sitting on the roof of a house, with an impassive face and his Sharingan active, looking directly at Konan. "Konan, I had no choice. I don't have control of my body," she said without losing her composure. "Naruto, I must say your coldness can be annoying. However, I like it a lot, he said, smiling. Konan, HHHHH. She screamed, making a face of pain, causing a worried expression on Naruto's face. Naruto, don't hurt him, he said in a worried tone, making Konan look at him. Black Zetsu, I haven't done anything to him. Konan, you're different. To appear in Amigakure and do what you've done, you act with kindness, she said, looking at Naruto, causing him to frown. Naruto, I'm not here to fight anyone, that's all, he said, then pulled out another scroll. Konan, what is that scroll? Naruto, just leave her alone. The moment Naruto said that, Black Zetsu separated from Konan's body and then sank into the ground and disappeared. Konan took out her paper wings and rose up and then created many paper shurikens. Naruto just watched this and then threw the scroll to Konan, who caught it with a paper arm she created a little ways away from her. Naruto, don't worry. There's nothing in it that will harm you. I'm sure you're interested in the information I have. In that scroll you'll find some directions that will lead you to me, and there we can talk, he said, looking at Konan. Konan, what if I decide not to go? Naruto, it's your decision. If you want to follow that fake Madara or if you want to know the truth. Pain won't make the right decision, you make it. Just like Yahiko would, he said, surprising Konan. Naruto saw Konan for a few seconds and then began to fade away as if he were ash pushed by the wind. Konan, you? Who are you really? Naruto, the one chosen to bring true peace to the world. Naruto Uzumaki, he said, then sank into the ground and disappeared as if he had never been there. Konan landed on the ground and her paper wings vanished. She looked at the scroll and saw that it bore the Uchiha symbol. Konan glanced in the direction Naruto had been standing. She sighed and then realized, how could it not have occurred to her until now? Naruto Uzumaki. She had heard that name before. Konan racked her brain and recalled her conversation with Madara about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. What did this mean? Konan didn't quite understand how the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki was now someone who not only lived outside of Konoha but also possessed the Sharingan and had access to so much seemingly impossible information. It's impossible that thinking about it for a moment and putting some pieces together doesn't awaken curiosity in you. That's what was now in Konan. She was a woman loyal to her friends and above all loyal to Nagato, and she would never make reckless decisions. However, how much did Naruto know? The savior of the world. Yahiko, Nagato, and even, falsely, Madara. Konan. It's possible he knows the location of Nagato's real body. The decision Yahiko would make, she thought, then separated into many paper butterflies. The paper butterflies continued flying until they reached the highest tower, and there was Pain standing, looking at the village. The paper butterflies gathered behind Pain, and Konan could be seen. Pain. I felt his chakra disappear out of nowhere. I suppose you already took care of him, he said, looking at Konan. Konan, yes. Konan's mind recalled Naruto's words about the fake Madara, Nagato, and Yahiko, and also when he said that he was the true savior of the world. Pain. Is something wrong? He asked, pulling Konan from her thoughts. Konan. No, nothing, she said with her typical impassive face. Kumogakure. Kumogakure is the hidden village of the Land of Lightning. As one of the 5 great villages, it has a kage or rakeage. In this village, the use of lightning release techniques or kenjutsu is very common. It is located in a range of high mountains and, as its name indicates, is hidden among the clouds. This village is also known for possessing the 8-tailed ox. During a process to create the perfect Jinchuriki, many shinobi from this village died, which ended with the 3rd rakeage deciding to seal the 8 tails in a special sealing pot. Everything continued like this for 30 years until the village chose Killer Bee as the host of the 8 tails, and thus the attack stopped and they had finally obtained the perfect Jinchuriki. The village was also known for being the residence of the Gold and Silver brothers, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, who staged a coup that left the 2nd Hokage seriously injured. This caused the attempt at a peace treaty between the 2nd Hokage and the 2nd rakeage to break down, making the brothers the biggest criminals in Kumogakure's history. Since then, the village has lived in conflict and war against Konoha. The current rakeage was in his office and didn't seem to have much paperwork to do. Standing in front of him was his personal assistant, Mabui, who had a brochure in her hand. "What is that?" he asked in an annoyed tone, as was his custom. "Mabui. This was sent by Iwagakure," he said, slightly surprising the Reikage. "What does that old man Inoki want now?" he said, then took the pamphlet and opened it. Upon opening it, saw that it contained information about Konoha, which sparked his curiosity, and he began to read what the pamphlet contained. At first, it was just Inoki asking how the village was doing or things like that, but what caught the Reikage's attention was when he read that Konoha had lost its Jinchuriki. So that's what it was. Konoha no longer has its Jinchuriki, he said, looking at Mabui. Mabui. However, even though Konoha lost its Jinchuriki, it still has great shinobi like Hatake Kakashi, he said, looking at the Reikage. Besides, 2 of the legendary Sannin are there, and one of them is the Hokage. All the great clans already have great jounin like the Green Beast, he said, then stood up and walked towards his office window. Mabui. Will he send a message to the Tsuchikage? Yes. Tell old man Inoki to start preparing his best shinobi. He'll need a lot of power if he wants to crush Konoha, he said, looking at the village. Konoha. Konoha was once again experiencing one of its quiet days. These quiet days were very common and typical for the village, and Sasuke Uchiha was walking through the streets of Konoha. Sasuke walked with his typical serious face. His steps seemed to lead him to the Hokage Tower. Sasuke was wearing a Chunin outfit. Sasuke spotted 3 people he knew right in front of him. The Ino Shikacho team. "Ino, Sasuke-kun. We heard you arrived early this morning," she said with a smile. Sasuke. "Yes," he said indifferently, and then looked at Shikamaru, who was also looking at him. "Shikamaru, it's good that you decided to stay in Konoha. You should have made that decision more than 2 years ago," he said, causing Sasuke to frown. "Sasuke, do you have something to tell me, Shikamaru?" he asked, looking directly at Shikamaru. "Shikamaru, there's no need. Let's go, this is getting too troublesome," he said, then started walking. "Choji, wait Shikamaru. See you Sasuke," he said, then started following Shikamaru. "Sasuke. TSK. Ino. See you later, Sasuke-kun," she said, giving Sasuke a hug, causing him to make an annoyed face. Sasuke just watched as the members of Team 10 walked away. Sasuke took a heavy breath and then continued on his way towards the Hokage Tower. Sasuke arrived at the Hokage Tower and went inside and entered the office. Upon entering, he saw Tsunade, and next to her was Shizen. A few steps ahead of him were Kakashi and Sakura, who turned to look at Sasuke. "Sakura. Sasuke-kun," she said, smiling at Sasuke, who didn't even see her. "Sasuke, what's the purpose of this meeting?" he asked, maintaining his serious expression. Tsunade straight to the point. "Well, the reason for this meeting is because today Team 7 will finally be complete," she said, looking at the members of Team 7. "Sasuke, new member?" he asked, making everyone look at him. Tsunade, "Yes. Teams are made up of 3 Genin or Chunin and 1 Jonin, and you only have 2 Chunin, so you're missing 1," she said in a calm tone. "Kakashi. And who would be the new member?" he asked, looking at the Hokage. "Tsunade, you can leave." The moment Tsunade said that, a small flash appeared, and then a boy of about 16 or 17 years old was seen. He had short black hair, his skin color was very pale. He wore a small backpack, a short black jacket with a long right sleeve that had red straps, black shinobi pants, shinobi sandals of the same color, and black gloves with the index finger and thumb exposed. The boy knelt in front of Tsunade. "Tsunade, this is your new partner," she said, looking at Kakashi. "Nice to meet you, my name is Sai," he said with a smile. "Sakura. It's a pleasure. My name is Sakura," she said with a smile. "Sai, I hope we do a great job." "Kakashi, I hope so," he said, then sighed. "Sasuke, what the hell? You expect me to agree to team up with this guy?" he said, looking at Tsunade. "Sai, Sasuke Uchiha. You seem a bit agitated." "I don't think there's a problem. After all, from what I've heard, Naruto was just a failure. Someone who couldn't do anything right and only ever hurt the team. I think I can." "Sasuke, you don't know Naruto, you never knew him, so don't talk about him," he said, interrupting Sai. Sakura, Sasuke-kun, she thought, looking at Sasuke. Sai, now you want to act like a friend. Who was the one who decided to leave the village? Who do you think Naruto is dead for? That's not friendship, Sasuke. That's hypocrisy. The moment those words left Sai's mouth, Sasuke, in a flash of speed, tried to slash Sai with his sword. However, Sai barely moved and Sasuke's slash passed by him. Kakashi grabbed Sasuke's arm, who looked at Kakashi and was surprised because Sasuke's gaze reflected great hatred. Kakashi, calm down, Sasuke. Sasuke, let me go. Kakashi, a loud bang was heard that caught the attention of those present, who saw how Tsunade had destroyed her table with one blow, leaving Shizen frightened. Tsunade, what the hell is wrong with you all? What happened to Naruto isn't anyone's fault, so stop talking about it. People die, we have to move on, and that's what you should do. Sai is the newest member of Team 7, and that's because I decided it, so get it and follow orders, she said, a vein throbbing on her forehead as she looked at the members of Team 7. Sasuke, TSK. Sasuke deactivated his Sharingan and then left Tsunade's office. Under the very worried gaze of Sakura and Shizen, Sai, he got agitated. At least I managed to dodge his attack, he said, looking towards the door. Shizen, Sai, Kakashi. Sasuke has the Sharingan and is an expert with the sword. You should understand that someone like that doesn't miss, he said, surprising Sai. Tsunade HAA, you may leave, she said, then sat down in her chair. Everyone present left Tsunade's office, who gave a heavy sigh and began rubbing her forehead. Shizen, one more, she said, looking at Tsunade. Tsunade, my table. This makes 3 now, these brats are a real pain, she said in an annoyed tone. Konan's decision. Sasuke sat on a tree branch, his gaze lost in nothingness, and many memories wandered through his mind without Sasuke wanting to remember them again. The memories of his brother's words, what happened that night, and how everything collapsed in Sasuke's life, who for a time believed he was trapped in an illusion, in a horrible nightmare. However, that was reality, a very unfair and painful reality. Sasuke sighed as he felt a presence beside him, someone whom Sasuke already knew. Sasuke, what do you want? Kakashi, he asked without looking at Kakashi. Kakashi, are you calmer now? I asked, looking ahead. Sasuke, TSK, leave me alone, he said with an angry face. Kakashi, hey, calm down. I'm not here to coddle you, much less scold you. The only reason I'm here is because I want to ask you a question, he said, then looked at Sasuke. Sasuke, a question? He said, looking at Kakashi in a confused tone. Kakashi, why don't you accept Sai? Sasuke, why? I don't even know, he said, lowering his gaze. Kakashi, you didn't kill Naruto, so why does it affect you so much? Do you feel like you're becoming like Itachi, someone who kills his loved ones? The moment Kakashi said that, Sasuke stood up and drew his sword, causing Kakashi to put his hand in front of Sasuke, making him understand that he should stop. Kakashi, you know, you're not the only one who's had problems. Do you think you're special? Let me tell you, there are people who have gone through the same thing as you. Haven't you stopped to think about how Sakura feels? You haven't said a word to her since you arrived. And she's also suffering because of Naruto's death. Sasuke sheathed his sword, then lowered his gaze and clenched his fists. Kakashi, there are people who have lost as much as you, and they keep failing again and again, but that doesn't mean you should let it get you down. If those precious people have died, all you can do is keep their memories with you, and since you're still alive, keep going, just as they would have wanted, he said, then gave a small smile from beneath his mask. Sasuke bonds. Kakashi glanced at Sasuke for a moment and then vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving Sasuke alone. He sat back down on the tree branch. Kakashi's words made Sasuke realize the path he was on. It was time for him to make a decision. Stay in Konoha and fight for it, just as Naruto would have wanted for him, or pursue revenge, chasing a path that Sasuke knew would be filled with misfortune and darkness. Was there a right choice? That depended on one's mindset, and in Sasuke's mind, revenge outweighed his desire to fight for Konoha. Sasuke stood up and looked up at the sky. Two things came to Sasuke's mind. the image of his parents and then the image of Itachi. Sasuke sighed, then climbed down from the tree and began walking towards the streets of Konoha. Kusagakyur, someone whose greed is so great that in order to continue using his jutsus and find immortality he has gone so far as to use children to experiment on. That someone is none other than Orochimaru, who was sitting on his bed and seemed to be smiling about something. Orochimaru, Naruto Uzumaki, son of Kushina Uzumaki and the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Orochimaru simply smiled after saying that. Kabuto entered Orochimaru's room with some papers in his arms. Kabuto, Lord Orochimaru. This is so unexpected, he said, then began to read a piece of paper. Kabuto, Naruto Uzumaki, status, deceased, parents, Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. No matter how much I search the Konoha records, there's nothing that links him to the Uchiha clan. But Kabuto spoke, then adjusted his glasses and smiled. Orochimaru, that tells me you found something, he said, looking at Kabuto in an amused tone. Kabuto, of course, my lord. During my fight with Naruto and Tsunade, I managed to obtain a blood sample from him. I had kept it to use in some new experiment, but now that this rumor of a new Uchiha has surfaced, I decided to test it. And in the documents I found, Naruto's blood is related to the Uchiha clan, but that's not all. His blood has an even stronger connection to one Uchiha in particular, he said, then showed Orochimaru a piece of paper with a picture and the name of Madara Uchiha on it. Orochimaru smiled when he saw Madara's picture, but it was a very different smile from his typical ones. It was a smile that seemed to reflect surprise and above all fear, so much so that Orochimaru couldn't help but sweat. Orochimaru, Madara Uchiha. Naruto has a very strong relationship with Madara Uchiha. It's so wonderful, he said in a satisfied tone. Kabuto, what shall we do, my lord? He asked, looking at the snake Sannin. Orochimaru, we will continue to watch over Sasuke-kun until Naruto-kun decides to come out of that cave where he is hiding, he said, then stuck out his tongue in a macabre way. Kirigakure, Naruto was at home, eating delicious ramen with a very calm and happy face. After all, he was eating his favorite dish. Zetsu came out of the ground next to Naruto. Black Zetsu. In the village, people are talking about the murder of the 12 Jonin and Anbu who guarded the gates of Kiri. The villagers are very alarmed and terrified. Zetsu said, looking at Naruto. Naruto, 12 dead. And Mei? He asked without looking at Zetsu. White Zetsu, he's already taken action. There are over 30 Anbu and Jonin at the entrance to Kiri, and he's also sending another Anbu group to patrol the streets of Kiri, although they mostly patrol at night. He said in a cheerful tone. Naruto, I see. This morning an Anbu group came to the house, they took the clone to the Mizukage Tower and Mei asked a lot of questions there. He said, then gestured his thanks for the food. Black Zetsu, how did it all end? He asked in his typical hoarse, dark voice. Naruto, the clone answered all the questions and they sent him back home. I guess everything went well, he said, then got up and went to the kitchen and started washing the plate he had eaten from. Zetsu followed him into the kitchen. Black Zetsu, what's next? He asked, looking at Naruto. Naruto, for now, I'll wait for Konan's answer. If she makes the right decision, I'll have to meet with her in 3 days. Then we'll go after Nagato, the Jinchuriki, and then Obito, he said, turning to look at Zetsu. White Zetsu, so you'll wait here? He asked, looking at Naruto. Naruto, yes, I want you to investigate Akatsuki's movements. We'll meet in 3 days to go and meet with Konan, he said, keeping his face impassive. Zetsu nodded, then sank into the ground and disappeared. Naruto sighed and walked towards his front door. He wanted to take a walk through the streets of Kiri. Emigakure, Konan stood atop a tower, overlooking the village. Nagato needed to rest, so Pain was absent. It was an unusual day, as Konan usually went to Nagato whenever Pain was away. However, today she had told Pain she would watch over the village for a few more minutes before joining him. Konan's face was as impassive as ever. She held a scroll in her hand. Since Naruto had given it to her, she hadn't seen its contents. Konan recalled Naruto's words, which echoed repeatedly in her mind. Yahiko, Nagato, And that phrase of Naruto's, "I am the one chosen to bring true peace to the world." Konan felt that Naruto might know even more, and this worried her. She knew Pain would never lose a battle, but if Naruto knew the location of Nagato's body, that was a very different matter. Konan began to open the scroll, and when she opened it, she saw that it only had hand seals and some words. "Make the hand seals and you'll be able to reach me. I'll be waiting for you tonight." Konan sighed and then realized that it was already getting dark. Should she go see Naruto? Konan thought for a moment and then made her decision. A few hours passed and Pain had already left. Konan arrived where Pain was and approached him. "Pain, go rest," he said without looking at Konan. "Konan." "Okay," she said, then left the room and went down a few floors of the tower until she reached a room and entered it. Konan removed her Akatsuki cloak, revealing her beautiful figure. She had a prominent piercing in her navel. Konan sat on her bed and sighed. She remained like that for a few minutes, then stood up and put on her Akatsuki cloak. Konan created a shadow clone, and then the original Konan split into many paper butterflies that flew out of the building. The paper butterflies continued flying until they left Amigakure. The paper butterflies gathered, and Konan could be seen standing in the water. Konan made the hand seals that appeared on the scroll, and then footprints formed in the water, moving forward and seemingly indicating where Konan should go. Konan turned and saw Amigakure, then began to follow the footprints. Location unknown. Konan followed the trail until she reached a mountain, not far from Amigakure. Took her about an hour to get there. Konan saw that the mountain suddenly opened up. She entered, and then began walking down some stairs. There were torches illuminating the path she was taking. Konan was very cautious. After all, she didn't trust Naruto. Konan continued down until she reached a very wide area and saw Naruto right in front of her, smiling. "Naruto, I see you made the right decision," he said, looking at Konan. "Konan, yes, I made the right decision. To eliminate you," she said, then took out her paper wings and launched several paper shurikens at Naruto. "Naruto, I guess it can't be helped." Naruto dodged the paper shurikens and then activated his Sharingan and began running towards Konan, who rose into the air and then launched a wave of paper towards Naruto, who jumped to dodge it and then threw a kunai at Konan, but it did nothing to her. Naruto fell to the ground and then realized that the ground was covered in paper. Konan closed her hand and the paper covered Naruto's body, leaving only his face uncovered. Naruto's Manjikyu Sharingan had activated. "Naruto, wait. You're making a mistake. Please don't do it," he said in a desperate tone. "Konan, protect Nagato at all costs," she said, then covered Naruto's face with paper. After a few seconds, Konan detonated the papers surrounding Naruto's body. Konan simply looked towards where Naruto had been, perhaps wanting to know where Naruto knew so much, but for her it was more important to protect Nagato, and that's why she made this decision. "Naruto, that wasn't a good decision." Naruto appeared behind Konan like a ghost. Konan tried to back away but was surprised when a sword pierced her stomach. Konan spat blood and then tried to attack, but was pierced through the chest by another Naruto who appeared in front of her. Suddenly, Konan found herself surrounded by 5 Narutos who had pierced her in different parts of her body. Suddenly, Konan fell to the ground, and all the Naruto clones disappeared, as did the swords, the wounds, and the blood that Konan had spat out. Everything returned to normal and only Naruto was seen in front of her with his Sharingan activated. Naruto walked towards Konan and carried her in his arms. Naruto looked at Konan for a moment. "Naruto, I think I went a little overboard," he said in a worried tone. Naruto's true plan. Konan slowly began to open her eyes. When they were fully open, she tried to sit up but couldn't. A terrible headache hit her, and her body felt incredibly weak. She could barely move her arms. She looked at her hands and noticed they were bound with a black chain. She was lying on a small bed. Konan couldn't understand why she couldn't use chakra. She also noticed she wasn't wearing her Akatsuki cloak. She looked around for it, but then she heard footsteps approaching. Emerging from the darkness, she saw Naruto holding a glass. "Naruto, I see you're awake. Are you all right?" he asked, looking at Konan who was trying to break the chains. "Konan, why can't I?" she said in a low tone and with a face that reflected pain. The great headache she felt was not normal at all. Naruto, you can't break those chains without using chakra, and I placed a seal on you so you can't use chakra, although it only lasts for 2 hours and an hour has already passed. He explained, then handed the glass to Konan to take. Konan looked at the glass for a moment and then turned her face away, letting Naruto know that she wasn't going to drink whatever was in that glass. Naruto, come on, you have to drink it. I'm sure your head hurts a lot, and your body feels very weak. He said in a worried tone. Konan, so it was genjutsu, she said, then gave Naruto a hateful look. Naruto, yes, I'm very skilled with genjutsu, he said, then sat down on the bed where Konan was lying. Konan, what do you want from me? She asked, looking at Naruto. Naruto, I don't want to hurt you, I just want you to listen to me, he replied, then looked at Konan. Konan looked at Naruto for a moment. For some reason, just by looking at Naruto, Konan felt that he didn't actually want to hurt her. She saw his eyes, which were dark blue but still retained some sky blue color. Konan, your genjutsu caused me a lot of damage, she said, then looked at the glass Naruto was holding. Naruto, sorry. Here, drink this, he said, then handed the glass to Konan, who took it and looked at it for a moment. It's not poisoned or anything, drink it, she said, then stood up. Konan drank what was in that glass and her taste buds quickly reacted, wanting to regurgitate what she had ingested. However, she prevented it. Naruto, Akatsuki, I know the truth about your whole plan, he said, surprising Konan, who saw him. Konan, you know what, Naruto? They're hunting down the Jinchuriki, and they surely know about the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. They're following Madara Uchiha's plan, he said, looking away. Konan, how do you know? Naruto, that's not true. Once they've gathered all the Jinchuriki, the fake Madara will absorb all that power, he said, then sighed. Konan, that's not true. You're up to something and I won't allow it. Konan couldn't finish because Naruto activated his Sharingan and saw her. Konan closed her eyes. Naruto, open your eyes. Konan, let me show you the truth, he said in a calm tone. Konan slowly opened her eyes and then saw that Sharingan, those blood-red eyes, or as they should be called, the cursed eyes. Suddenly the place grew darker and the candles that were around it had disappeared. Konan turned to the side and saw Naruto, but it was a Naruto of about 14 years old and he was sitting with a face that reflected sadness. In front of him was a man, but very, very old, and next to him was Zetsu, whom Konan recognized. Madara, that's the ninja world, Naruto. Konoha, Kiri, Iwagakure, Suna, and Kumo, they're all the same. When these villages go to war, thousands upon thousands of children and innocent people suffer because of their lust for power. They don't care about killing a child if that child is from another village, even if they're not a shinobi or didn't want to be one. Madara said, watching Naruto's expression grow darker. White Zetsu, and that's why Madara has a plan to end this, he said in a cheerful tone. Naruto, a plan? He asked, looking at Madara. Madara, yes, I want to end wars, death, and rivers of blood, the discord and divisions of the world. And if Naruto, such a world is possible to create, he said in a dark tone. Naruto, but how is that possible? He asked in a curious tone. Madara, infinite Tsukuyomi. Naruto, infinite Tsukuyomi? He asked in a confused tone. Madara, infinite Tsukuyomi. It consists of a perfect genjutsu that is reflected on the moon and thus traps every living being in the world and puts them in a genjutsu, or rather a world where there are no wars or differences between anyone. Although to achieve that plan, great beasts are needed, he said, looking at Naruto. Naruto, beasts? Suddenly everything vanished and only a man with an orange mask was visible, a man Konan knew very well. That was Madara Uchiha, who began to speak about the plan to capture the Jinchuriki to create a world where there is only love and peace. Konan remembered the voice of the old man who spoke with Naruto and also the words he said. They were exactly the same words that the masked man said to her in Nagato. Then everything went black and all that could be seen were sky blue eyes that gradually turned black, and then a 3-tomo Sharingan appeared. Konan blinked and Naruto was right in front of her. Konan, was that, Naruto? I made you see my memories. That old man you saw is Madara Uchiha. The man behind the mask is another one who also knows about the plan, but he'll use it for his own benefit. Naruto said, surprising Konan, who lowered her gaze. Konan, I knew something, she said, causing a surprised look on Naruto's face. Naruto, did you know something? Konan, yes, I always thought that man wasn't the real Madara Uchiha. But I thought his plan was what he told Nagato and me, she said, then raised her gaze and returned to her impassive face. Naruto, I see. I want you to help me, Konan. Naruto looked up to see Konan but was surprised to see a large amount of paper behind her. Naruto, so you've recovered your chakra, he said, looking at the large wave of paper behind Konan. Konan, no, I broke the seal, she said, then formed a large number of paper shurikens. Konan used paper shurikens to cut the chains, then jumped back and put her hands pointing towards Naruto, who kept his face impassive and made no movement. Naruto, your paper jutsu is very strong. I suppose you used the time I told you the seal had left to break it, he said in a calm tone. Konan, yes, I figured that the less time there was left, the easier it would be to break it. Naruto, my mistake. Konan saw how calm Naruto was despite the large number of paper shurikens pointing towards him. Konan couldn't help but feel annoyed by this, but Naruto was someone who still hid many things, so it was normal that he didn't feel threatened. Naruto, don't you want to listen to me, Konan? Konan, about what? Why would I trust someone like you? She asked, looking at Naruto, who sighed. Naruto, because I want to achieve peace just like Nagato and you, and of course Yahiko, he replied, then looked at Konan, who had an annoyed expression. Konan, stop mentioning Yahiko's name. What do you know about him? She said in an annoyed tone. Naruto, not much, I just know that Akatsuki's goal is to end wars one day, in other words, to find peace. I want to achieve that goal too. The moment Naruto said that, Konan made the paper shurikens disappear. Konan, I can't trust someone who doesn't even. Naruto, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. My grandfather is Madara Uchiha, and that's why I have Uchiha blood in me. As far as my village is concerned, I'm dead, so I can't return, he said, interrupting Konan. I will use the knowledge my grandfather gave me to prevent the masked man's plan from succeeding. Once I stop him, we can find the right way to bring true peace to the world. Konoha. One very calm night in Konoha, the gates of Konoha were open, and entering through them came a man whom anyone could recognize. After all, he is one of the most respected shinobi in the entire ninja world, the Sage of Toads, the great Jiraiya. He walked with a very calm face, passing through the gates, seen by Izumo and Kotetsu, who were about to close the gates of Konoha. Kotetsu, look at that, it's Jiraiya-sama, he said in a low tone. Izumo, yes, it's good that I'm back, he said with a smile. Kotetsu, but I wonder what brings Jiraiya-sama here. I thought he'd be away from Konoha for a long time, he said, watching Jiraiya venture further into the village. Izumo, I don't know, but it's great news to have him back with us, he said with a smile. Jiraiya continued walking through the streets of Konoha, a smile on his face. He knew he had spoken with Tsunade and told her he would be gone for a while, but there was something Jiraiya couldn't let pass. The truth was, Jiraiya was in Konoha for three things: to show his new book to Kakashi, to see Tsunade, and because of a new student. Jiraiya continued on his way until he reached the Hokage Tower. He entered the office, and there was Tsunade asleep with her head on the desk. There was a large pile of papers next to her desk, but they were all already sealed and checked. Jiraiya just smiled at the sight. Jiraiya, Tsunade-sama, we're under attack, he said in an alarmed tone, causing Tsunade to quickly raise her head. Tsunade, close the gates of Konoha immediately, prevent them from advancing further towards the center of the village, and gather a group of Anbyu and Jonin to save the villagers and take them to a. Tsunade stopped when she saw Jiraiya, who was holding back from laughing. Jiraiya, ha 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 ha. Look at your face, Haim, he said, causing a vein to pop out on Tsunade's forehead. Tsunade, I'm so tired I can't even hit you, she said, then yawned. Jiraiya, I've come to cheer you up a bit, since I see you've finally finished your paperwork. How about we go for some sake? He said with a smile. Tsunade, well, I suppose I can go for a moment, she said, then got up from the desk. Jiraiya and Tsunade were walking through the empty streets of Konoha. It was very late, so it was normal that they were so empty. Tsunade saw Jiraiya, who was looking straight ahead with a smile. Tsunade, hey, why did you come back? Jiraiya, hey Tsunadeheim, I can't come see you, he said, looking at Tsunade. Tsunade, you've come here to spy on women, haven't you? If you do that, I'll kick you out of the village myself, she said in an annoyed tone. Jiraiya, ha ha ha, relax. I'm here for something very important. But before that, I think this place is fine. Jiraiya sat down on a bench and then gestured to Tsunade to sit down as well. Tsunade sat down and saw Jiraiya take a bottle of sake and 2 cups out of his backpack and give one to her. Tsunade, why don't we go somewhere that serves sake? She asked, watching Jiraiya fill his sake cup. Jiraiya, because if you keep drinking and drinking, you'll make a fool of yourself, and now that you're Hokage, I don't think it's good for you to have that kind of reputation, he said, then filled his glass. I'll drink to you, Haim. Tsunade, you couldn't have found a better reason to toast. Tsunade toasted with Jiraiya, and then they both drank the alcohol, continuing to pour more and more drinks as the minutes passed. Tsunade, well, why did you come back so soon? She questioned, looking at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, during the time I was here in Konoha after Naruto's death, I saw a boy who always trained alone, training until his body was wrecked, his hands covered in scars, and his clothes always ending up torn. He explained, then took another sip of sake. Tsunade, oh yeah, and who is that boy? She asked, also taking a sip of sake. Jiraiya, the grandson of our master, Konohamaru Sarutobi, he said, surprising Tsunade. Tsunade, and what does he have to do with you? Don't tell me that. Jiraiya, exactly, while I was away from Konoha, I looked for someone I could train, but I couldn't stop thinking that maybe that boy could be Tsunade, the boy from the prophecy. Are you sure? She asked, interrupting Jiraiya. Jiraiya drank another glass and gave Tsunade the last drop of alcohol there was. Tsunade drank it and looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, I won't know until I see what he's like, but the kid has determination and seems to be one of those stubborn types who don't like to give up, he said with a smile. Tsunade, and she also wants to be Hokage, she said, looking at her cup. Jiraiya, I didn't know that. Wow, coincidences do exist, he said, then burst into laughter. Tsunade, you will go on a training trip with him. Jiraiya, no, I'll see what he can do and then try to see how he can improve. I'll be here for at least a month, he said, then lay down on the bench. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya for a moment and then smiled. Tsunade, thank you. Jiraiya, why? Tsunade, for always being with me. Jiraiya, oh, come on. You mean you love me? He said in a teasing tone, then looked at Tsunade, who had her head down and a slight blush on her cheeks. This took Jiraiya by surprise. Don't worry, you should go home and rest. It's very late. Jiraiya stood up from the bench, causing Tsunade to stand up as well. Tsunade, you're right, well you can keep getting drunk if you want. See you tomorrow, she said, starting to walk away. Jiraiya, do you want me to accompany you? He said in a perverted tone, as was his face. Tsunade, not a pervert, she said, then continued walking. Jiraiya just smiled as Tsunade walked away, and then decided to begin his perhaps impossible search for a beautiful woman to spend the night with. Location unknown. Konan could only watch Naruto. What else could she do? Everything had happened so fast that processing things was becoming a little difficult for her. Naruto wanted to prevent the Tsukuyomi plan from being carried out, but that would mean betraying Madara, his grandfather. It was hard to trust Naruto. After all, he was more like a ghost. First, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, then he'd been declared dead, and now this. What else? Konan. I will follow pain, that's what I promised, she said in an angry tone. Naruto, I'm not asking you otherwise, but are you willing to follow a plan that puts Nagato at risk? Pain's plan doesn't exist. Everything he says won't happen. The only thing that will happen is Madara's plan. There will be no peace, only deception, and behind that, great destruction. Naruto reacted quickly and jumped back to avoid Konan's paper attack. Naruto saw Konan looking at him with eyes that reflected only hatred and nothing else. Konan. Shut up. Pain will bring peace. Nagato promised it. He'll do it for Naruto. Yahiko. Are you sure Yahiko would have made the same decision Nagato made? The only thing that will happen is that you'll lose Nagato and also Akatsuki's dreams. I thought you would understand, but I see that's not the case. I wanted to prevent things from coming to this, but it's the only solution I see. He interrupted, then turned his back on Konan. Konan. What do you mean, Naruto? I'll do it alone, even if I have to fight pain and all of Akatsuki. I'll do it, I don't intend to back down. He said, clenching his fists. Konan. Why should I believe those words you say? She asked, then formed a large wave of paper that pointed towards Naruto. Naruto, because just like you, I also have something to lose, he said, causing Konan to slowly lower her arms and scatter the paper on the floor. Naruto stared up at the ceiling, his face reflecting a certain melancholy. Many memories flashed through his mind, something he didn't like to dwell on but couldn't avoid. Memories with Irika, Team 7, Hinata, Konohamaru, his training with Jiraiya, Tsunade, Gaara, Shikamaru, and the moments with those he considered his friends and loved ones. People he didn't want to lose, people for whom he would give his life. He was betraying his grandfather, the one who saved him and who told him about his family. But Naruto didn't want what he had worked so hard to obtain and what he had been denied so much, to die or be trapped forever in an illusion, what Naruto valued so much, his bonds. Naruto knew he could no longer return to them, however life gave him the opportunity to be alive and also gave him the opportunity to save them, although in the end no one would thank him for the path he is on now, that no longer mattered to Naruto. Konan watched Naruto, who was still facing away. Everything became clear, and suddenly she saw Yahiko with his back turned. Konan. Yahiko. Konan said softly, and then everything returned to normal, and it was Naruto who was standing in front of her. Naruto turned around and saw Konan and began walking towards her, until he was at a fairly short distance from her. Naruto. Will you help me, Konan? He said, offering his hand to Konan, who looked at it. Konan began to move her hand slowly. It seemed as if she was going to take Naruto's hand. For some reason, Konan felt that taking Naruto's hand was going to become the first step for a great change. Konan stopped her hand and then lowered it, causing a confused face on Naruto's face. Naruto, Konan? He asked, looking at Konan. Konan. I will help you, but I will not go against Nagato. I hope you understand that he will have to be on our side. Konan said, maintaining her impassive face. Naruto. Don't worry, Nagato and Pain will be on our side too. He said, then gave a small smile. Konan looked at Naruto, studied his face closely, and then looked away. Konan, the angel of Amigakure. Perhaps there was a connection between Konan and Naruto from the first moment. It was normal after all. They both fought to protect their loved ones, although the lives of Naruto and Konan were going to end up intertwining. Neither of them could know what destiny had in store for them. Konan, the angel who never stopped flying, and Naruto, the man who brought destruction for some and salvation for others. Orochimaru's move. Konan was already in Amigakure. She was in her room where she usually rested. She was sitting on her bed with a thoughtful face, and of course what was on her mind was Naruto and everything he told her. Even so, Konan still had doubts about Naruto, some doubts related to Naruto's link with Zetsu and Madara. Konan knew that Naruto's words about saving his loved ones were true. It wasn't that she had any ability to tell if someone was telling the truth or lying. It was just that she could feel in her heart that Naruto wasn't really lying. After all, Naruto had taken off that mask he wore when they first met. Zetsu was present at that time, so it was understandable why he acted that way. Konan had agreed to follow Naruto, but before that she was loyal to Nagato. If he didn't decide to follow Naruto, then neither would she. She had arranged to meet him in 3 days. Flashback. Konan, in 3 days, with Zetsu? She asked, looking at Naruto. Naruto, yes, I told him that the scroll I gave you said we were going to meet in 3 days. I don't want Zetsu to know the truth since he is Madara's will. He said, shrugging. Konan, and why don't you just take care of Zetsu? Naruto, because I need it. Nobody's better at gathering information than Zetsu. He said, looking at Konan. Konan, I see. But when the time comes that Zetsu learns the truth, what might happen? I've never seen Zetsu fight, but I don't think eliminating him would be a problem for someone like you," she said, watching Naruto lower his gaze. "Naruto, it's not that easy. Zetsu might not be that strong, but he's a real danger. I'm more worried about Zetsu than the masked man," he said, then looked at Konan. "Konan, so you'll be the one to take care of Madara?" she asked, keeping her face impassive. Naruto, "Yes, no one but me should eliminate that guy, Obito Uchiha. I'm the only one who should eliminate him," he said with a serious face. "Konan, you have a strong reason. I suppose he hurt you in the past," she said, watching Naruto's face change to one of sadness. Naruto, yes. Naruto recalled Madara telling him that Obito had summoned the Nine Tails in Konoha, and that his parents' deaths were due to Obito. That alone was reason enough for Naruto to want to eliminate him. However, there was something else. He had promised his grandfather that he would eliminate Obito for betraying him. Even if he didn't follow Madara's plan, Naruto was at least going to fulfill one of his promises, and that was to eliminate Obito. "Naruto, I promised that I would be the one to defeat him," he said, looking at Konan. "Konan, I understand. Naruto, we'll meet here in 3 days. Zetsu is coming with me, so I hope you're ready," he said, then started walking towards the cave exit. "Konan, good," she said, watching as Naruto left the cave. End of scene. Flashback. Konan sighed and then lay down on the bed. It would be very difficult for her to rest with that in mind, but she would at least stay in bed for a few minutes before going to pain. Kirigakure. 1 day later. Naruto was walking through the streets of Kiri, wearing normal clothes, nothing like the uniforms or the type of clothes that shinobi usually wore. Naruto already lived in Kiri as if he were just another member of the village. He wanted to clear his mind a little. Naruto never liked thinking about so many things, and that's why he felt that a walk through the streets of Kiri would help him relax. He felt pressured and worried at the same time. Even though no one but Konan knew his true plan, he knew that Zetsu wasn't someone you should ignore. At any moment, he could make his move, so Naruto had to be much more cautious and continue acting naturally. Another thing on Naruto's mind were his memories of Konoha. It was difficult for him to stop thinking about it. After all, that was where he had grown up. Even so, Naruto knew he couldn't go back. He knew and was aware of the situation. In almost 3 years of training, Naruto had matured a great deal mentally. A strong wind blew Naruto's hair. He turned his head to the side, trying to fix it, and saw himself in a mirror. Next to him was a mirror shop, and when he looked at his hair, Naruto noticed it was too long. It was normal, after all. During all the years of training he never cut it. He had already decided, before returning home he would go and get his hair cut. "Naruto, let's see. Where's a barbershop?" he wondered, looking around. Location unknown. Orochimaru had already cursed and spat upon the name of the third Hokage. Orochimaru complained and threw all kinds of curses at the name of Hiruzen Sarutobi, who took away Orochimaru's arms, and with it what Orochimaru loved most, his jutsus. Kabuto, who remained by his lord's side, observed every gesture of pain that he made from time to time. Orochimaru TSK. "Damn old man, I think I'll have to change bodies again," he said while frowning. Kabuto. "It's difficult to find a vessel capable of withstanding at least a week. We need a more resilient and stronger body," he said, looking at Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Sasuke Uchiha. He was the perfect vessel. Kukuku. Orochimaru laughed loudly, causing a bewildered look on Kabuto's face. "Kabuto, I thought we were going to wait for Naruto-kun to go outside and get some sun," he said, then adjusted his glasses. Orochimaru. "Even though Naruto is already out there, locating him will be a bit difficult, so we must stick to the original plan," he said, then looked at Kabuto. "Kabuto, how will we get Sasuke to come here?" Orochimaru. "Kabuto, sometimes it's good to receive a little help," he said, then gave one of his typical smiles. Kabuto. "Danzo?" Orochimaru. You're good at guessing. Kabuto. Kabuto. So what will you say to Danzo, Lord Orochimaru?" he asked, shrugging his shoulders. Orochimaru. "That old Danzo has something he desperately wants. To get rid of Tsunade and become Hokage," he said, then smiled as he watched Kabuto. Kabuto. Kumo and IWA. he said, earning a nod from Orochimaru. Orochimaru, we will give Danzo information about a possible war between Kumo and IWA against Konoha, in exchange for Sasuke-kun. The war will happen anyway. I will only start it, he said, then stuck out his tongue and ran it over his lips. Kumogakure. 2 days later, the Raikage was sitting in his office and seemed to be calm, something rare for him since he is known for being someone who gets annoyed by anything and never seems to be calm. In front of him was Mabui and also his right-hand Darui. There were also 3 other people. 2 girls and a boy were also in the Raikage's office. Mabui, Raikage-sama, Team Samui is here, he said, looking at the Raikage. Samui, I have a very important mission for you and your team, he said, looking at the yellow-haired woman known as Samui. Samui, Team Samui is at your complete disposal, Raikage-sama, she said with a serious face. 2 messengers will be sent to Konoha to discuss the entry of some genin into the Chunin exams. Last night, 2 shinobi arrived with an invitation to the Chunin exams from Hokage Tsunade Senju herself. Your mission is to keep an eye on the messengers and also conduct a brief inspection of Konoha to assess its current state, he said, looking at Samui. Samui, okay, Raikage-sama, damn, I hate having to follow old people around, but inspecting Konoha could be interesting, said the red-haired woman. This is not a game, Karui, said a boy with white hair. Karui, you're the only one who takes everything as a game. After all, you're just an idiot, Omoi, he said in a playful tone, trying to provoke Omoi. Omoi, then we'll go to Konoha to investigate their current power, and then we'll go to war, he said, and immediately afterward received a large blow to the head from Karui. Karui, shut up, you always say stupid things. Darui, the reason for this mission is solely security. We want to know if Konoha's intentions are genuine, he said in a calm tone. So you know your mission now. Try to investigate as much as you can, especially the Jinchuriki and the Uchiha. You'll be leaving in 2 days. You may leave, he said, sending Team Samui out of the Raikage's office. Mabui, you mean you also want to know about the Uchiha? He asked, looking at the Raikage. Yes. If the information that Konoha's Jinchuriki is dead is true, that doesn't negate the other power Konoha possesses. The weaker Konoha is, the better it would be for us. Besides, old Inoki seems willing to go to war. Before that, we'll investigate a little more, he said, looking at Mabui. Konoha. Sasuke was walking through the streets of Konoha. He hadn't had any missions since returning to Konoha, but he continued to train and train. Sasuke spotted Sakura standing in a corner, seemingly waiting for him. Sasuke approached Sakura. Sakura, Sasuke-kun? Are you free? Aren't you busy? She asked with a slight blush. Sasuke simply stared at Sakura, maintaining his impassive face. Sasuke was prepared to tell Sakura how annoying she was, but Kakashi's words came to his mind. Sasuke, I was going to train. Why do you ask? He asked, looking at Sakura. Sakura, well, I wanted to know if you'd like to go eat ramen, she said, then smiled. Sasuke, ramen, good, he said, then started walking, leaving Sakura surprised. Sakura, do you agree? She asked, causing Sasuke to stop. Sasuke, it's just ramen. Hurry up, I have to go train, he said, then continued walking. Sakura, very well. Sakura started walking beside Sasuke with a big smile. All of this was observed by Kakashi, who was on the roof of a house. Kakashi smiled from under his mask and then took a book out of his bag. Kakashi, well, I suppose I can continue with my reading for now, he said, then disappeared in a flurry of leaves. Tsunade was reclining in her chair. She had no paperwork in front of her, and that's because now she always works quickly and hard to finish all her work and do all the work of a Hokage. Sitting in the window was Jiraiya observing the village. Tsunade, well, have you spoken to the brat yet? She asked without looking at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, not yet. Maybe I'll see him today or maybe tomorrow. I've been very busy, he said while observing the village. Tsunade, you've been spying on women, haven't you, you damn pervert? She said, then looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, I need to get some material for my books. Hey Haim. Tsunade, what? Jiraiya, I have a bad feeling. he said, then looked at Tsunade. Tsunade saw Jiraiya's serious face, then sighed and clenched her fists. Tsunade, me too. It's strange, but I have a feeling something's about to happen, she said, keeping her face serious. Jiraiya, Akatsuki, Orochimaru, or maybe IWA, what could it be? He wondered, then turned his gaze towards the village. Location unknown. Orochimaru stood on the top of a mountain. It was very strange that he went out after having lost the mobility of his arms, but apparently today was a special day. Orochimaru smiled as he saw Kabuto appear a few steps ahead of him. Orochimaru, well? He asked, then smiled. Kabuto, it's been sent. Danzo sent the invitation letter to Kumo. It seems Kumo accepted the invitation. What's next, my lord? He asked, bowing to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, we've already given the War Hawk some information and an idea. The rest is up to him, he said, then stuck out his tongue and ran it over his lips. Kabuto, we will wait until he hands Sasuke-kun over to us. Orochimaru, I just want me to get closer to him. The war will begin very soon. The destruction of Konoha is near, he said while smiling. Kabuto, yes, my lord, he said, then adjusted his glasses. Orochimaru, asterisk, this will also bring you out into the light, Naruto-kun. I have a great desire to see you, and especially to see those eyes star. Cruel decisions. Location unknown. 3 people were inside the hideout where Naruto and Konan had met. The 3 people in the prison were Zetsu, Naruto, and Konan. Naruto's hair is like Menma's, only yellow. Zetsu was next to Naruto and Konan was in front of them. Both Konan and Naruto maintained an impassive face. Naruto, so you'll help me get closer to Nagato? Naruto asked, looking at Konan. Konan, what do you hope to achieve with this? Naruto, I already told you I won't hurt you or Nagato. Akatsuki's dream is to achieve peace. We share the same dream, Naruto said, then shrugged. Konan, and why don't you become a member of Akatsuki? Konan asked, looking at Naruto and then at Zetsu. Naruto, this isn't the right time for me to join you. I'll work from the shadows and help you capture Jinchuriki, Naruto said, then turned his face to the side. Konan, why isn't this the right time? Naruto, I have some things to take care of, but once the hunt for the tailed beasts begins, both Zetsu and I will be supporting from the shadows. Before joining Akatsuki, I want to talk to Nagato, Naruto said, then looked at Konan. Konan, it's impossible to trust you if you act so mysterious, Konan said in an annoyed tone. Naruto, it's simple, our interests are similar, however. The masked man plans to betray you in the end and use the Ten Tails for his own benefit. You and Nagato, and the dream of Akatsuki, will sink if you continue to believe in the masked man. If we are going to bring peace, we must do it the right way, Naruto said, looking directly at Konan. Konan looked at Naruto for a moment and understood that he was trying to tell her something with his eyes. She knew that what he was asking was for her to accept what he was telling her. Konan, but is he Madara? Naruto, no, he isn't. Zetsu knows his true identity. I'm here to take down that guy and continue with the plan to capture the Jinchuriki and bring true peace, Naruto said, still looking at Konan. Konan, as long as you don't interfere with Akatsuki's plans to achieve peace, I'll help you, Konan said, then half closed her eyes. White Zetsu, Naruto and Akatsuki share the same goal, you don't have to worry, Zetsu said, accompanied by his typical cheerful tone and a smile. Konan, okay. That's all, Konan said, looking at Naruto. Naruto and Konan's eyes met again. Naruto, I'll have you come every week. Zetsu will come to let you know, and don't worry about the fake Madara. I'll take care of him. In case Zetsu doesn't let you know, follow the instructions on the scroll I gave you, Naruto said, then began to disappear like ash. Zetsu sank into the ground. Konan, I understand. Follow what the scroll says. Konoha. The atmosphere in Konoha was very calm and comforting, but this wasn't the case for everyone, especially someone who for years and years had coveted the position of Hokage, a man who had done everything to destroy Hiruzen Sarutobi and take the position of Hokage. But even though Hiruzen Sarutobi was no longer alive, he couldn't obtain the position of Hokage. It had been snatched from his hands once again, That man was none other than Danzo Shimura. He was in his secret headquarters, facing his root squad. Danzo sighed, recalling Kabuto's words when he came to see him 3 days ago. It wasn't strange that Danzo agreed to speak with Kabuto despite knowing he was Orochimaru's right-hand man. After all, Danzo himself had allied with Orochimaru to eliminate Hiruzen. Now his motive was different: to eliminate Tsunade and thus finally obtain the title of Hokage and change the village once and for all. Danzo was very clear that what he was doing was for the good of the people. Even if he had to sacrifice many lives to achieve his goal, he was going to do it. Therefore, what Kabuto told him he had thought about after he had made his first move. Flashback. Kabuto and Danzo stood facing each other. Kabuto wearing a hood that covered his entire body and didn't even reveal his hair. Danzo, Orochimaru's right-hand man wants to speak with me. Danzo said in a disgusted tone. Kabuto, Lord Orochimaru has an offer for you that could help you achieve what has been denied you for so long. Danzo. Kabuto said with a smile. Danzo, I'm not interested in making deals with that snake, so get lost. Danzo said, turning his back on Kabuto and starting to walk away. Kabuto, you might be interested to know that IWA and Kumo are planning to attack Konoha. Kabuto said, causing Danzo to stop. Danzo, IWA and Kumo. Kabuto, yes. The rumors that Konoha has lost its Jinchuriki have reached Old Man Inoki's ears, and he seems to have shared the information with the Reikage. War is inevitable. Sooner or later war will break out. IWA and Kumo have information that Konoha has lost its Jinchuriki, so it wouldn't be surprising if they wanted to attack Konoha, sensing that it might be in a weakened state. Kabuto said, then adjusted his glasses. Danzo, so IWA and Kumo already have the information, and if that's the case, it's because Orochimaru shared it with them. Danzo said, then made a gesture and 5 root ANBU surrounded Kabuto. I'll eliminate you first and then Orochimaru. Kabuto, I thought someone like you would accept quickly. Danzo, perhaps you feel that everything is because Orochimaru wants to see Konoha destroyed, but he offers you the opportunity to achieve your goal. Kabuto said, looking at Danzo. Danzo, my goal? Kabuto, yes, think about it. Konoha has already lost a lot. The Uchiha clan, the 4th and 3rd Hokage. Besides that, it also lost its Jinchuriki. Perhaps Sasuke-kun still remains in the village, but it's only a matter of time before he decides to follow the path of his revenge and leave Konoha. Perhaps Konoha still possesses great shinobi, but if IWA and Kumo unite, you more than anyone should know that Konoha doesn't stand a chance. Kabuto said, maintaining his serious face. Danzo, what's the point? Danzo said, looking directly at Kabuto. Kabuto, Lord Orochimaru can help you overcome the war and thus become the hero of Konoha and therefore its Hokage. The only thing Lord Orochimaru asks in return is Sasuke-kun. Danzo recalled Itachi's words and the threat he had given him if he dared to touch or do anything against Sasuke. It didn't seem normal that the great hawk of war felt unable to achieve his goal because of the fear of an Uchiha. Of course, it wasn't normal. The hawk's greed was even greater than his fear. Danzo, I accept. Kabuto, wise decision worthy of the great war hawk. Here are some instructions to begin the plan. Once things get underway, someone like you, with your experience, will know how to make the right decisions. Kabuto said, handing a scroll to Danzo. One of the members of Ray Eyes took the scroll and after looking at it for a moment gave it to Danzo. Danzo, now get out. Danzo said, then began to walk away. The root members surrounding Kabuto left. Kabuto watched as Danzo walked away and then left himself. End of flashback scene. Danzo held in his hand the scroll Kabuto had given him. He had already made the first move, and that was a reason to bring Kumo closer to Konoha. Danzo thought about it a lot, and then the Chunin exams came to mind, and he used that to lure Kumo. Danzo was able to write an invitation scroll in Tsunade's own handwriting. He also managed to copy her signature and even put the official seal of Konoha on it. If everything continued and progressed well, he expected Kumo's answer to arrive in a week. A root shinobi knelt before Danzo. Shinobi 1. Danzo-sama, we've been tracking Sasuke and have found a moment to capture him where he's completely alone, said the shinobi wearing an umbu mask. Danzo, all right, wait until I give the order to capture him. Asterisk, I'll be cautious too. First, I'll make sure Tsunade is destroyed just like Jiraiya. Then, once I emerge unscathed from the war, I'll become Hokage and take care of Orochimaru. Asterisk, Danzo thought, narrowing his eye. Valley of the End. One day later, Naruto was standing on the statue of his grandfather, Madara Uchiha. In front of him was the statue of Hashirama Senju. He was wearing a black hood that covered his entire body. A day ago, Naruto had seen Konan and noticed something about her. Naruto might be a bit oblivious, but he managed to see through Konan's eyes that she still distrusted him. Naruto couldn't blame her. After all, she was loyal to Nagato and wouldn't betray him for anything in the world. And although Naruto had made his intentions clear, the truth was that Konan was surely waiting for action. Naruto sighed and looked up at the sky. He'd been moving around a lot lately, and this could be a problem if someone managed to locate him, especially Obito, Orochimaru, or Jiraiya. Naruto remembered Jiraiya again. He was his former teacher and one of the few people who never treated him like a monster or even saw him as a failure. Jiraiya had a lot of faith in him and in his ability to become strong. Despite the short time Naruto spent with Jiraiya, a strong bond was formed that even to this day Naruto couldn't break, just like his bonds with Team 7. It wasn't as if Naruto wanted to sever his ties or lose all emotion, but he hated feeling sensitive and overly emotional when he remembered his old friends and his memories in Konoha. It was something Naruto struggled with every day. He fought with his past self. Zetsu emerged from the ground and glanced at Naruto for a moment. Naruto, what's going on? Naruto asked without looking at Zetsu. White Zetsu, you're not going back to Kiri, are you? Zetsu asked, then smiled. Naruto, yeah, it's just that this place brings back memories. Doesn't it for you? Naruto asked, then looked at Zetsu. Black Zetsu, this is where the Uchiha almost killed you. Black Zetsu said in his typical hoarse tone. Naruto, do you really think he beat me? Naruto asked in an annoyed tone. White Zetsu, maybe. Even so, it was an incredible battle. Zetsu said in his typical cheerful tone. Naruto, Sasuke. Naruto said, remembering his old friend and teammate, Konoha. Sasuke was in training field number 7. He was alone and seemed to have been training for many hours. He was not wearing his Konoha headband for the second day in a row. Sasuke was making cuts in the air with his sword. The exhaustion was evident just by looking at his face. Sasuke made one last cut in the air and then fell to his knees after being overcome by exhaustion. Sasuke. Asterisk, just wait a little longer. Just a little longer and I'll come after you. Itachi Star. Sasuke thought as he panted from exhaustion. Emigekure. Pain was inside the tallest building. Next to him was Konan, who kept her serious and impassive face forward, as well as Pain. In front of them was Madara, the man with the orange mask. Pain, what's going on? I thought you wouldn't come until the hunt for the bijou began. Pain said, looking at the masked man. Madara, our plans have been held back by a great obstacle. Madara said in his dark tone of voice. Pain. Obstacle? Konan reacted mentally without reflecting anything outwardly. The image of Naruto quickly came to her mind. Madara. A big problem. Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, is dead. The moment Madara said that, a great silence fell. Konan couldn't get the image of Naruto out of her mind. Perhaps it was because he had made her doubt Madara too much, and now she felt threatened by the man's presence. Or maybe the fact that Madara mentioned Naruto's name provoked some reaction in her, despair, or perhaps pressure. Pain. It can't be, Madara, yes. Rumors have spread through Kumogakure and reached me. I haven't tried to verify it yet, but I'll try to go to Konoha and confirm this information. However, everything seems to indicate that Naruto Uzumaki is indeed dead. Pain. That's holding up our plans. Pain said, looking at Madara. Madara, things remain the same. Each pair has their Jinchuriki and must capture them. We can't stop now. Madara said, then began to disappear in a swirling vortex. I'll return in a few days with information. Madara disappeared into a swirling vortex. Pain, our plans, peace. Pain said, then looked at Konan. Konan. Pain. Konan briefly considered telling Pain about Naruto, but then reflected that Naruto had said he would decide when the time was right to talk to Nagato. not pain.